Afghanistan were the communists who had so much involvement in Afghan army during the time of Zahir Khan that they were able to launch a false revolution in Afghanistan. Political experts believe that the Soviet invasion caused Afghanistan not to return to normal for many years, and that the Soviet Union at that time used various conspiracies to divide the people for its rule. The same conspiracy, and the conspiracy that created this division among the Muslim people of Afghanistan, who were united against all the conspirators and divided the people of Afghanistan in the name of parties and organizations and made all their conspiracies bigger until 1992, when the Soviet-made system fell. Meanwhile, some jihadi figures who fought against the Soviet aggression during that time say that the unity and solidarity of the people combined with Islamic faith caused the Red Army to face defeat in Afghanistan with all its advanced military equipment.
Alhamdulillah,
Alhamdulillah, all languages, all mujahideen went beyond their heads. They confronted their evil with unity. And Alhamdulillah, this unity and strength of faith caused them to destroy and annihilate this great empire. When the Russians invaded in the 6th of Jadi, people were displaced, everyone became homeless, people became immigrants, and the problems of people increased. Finally, after 10 years, the former Soviet soldiers were defeated by the struggle of Afghan people and were forced to withdraw from Afghanistan on the 26th of February 1988. The delegation headed by the Deputy Minister of State of Kazakhstan met with Maulvi Mohammad Isaq Saibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works. The Ministry of Public Works says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed the expansion of trade and economic relations, railway projects, and the transportation of agricultural and commercial products. On the other hand, the Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works invited Kazakh companies to invest in Hervat-Spinbolak railway project in addition to the Afghan Trans project. 44 Afghan citizens who were held in Pakistani prisons due to not having the legal documents have been released and returned to the country. The Ministry of Refugees and Repatriation Affairs says that after their release, these individuals have been referred to international partner organizations for assistance. Mullah Abdulatif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, met with Maulvi Sadrazam Usmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Lifestyle. According to officials, in this meeting, the two sides discussed and exchanged views on the plan to stabilize and quantify watershed lands and their effective exploitation. During a visit to Nangarhar province, Maulvi Habibullah Agha, the Minister of Education, met with the Provincial Education Director Cenk Anel, the Turkish Ambassador to Afghanistan, and some officials of the Afghan Kurdish Faithful schools. According to the Ministry of Education, Maulvi Habibullah Agha, while inspecting the educational environment, thanked the officials and teachers of the Afghan Turkish schools for providing educational facilities and activities and asked the students to make more efforts in learning their lessons. Local officials in Paktika province have visited Barmala district and closely examined the situation caused by Pakistani aircraft bombing. A number of local residents have been martyred and injured as a result of this bombing. They are pulling out the children and women from the rubble who were martyred or injured by the brutal bombing of Pakistani aircraft. This incident took place at 8:30 last night in Barmal district of Paktika province. A number of displaced families from Waziristan who had come here from the imaginary border years ago. This is not the work of Muslims. Israel, who are infidels, would not do a thing alike. There would not have been such a equality in Israel as there is today in Barmal district of Paktika province. You can see this area. All the women and small children were martyred. The men had gone outside. All the children were martyred. According to local officials, the majority of the victims of this incident are women and children.
The Pakistan
The Pakistan army has carried out a brutal bombing against the oppressed people of Afghanistan and oppressed defenseless women and children. The majority of these martyrs are women and children. In almost one house of these children, 14 people have been martyred, including approximately 12 children and women and 2 men. On the other hand, officials at Paktika Hospital say that the medical teams reached the scene of the incident as soon as possible and transferred the injured to health centers. All the healthcare workers, along with the ambulances, rushed to the area on time. Those who were in critical conditions were transferred to Corpus or the regional hospital. Those who are not in critical conditions are being treated here. Previously, about 9 months ago, Pakistani aircraft had targeted a house in the Lamand area of Barmal district, killing 2 women and 3 children.
Malam Mahmadi Yunus After the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development inaugurated a water supply network in the center of Corpus province during a visit to this province. According to the Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, the water supply network, which was built at a cost of 334 million Afghans, has provided safe drinking water to more than 5,000 local families. The National Disaster Preparedness and Response Authority, in collaboration with partner institutions, has begun a process of distributing cash assistance to more than 2,000 needy families in Kunduz, Kabul, and several provinces. In this program, the recipients of this assistance, while appreciating the activities of the relevant officials, called on other agencies to expand their level of assistance to those in need. This was about tonight's news package. Thank you for watching.
Good evening, it's Wednesday, December 25, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Let's dive into today's news updates. Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate, met with Sadiq Khan, Pakistan's special representative. In this meeting, the two sides discussed important issues for further improving relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan and resolving existing problems. The visiting guests conveyed condolences on behalf of Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, his deputy, and Foreign Minister Attasck on the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. They expressed their deep condolences to the martyr's family and the nation of Afghanistan and prayed for the internal peace of the martyr. Pakistan's Special Representative Sadiq Khan said that they are committed to resolving the existing problems between Afghanistan and Pakistan through joint efforts so that economic and people-to-people ties between the two countries can further strengthen. While welcoming the visiting guests, Interior Minister Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani mentioned the religious, cultural, and historical commonalities of the two neighboring nations. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Foreign Minister of Afghanistan, met with Muhammad Sadiq Khan, the Special Representative of the Pakistan government, and his delegation to discuss enhancing the level of diplomatic relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan, trade, transit, and people-to-people relations in this meeting. Mr. Muttaqi said that the Afghan government is determined to have positive relations with Pakistan, and both sides can take advantage of the existing commonalities between their people in various fields. Mr. Muttaqi added that trade and transit between the two countries can further develop, where there is greater coordination between governments, easier travel between citizens, and efforts are made to resolve existing problems. The construction of 318 new hospitals at the district level has begun, the Minister of Public Health says. According to Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, the construction of these hospitals worth nearly 7 billion Afghans was approved by Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate. The completion of these hospitals will create jobs for 27,000 professionals and administrators. More details in this report.
The Minister of Public Health told in a news conference that the construction of 318 public hospitals at a district level has begun. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali says that, according to the statistics provided, 72% of the residents of the districts do not have access to secondary health services. With the construction of these hospitals, most people will have access to quality health services. A special grant and budget has been approved by Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah for district-level general hospitals in 318 districts of the country. The legal and preliminary works have been completed, and the construction and procurement process for the hospitals are practically underway. The Ministry of Public Health adds that there are currently nearly 13,000 beds in the country's hospitals, and nearly 10,000 more beds will be added with the completion of new hospitals. These hospitals, each of which will have approximately 85 healthcare personnel, will provide employment opportunities for 27,000 professional and administrative personnel. His recruitment will be carried out based on a systematic plan and transparent mechanism. The Deputy Finance and Administration of the Ministry said that each of these hospitals with 30 beds in different departments will be built at a total cost of nearly 7 billion Afghanis. We have entered the contract process. 5 projects have been contracted. 12 projects are under evaluation. 6 will be awarded contracts today. Inshallah, this process will be completed in a very short time and this hospital will be built. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Public Health is asking those construction companies that meet the necessary requirements to apply to the Procurement Directorate of the Ministry of Public Health to participate in the tender for the construction of other new hospitals.
Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khalid, Nimro's governor, met with the head of the Turkish charity organization at the provincial headquarters. During the meeting, the organization provided information about its activities and shared its future charitable plans in Nimro's province. He added that they plan to provide a solar power system and a clean water supply network for the university and kindergarten. The Nimro's governor praised their activities and expressed special gratitude to the Muslims of Turkey for helping the poor in Afghanistan. The National Disaster Management Authority, in coordination with the Mine Action Coordination Department, the Office of Technical Support, and the United Nations Mine Action Service, held a workshop on new reporting methodology at the headquarters of the department. The workshop was held to improve the accuracy, consistency, and quality of reports and to enhance the capacity of staff to manage reporting tasks. The workshop participants were prepared to perform their work in the field of mine action by learning new methodologies. A number of residents of the 5th and 17th District of Kabul expressed their satisfaction with the construction of the northwest connecting road connecting the 2 districts and demand that the project be accelerated. However, the Kabul municipality says that the work on all projects of the department is underway and will be completed on time according to contract. More details in this report.
The construction of the northwest connecting road, which starts from Khairkhana area and ends at the Kambar and Karga families intersection, is underway by the Kabul municipality. A number of residents of the 5th and 7th districts of Kabul expressed satisfaction with the construction of road projects by Kabul municipality in 22 districts, but they want to speed up the construction of road. Now, on every street you go, in every village and market, there are company cars, commercial cars, good shops. Work should be done on the roads, and the work should be done quickly, so that people can feel comfortable. Roads should be repaired, so that it is easy for the people to travel. We ask Kabul municipality to pay a little attention to the constructing companies so that their work is completed sooner. In some places, work is slow, and because winter is approaching, if it rains, work will stop and people will face problems. Meanwhile, the Kabul municipality says that the road connecting Khairkhana to Kambar Avenue, which passes through difficult to pass and mountainous areas, is being completed. This road is more important and fundamental. It is 7.6 kilometers long, 30 meters wide. This road has to pass through mountainous areas, which Alhamdulillah has progressed very well. And a small part of it remains, which will also be completed and can be a good alternative route, especially for the western areas of Kabul province. Kabul municipality officials say that they're trying to complete 165 projects in different areas, including 89 projects and the construction of connecting and developing roads by the end of this year.
850 young personnel from the 205th Al-Badr Corps Education Center graduated in ceremonies after 3 months of professional military and religious trainings. The ceremony was attended by the commander of the 205th Al-Badr Corps, Mullah Ahmad Shah Dost, the deputy commander of the corps, Said Abdul Jabbar Agha, and a delegation from the Ministry of National Defense and some other officials and personnel.
An overdose.
The forces of the 3rd Security District of Parwan Police Command have arrested a 6-member gang of armed robbers from Charikar city who were looting people's property on the streets. The 6-member gang, 2 of whom are under the age of 18, has been effectively arrested by the forces of the police command. A pistol, 2 shotguns, a rifle, 2 revolvers, a bayonet, a knife, and some other items have been recovered from the arrested individuals. According to the information, the cases of these individuals will be handed over to the judicial authorities after they have been investigated and completed.
Transient overdose.
And the final one is that the Disaster Management Directorate of Farah Province, with the financial support of the DRC organization, distributed cash assistance to 60 poor and refugee families. Each family received 13,800 Afghanis in this series.
Not at all.
And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay connected. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو.
Good evening. It's Tuesday, December 24, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Let's dive into today's news updates.
42 there.
Ibek Arif Osmanov, Uzbek ambassador, in a meeting with Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, expressed his satisfaction with the good relation between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and his country. He said that Uzbek government is keen to develop economic and trade relations with Afghanistan. In this meeting, Mr. Hanafi assured that Uzbek ambassador that the Islamic Emirate is committed to providing investment opportunities for Uzbek investors. Let's see more in this report.
Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy to the Prime Minister, expressed his satisfaction in a meeting with the Uzbek ambassador to Kabul. Ibek Arif Osmanov, and appreciated his efforts in strengthening relations between the two countries in various fields. In this meeting, the Uzbek ambassador expressed his satisfaction with the good relations between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and his country, and said that the Uzbek government is keen to develop economic and trade relations with Afghanistan.
During the meeting, the Uzbek ambassador expressed satisfaction with the continuation of good relations between the two countries and informed about the readiness of his trade and investment. He said that Uzbek businessmen and investors are interested in building health centers, importing medicine, building cement factories, and trade in coal.
At the same time, Turkish religious scholars and investors met with the Minister of Energy and Water and the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce and expressed their interest in investing in the solar power generation and the export of raw materials for Corpus and racks to Turkey.
During the meeting, Turkish investors expressed their interest in investing in the solar power generation, and businessmen of this country also wanted to trade raw materials for carpets and rugs to that country. The Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce of the ministry announced cooperation with the Turkish investors in the mentioned areas.
On the other hand, officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment consider economic relations between the two countries with Afghanistan to be effective and emphasize their continuation.
ټول نفتي مواد سوخت مواد د ازبکستان نه راوړو اکثره.
We import all oil and fuel from Uzbekistan, which is proceeding normally. In addition, some of our exports such as iron, steel, marble, and non-alcoholic beverages are regularly exported to the mentioned country. Turkish investors or Uzbek investment in Afghanistan plays an important role in the economic sector of Afghanistan because Uzbekistan is a country that has been trying to expand its trade with South Asia through Afghanistan since the Islamic Emirate regained power.
It's worth mentioning that, since the establishment of the Islamic Emirate, officials and investors from regional and international countries have shown interest in investing in various sectors within the country and have welcomed the Islamic Emirate, but so far, several countries have not invested in their commitments.
That's crazy.
Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad, met with Saeed bin Masood al-Harisi, head of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation and Solidarity in Pakistan. The Afghan embassy in Pakistan said that in this meeting, the two sides discussed the activities of the organization in the Islamic world, academic conferences, recent developments in bilateral relations between Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan, and a number of other issues. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has called the recent remarks of the Pakistani Defense Minister about Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi irresponsible, saying that these statements are due to his ignorance of historical facts. Hamdullah Fitrat, deputy spokesperson of the Islamic Emirate, added that although Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi was a Muslim and Afghan, he in sympathy and cooperation with all oppressed and threatened nations in the region because of his faithful responsibility. Let's see more in this report. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan considers the statements of Khwaja Asif, Pakistani Defense Minister, a few days ago about Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi irresponsible and his lack of knowledge of historical facts. The deputy spokesman for the Islamic Emirate says that Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi traveled to India and other regions to save and liberate oppressed nations, especially Muslims.
History has witnessed that Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi, may Allah have mercy on him, always went to India and other places for the salvation and freedom of oppressed people, especially Muslims. And Ghaznavi, may Allah have mercy on him, is a great honor of all Muslims. It is a matter of regret that people at the level of Defense Minister of Pakistan are so ignorant of these facts. A Pakistani official is making insulting statements about Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi at a time when the country's defense missiles are named Mahmud Ghaznavi. May Allah have mercy on him.
On the other hand, some political analysts consider such views biased and stress that Pakistani officials should refrain from such views.
The words of the Pakistani Defense Minister about Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi are biased. He has concealed historical facts. Before he comments about Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi, he should refer to history ones. They should think that having good relations with Afghanistan, having deep political relations like in the past, it will be beneficial for them and for us. And if such insults increase day by day, or if they show hostility towards the current government, or stand up or confront it, then this can destroy these relations in the future.
The reactions come as Pakistani's defense minister said in an interview with a Pakistani media outlet a few days ago that Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi was traveling to India, which was then part of Pakistan, to loot. Maulavi Muhammad Qasim Amiri, the head of Panjshir's Department of Mines and Petroleum, says that the extraction of emerald mines in this province has provided direct and indirect employment opportunities to 10,000 people. According to Mr. Amiri, so far 590 people have been granted professional mining licenses for precious and semi-precious stones. 4,156 people have been granted business licenses and 550 others have been granted soil exploration licenses. Officials from the Badakhshan Provincial Department of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock say that 290 greenhouses have been built in 16 districts of the province. According to officials, these greenhouses were built to strengthen the economy of families and provide people with access to a variety of foods. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development has launched the investigation work of the Kajis Samad Dane and Farah province at a cost of about 2 billion Afghanis during a gathering including Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, and his delegation. During the opening of the investigation work of the dam, the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development spoke about the importance of the economic and social benefits of this major national project. This dam, which is approximately 56 meters high and can store 140 million cubic meters of water, is located in a large arid region of Harar and Nimroz provinces and is of vital importance for this dry and waterless region. During the construction of the dam, thousands of workers will be provided with employment opportunities, and upon completion, 14,000 hectares of agricultural land will be irrigated. The Disaster Management Directorate of Bamiyan Province, with the support of the World Social Services Organization in Asia, has launched the first phase of cash assistance for 900 vulnerable and needy families in Yakaulang district. The assistance was distributed in the center of Yakaulang district in the presence of local authorities and security officials, following the agreement between the National Disaster Management Directorate and the CWSA organization. After conducting a survey, the Disaster Management Directorate of Baghlan Province, with the financial support of the acted organization, distributed cash assistance to 240 families affected by the recent floods in Danai Ghuri and Dushi districts and the capital Pule Khumri. In this series of aid distribution, 22,560 Afghanis were distributed to each family in the presence of local officials. 250 refugees and people affected by natural disasters were provided in Laghman Province with non-food items by the King Salman Charity Foundation, with the technical cooperation of the Disaster Management Department and Maulavi Akhtar Muhammad Nizamel, the Deputy Governor of Laghman Province. Tariq Muhammad Ghazi, the Director of the Disaster Management Department of Laghman Province, said that each family was given non-food items worth $265, including a tent, 5 blankets, and a complete kitchen supplies. The Deputy Governor of Laghman Province said that the provincial administration is trying to attract charitable institutions and organizations with the arrival of winter to help the people and make their winter days and nights better. Thank you for the privilege of your time. Stay connected with RTN News for the latest updates anytime, anywhere. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور
Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the Terorist News with me, Marian. Today is Monday, 23rd December 2024. Saudi Arabian ambassador to Kabul has announced the resumption of the country's embassy in Kabul. He announced embassy expressed that the aim of the resumption of the embassy is to provide better services to Afghans. On the other hand, Zakir Jalali, political director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, considers the resumption of the Saudi Arabian embassy a better step towards expanding relations between the two countries. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that since the beginning of this year, about 8 million domestic and foreign tourists, more than 7,000 of whom are foreign tourists, have visited the country's historical, archaeological, and recreational sites. The Ministry says that we are trying to electronicize the system for providing services to foreign tourists in the country.
The Ministry of Information and Culture has announced an increase in domestic and foreign tourists compared to last year, and says that since the beginning of this year, about 8 million domestic and foreign tourists have visited various historical and recreational sites in the country. According to the spokesperson of the ministry, more than 7,000 of them were foreign tourists who have come to Afghanistan, from different countries of the world.
از آغاز سال تا اکنون ما تقریباً
Since the beginning of this year, we have registered more than 7,000 tourists in the Ministry of Information and Culture. These tourists came from various countries including Canada, America, Russia, China, European countries, and the Middle East. Mostly to visit historical, recreational, and cultural sites in Afghanistan. The spokesperson of the ministry says that after the rule of Islamic Emirate, more facilities have been provided in the field of providing services to foreign tourists in the country. In order to attract more foreign tourists, they will electronicize the system for providing services to them in the future.
در آینده نزدیک ما تلاش داریم که
In the near future, we're trying to make the tourism industry electronic. I continue to try to provide services at ports and airports in the way that makes it very easy for people to go through this process and easily visit different parts of Afghanistan. And these services are getting better day by day. A number of foreign tourists who come here to Afghanistan from different countries of the world to visit historical, and recreational sites say, the purpose of my coming to Afghanistan is to visit the provinces of Oman, Kandahar, Herat, Mazar-e Sharif, and other provinces of Afghanistan. And I urge to other foreign tourists to come to Afghanistan and visit the country. The National Museum is very interesting and excellent and has many works of art. So we want to see more works, including coins and
Leslie, thank you for that.
that are very
Get out of
rare
there, you're
here.
gonna get fat.
Membership.
Officials from the Ministry of Information and Culture consider the increase of domestic adventures to the country to be due to the security, convenience, and better services for them.
Mullah Abdulatif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, met with a number of religious scholars and tribal elders from Kamdesh district of the Nueces province. In this meeting, the participants called on the leadership of the Ministry of Energy and Water to build water dams, implement electricity, and development projects in their areas. On the other hand, Mullah Abdulatif Mansour stated that a survey for the construction of water dams in Kamdesh district has been conducted, and the cost of this project is scheduled to be included in next year's budget. Maulvi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, Minister of Communications and Information Technology, met with the governor and other local administration officials during the visit to Rizwan province. In this meeting, the governor of Rizwan stated that most districts of the province have currently benefited from communication and telecommunication facilities, and telecommunication networks are expanding in remote areas. On the other hand, the Minister of Communications and Information Technology, while assuring the local administration officials, noted that the ministry is trying to expand the level of telecommunication coverage in all parts of the country and resolve the problems of the people in this regard. Mullah Nuruddin Tarabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness and Combating Authority, met with the delegations of the Islamic Welfare Institute and Social Humanitarian Aid Institute and signed memorandum of understanding with them. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Tarabi emphasized the important role of Afghan institutions in providing assistance to people in need and called on all agencies to increase their level of assistance to deserving people, considering the arrival of the cold season in the country. Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khaled, the governor of Nimrose, met and discussed with some local administration officials in order to implement the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin implementing human trafficking. In this meeting, the governor of Nimrose emphasized the full implementation of this decree, adding that the bad consequences of human trafficking should be shared with the people through mosques and the press. It's worth mentioning that in this meeting, a committee was appointed to inform the public about the harms of human trafficking and cooperate with the provincial administration implementing this unpleasant phenomenon. The construction of water supply network in Dastarchi district of Kunduz province has begun as cost of 7 million Afghans through the rural rehabilitation and development department of that province. According to local administration officials, for the completion of this project, 300 local families will have access to healthy drinking water. The 6th round of polio vaccination campaign began today, Monday, in 11 provinces of the country. According to the Ministry of Public Health, in this 3-day campaign, about 4.8 million children under the age of 5 will be vaccinated and receive vaccine. Since the beginning of the process of transferring nearly 110 kilowatts of electricity in full loss from the Kajaki Dam power plant, at a cost of which is paid by the Afghanistan Electricity Company to the provinces of Lashkar Gah and Kandahar, in order to solve the problems of the residents of the aforementioned provinces with the presence of participating companies. According to the Afghanistan Electricity Company, this measure has not only resulted in the complete control of the electricity generated in Kajaki Dam, but also had provided basic needs of electricity to customers in the fields of industry, trade, and lightening their homes. 2 tons of expired and substandard food and medicine were set on fire in the presence of delegation from the Tahor Public Health Department in that province. According to the Tahor Public Health Department, these expired and substandard materials included various types of medicines, beverages, and food, which has been collected from the pharmacies and grocery stores in Talpan City in the past 3 months. National Disaster Preparedness Administration, with the support of partner institutions, has begun process of distributing cash assistance to more than 500 needy affected families and heirs of martyrs and of natural disaster in the Tahor and Bashir provinces. According to local administration officials, the recipients of this assistance, while praising the activities of the local officials, called on other relief organizations to increase their level of assistance in affected areas. A total of 700 young members of the Ministry of National Defense received graduation certificates after completing a round of professional military and ideological trainings at 77th Alpha Army Corps Training Center. According to the Ministry of National Defense, a ceremony officials asked the graduates to pass their training to other members. The Disaster Preparedness Directorate of Kabul Province, in cooperation with the international organization provided food and non-food assistance to more than 200 families affected by natural disasters in the province. In another initiative, the Disaster Preparedness Directorate of the Kandahar Province, in coordination with the Department of Mothers and Civil Affairs of the province, distributed food and non-food assistance to more than 100 families of mothers and civil people in Spindledyke, Jeri, and Khopuri districts of the province. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
Extra sauce.
Dada baturanu kur, dada baturanu kur, satu I pasrovinu, dada shahidanu kur.
You back out tonight?
What?
Satu I pasrovinu, dada shahidanu kur, dada baturanu kur, dada baturanu kur, dada baturanu kur, dada baturanu kur, satu I pasrovinu, dada shahidanu kur.
Hello and welcome to RTA News, where we bring you the news that matters. I'm Suleiman Talash, and today is Sunday, December 22, 2024. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, met with Maulavi Abdul Ahad Fazli, the governor of Faryab province. At the beginning of this meeting, the Faryab governor presented a report on the social, economic and local governance situation of the province, as well as his activities. He added that security in the province is fully ensured and local officials are always trying to serve the people and solve their problems. The administrative deputy of the Prime Minister praised the activities of local officials of Faryab province, saying that ensuring security, creating social welfare and solving the problems of the people are among the responsibilities of the Islamic Emirate, and local officials must make more efforts in this regard. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that Sher Muhammad Abbas Tanakzai, the Deputy Minister for Political Affairs, met with Per Albert Attasck, the Northern Charge d'Affaires for Afghanistan, and his delegation. The ministry added that in addition to discussing bilateral, political, humanitarian, and other issues in this meeting, both sides expressed their hope that solutions to related issues could be found through engagement. Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad, met with Mashal Mutlaq Al-Samari, the ambassador of Saudi Arabia. In this meeting, the two sides discussed and exchanged views on expanding bilateral relations between the two countries, simplifying the visa issuance process for Afghan citizens, and other important issues.
Jack in the Box tacos are better than tacos.
A high-ranking Emirate delegation consisting of officials and representatives from the General Directorate of Decrees and Orders, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum, the General Directorate of Intelligence, and the National Norms and Standards Administration traveled to Nimroz province to prevent the import of low-quality fuel into the country. According to local officials, the delegation met with a number of fuel traders and asked them to cooperate with the Emirate administration to prevent the import of low-quality fuel into the country. Sheikh Muhammad Qasem Khalid. Nimroz governor met with Maulavi Ahmadullah Wasiq, the Director General of Physical Education at the provincial headquarters. In this meeting, the Director of the Physical Education gave information about the purpose of his visit to Nimroz province and added that he would pay special attention to the development of sports in this province. The governor of Nimroz asked Mr. Wasiq to provide better training facilities for the children of this province so that these young people can be saved from other bad deeds. He added that a large amount of land has been identified in the Gale region for sports in this province. And if the Department of Physical Education builds a sports stadium there, it will prove to be very beneficial for the development of local, national, and international sports in Nimroz province. The Ministry of Finance says that a report of the activities carried out during the month of August of this year was presented at the meeting to evaluate the technical affairs of the country's customs. According to the ministry's report, in the month of August of this year, compared to the same period last year, the country's customs affairs progressed by 25.2%. The fourth round of vocational training for recovered addicts has been launched by the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs at the 5,000-bed treatment center for addicts in Kabul. According to officials, more than 500 people will be trained in 5 professional sectors over a period of 3 months. We have more details in this report. The fourth round of vocational training for recovered addicts has begun by the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs at the 5,000-bed treatment center for addicts in Kabul. The Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs said during the opening of the program that recovered addicts are expected to receive technical and vocational training in the fields of tailoring, baking, shoemaking, electrical repairs, and electrical appliance repair.
The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs considers it its duty and its responsibility to ensure that you're free from addiction and to provide all necessary conditions for technical and vocational education.
Some recovered addicts who are currently training at the vocational training center say that they have been treated for 4 months and are now recovering.
I was an addict for 5 years. I spent 4 months here and we are happy that we are treated. Now I'm learning electrical training. For 4 months, we will be studying a course called shoemaking and tailoring and 5 other subjects, and we will serve our families and community. I had lost everything. I no longer felt any sensation in my body. My family was far away and my friends had abandoned me. But by the grace of God, I was able to find myself again and understand that I'm also human and that I live.
According to officials from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, in the past 3 rounds, more than 3,000 recovered addicts have received vocational training in this center, and they have now returned to their normal lives. The Ministry of Public Works says that this year's planned work of the Salang Highway has been completed, and the highway will be open to all types of vehicles on December 24. According to the ministry, large and small passengers vehicles will be allowed to travel on this route from both sides, and freight vehicles will travel alternately from north to south one day and from south to north the next day. The road construction and development project from Demazang to Kotesangi in the 3rd district with a length of 3,226 meters and a width of 30 meters was started this year and has been 70% completed so far. According to Kabul municipality, asphalting work has been completed on the 2,200 meters long road from Ghazi High School to Deburi Avenue, and construction work is underway on the remaining basic sections from Deburi Avenue to Kotesangi so that it can also be asphalted. Mufti Abdul Mateen Qane, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Interior Affairs, said that security forces have seized dozens of weapons and ammunition and a series of operations in the centers and districts of Helmand and Farah provinces. According to him, these weapons and ammunition include 5 AKMs, 9 pistols, a rocket, 3 assault rifles, 1 M16, a large number of bullets, and other military equipment. A total of 600 members of the Ministry of National Defense graduated from the 203rd Mansouri Army Corps after receiving 3 months of professional military and ideological training. According to the Ministry of National Defense, at the ceremony, officials asked the graduates to share their learnings with other members. The Ministry of Energy and Water says that the construction of a check dam in Tarinkot, the capital of Oregon province, at a cost of over 8 million Afghanis has been completed and put into use. According to the ministry, the dam was built with the financial support of the International Committee for the Red Crescent. About 5,000 acres of land in Yuzbashi area of Bagram district, Parwan province, have been confirmed as Emirates land. According to the Ministry of Justice, these lands were confirmed as Emirates during a visit by a technical delegation to prevent land grabbing and based on the confession of residents. And the final one is that the Panjshir Department of Mines and Petroleum has announced that the extraction of gold, rubies, and iron ore will begin in the province in the near future. Maulavi Muhammad Qasim Amiri, the director of the Panjshir Department of Mines and Petroleum, said that the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has completed the survey and preliminary work on these mines. According to him, the extraction of these mines will provide employment opportunities for many residents of Panjshir, and the revenues will be spent on implementing development projects in the province. That's all for tonight. Thank you for the privilege of your time. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو.
Good evening. Today is Saturday, December 21, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The United Nations Special Trust Fund for Afghanistan says that Norway has provided $4.48 million to internally displaced and returning refugees in Afghanistan, which will help them get sustainable opportunities and build a better life. In addition, the Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, in gratitude for Norway's assistance, calls on donor countries to provide basic assistance to displaced and returning refugees instead of humanitarian assistance. We have more details in this report.
The United Nations Special Trust Fund for Afghanistan wrote on Friday, December 30 that Norway has provided $4.48 million to internally displaced and returning refugees in Afghanistan.
This important support from Norway will help internally displaced and returning refugees, especially vulnerable Afghans, rebuild their lives and create sustainable opportunities for a better future.
Furthermore, the Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs welcomes all countries, including Norway, that are helping Afghan refugees, but says that donor countries and institutions should provide assistance in constructive and basic areas instead of humanitarian assistance.
The aid should be given directly to the Afghans transparently and fairly. And secondly, this aid should be spent on basic needs, because emergency aid cannot solve anyone's problems in the long term. This aid should be spent on basic works so that Afghans can stand on their own feet in the future and not become dependent on anyone again.
This is why Pakistan's Special Representative for Afghanistan, Muhammad Sadiq Khan, met with the representative of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Islamabad and discussed the situation of Afghan refugees living in Pakistan.
A condolences ceremony was held in Malaysia for the martyr Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. The Embassy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Malaysia held a condolence ceremony on the occasion of the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani by opening a book of condolences. The ceremony was attended by high-ranking Malaysian officials as well as ambassadors and diplomats from various countries. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs announces the distribution of winter clothing to more than 800 orphanage students in Saripol, Balkh and Kunduz provinces. In this program, local officials called on all aid organizations to provide more assistance to orphanage students and vulnerable families during the cold season. The Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of Ghazni Province has announced the implementation of more than 300 development projects worth more than 180 million Afghanis this year. According to local officials, these projects, which were implemented in cooperation with partner institutions in the province, include the construction of drinking and agriculture water networks, the construction and reconstruction of roads, and others. The Kunduz Public Works Department in Dashterchi district of the province has started building 20 kilometers of road for 500 million Afghanis. According to local administration officials, local people welcomed the beginning of the project and demanded the launch of development projects in the province by the relevant authorities. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs says that it has dealt with about 8,000 cases of child crossings in the country since the beginning of this year. The ministry spokesman said that the children crossed the border from Iran, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and Turkey. More details in this report. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs considers addressing the problems of orphans as one of its priorities. The ministry spokesman said that about 8,000 cases of children crossing the borders from neighboring countries and the region have been dealt with this year.
Since the beginning of the year 1403, nearly 8,000 cases of children have been reported. These are children who have been deported from foreign countries, especially from Iran, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia and Turkey. In the areas where these children have been handed over to the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, efforts have been made to find their families and return them to their families.
The ministry's spokesman adds that children whose families cannot be found are kept in the ministry's orphanages.
These children who were not found in families were kept in support centers for a period of 1 month, after which they were introduced to orphanages so that they could receive their education and everything they needed.
Meanwhile, some citizens praised this action of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs and emphasized addressing the problems of such children.
Help those who are homeless and destitute and who come here and cross the border so that they can have a good and bright future. These people should be helped more. If their families exist, they should be handed over to them, and if they do not, they should be taken to an orphanage so that they can grow up and serve our own society.
This is when, after the Islamic Emirate regained power in the country, along with the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, other institutions involved in this sector have also provided services to support children. Dozens of military vehicles were repaired and reused by the technical and professional team of the Central Brigade of the Ministry of Interior Affairs. According to the Ministry of Interior Affairs, work is currently underway to repair hundreds of other military vehicles. Nimruz Governor Sheikh Muhammad Qasem Khalid met with poultry farm officials in the province. In this meeting, the Nimruz governor assured that their problems would be resolved. All farmers should strictly follow the decision of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce regarding the price of poultry and cooperate with the relevant authorities in this regard. The Disaster Management Directorate of Saripol Province, with the financial support of the ACTED organization, distributed cash assistance to 800 poor, homeless, returnees and deserving families. In this series, after the survey in the presence of representatives of the provincial government, the Disaster Management Directorate, the Economy Department In the organization, 22,560 Afghans were allocated for each family, with a total of 804,800 Afghans in cash distributed to these families. And the final one is that a water supply network in the Kogiani district of Nangarhar province was completed and put into use at a cost of over 6 million Afghans. According to the statements of the local officials, with the implementation of this project, hundreds of jobs have been created for local people, and the problems of the residents of the area in terms of water supply have been resolved.
Yeah, because they're still doing an investigation on what exactly
That's all for
happened.
tonight. Stay with us for the latest updates of RTA News. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
دوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دوی پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Friday, December 20, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that Engineer Wahidullah Halimi, Deputy Minister of the Ministry, has announced the start of several gas networks for the exploitation of the Tapi project during his visit to Herat province. The Deputy Minister of the Mines and Petroleum inspected the work process of iron ore mines, coal mines, and cement project and emphasized the mining should be carried out in a standard manner. He added that the cement project has been contracted with the Gulbahar company and its activities will begin soon. The Ministry of Public Works says that the construction of 14 mosques on the Kabul-Herat highway has begun at a cost of approximately 500 million Afghans. The spokesperson for the ministry adds that according to the decree of the leader of the Islamic Emirate, 75 mosques are being built along the country's highways. More details in this report.
The efforts of the Islamic Emirate to build mosques along the country's highways. Recently, the Ministry of Public Works said that the construction of 14 mosques has begun along the Kabul-Kandahar highway.
In this series, 6 mosques along the Kabul-Kandahar highway and 8 along the Kandahar-Herat highway have been contracted with various construction companies worth more than 467.7 million Afghans, and their work is practically underway.
The spokesperson of the ministry adds that, according to the decree of the Islamic Emirate's leader, a mosque will be built every 70 kilometers of the country's highways.
The Ministry of Public Works plan includes 75 mosques in all cities of Afghanistan. Each mosque has an area of 3 acres and can accommodate 300 male and female worshippers. Separate places are provided for males and females to take ablution and pray.
On the other hand, several residents of the country welcome this action of the Islamic Emirate.
We praise the Islamic Emirate's action, which is worth appreciating. It is good news for all passengers, women, patients, and other passengers because it's a necessity. Before, there were no such facilities for worshippers. Today, they built mosques in a location that is a reason of convenience and a training place for our future generation.
This is while, within the Islamic Emirate, special attention has been paid to the construction of mosques in various parts of the country.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports providing health services to more than 8,000 people in Kapisa province. According to the society, these services have been provided in the fields of dressings, distribution of medicines to patients, treatment of children with malnutrition, and health treatment over the past month in different parts of the province. Officials of the Ministry of Information and Culture say that since the establishment of the Book Evaluation Commission, they have collected dozens of books that are against Sharia and Islamic values. And in addition, they have prevented the publication of dozens of books that were against Afghan society and national values. Let's see more in this report.
Books train thoughts, and thoughts change the world. But such books are decorated with the beauty of printing and have a long life in society. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that they have collected dozens of books from bookstores that are against Islamic values and hurt the intellectual stability of the people.
The book commission operates under the Deputy of Broadcasting for the Ministry of Information and Culture in the country. The basic duty of this commission is to collect and prevent printing books that are against the faith of the people of Afghanistan, against the military policies of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and so on. Whether it is against the minds of the people or the national interest of Afghanistan, make it clear and listen to it.
On the other hand, officials of the academic institutions and local people praise this action of the Ministry of Information and Culture and believe that the development of society is linked to education and books.
A society can progress when there are books and readers of the books. And the books should be in such a forum that is devoted to the existing realities of the society. That is to write to the people, so that it is interesting and people study it. The Islamic Emirate has worked to prevent the publication of books that are very harmful and collect them from the bookstores. The books are harmful and mislead the youth of the country and the students.
The Book Evaluation Commission operates under the Ministry of Information and Culture with the aim of enriching culture and preventing the publication of inappropriate books in society.
The Ministry of National Defense announced the graduation of 1,000 young officers from the 215th Corps Training Center. The ministry said that these forces have received military training in various sectors. They will do their best to protect Islamic and national values, independence, and the borders of the country. 11 suspects have been arrested in connection with the sale and transportation of drugs from different provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the suspects were arrested by anti-narcotics forces from Laghman, Kapisa, Parwan, Khost, and Farah provinces. According to the deputy, some drugs such as hashish, methamphetamine, and drug tablets were also recovered from the detainees. More than 2,000 farmers in Kandahar province were provided with improved wheat seeds and chemical fertilizers. According to the officials of the Agriculture Department of the province, the aid was distributed by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in cooperation with the Agriculture Department to the farmers of the Spin Boldak district of the province. The Ministry of National Defense announced that 11 Russian combat and artillery tanks were repaired and prepared to use by the technical and professional teams of the 207th Al-Farouk Corps. According to the ministry, 59 Russian tanks have been repaired by the technical management in the past 3 years. The Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the arrest of 11 suspects in connection with various criminal offenses from different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, these suspects were arrested in connection with the robbery, murder, and other criminal offenses from Nimrod, Farah, and Herat provinces.
It is 4 o'clock.
The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has suspended the activities of 2 transport companies on the Kabul-Kandahar highway. The ministry said in a statement that the decision was taken following the traffic accident on the Kabul-Kandahar highway in Ghazni province, where more than 100 people were killed and injured in 2 deadly road accidents on the Kabul-Kandahar highway. And the final one is that the National Disaster Management Authority has announced the distribution of nearly 2 million Afghans to almost 100 families in Saripur province. According to them, this assistance has been distributed to 80 needy families, orphans, and returnees in cooperation with the ACTED organization in an amount of more than 22,000
I will see what
Afghans.
happens tomorrow if I'm going to come out tomorrow night.
That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
We'll have him bring some fudge, Star.
پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسروینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Thursday, December 19, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Hamid Karzai has visited Paktia province to express his condolences to the family of martyred Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. During this visit, he met with Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, and expressed his condolences over the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Pakistan, met with Asad Qaisar, the former member of the National Assembly of Pakistan and the leading member of the Tehreek-e-Insaf party. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad says in this meeting bilateral relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan, the movement of people between the two countries, trade and several other issues were discussed, and emphasis was placed on resolving the existing problems. According to the embassy, in this meeting, Mr. Qaisar also offered condolences to the Afghan ambassador of the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. Najibullah Ahmadi, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia, met with Dr. Muhammad Saleh Jafar, the director of Al-Bukhari International University, and discussed the problems and suggestions of Afghan students and providing them with more facilities. The Ministry of Justice says that this month it has recovered 20,000 acres of Emirate land from the usurpers in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Gaur, Khost and Panjshir provinces and handed it over to the relevant agencies. In addition, officials of the ministry added that it has also seized over 375,742 acres of land in 31 provinces, and serious efforts are underway to return it. Let's see more details in this report.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Technical Committee for Identification and Assessment of Usurped Emirati Lands of Kabul Province has recovered around 20,000 acres of land in different provinces this month. I handed them over to the relevant agencies, most of which are in Kandahar Province.
During the
month of Jamadul Awal 1446 AH, the technical committees for preventing land grabbing have recovered more than 20,376 acres of Emirate land in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Gaur, Khost and Panjshir provinces after verification, and have handed it over to the relevant departments. The largest amount of land recovered in the entire month is located in Kandahar province, which includes 9,610 acres of land.
In addition, technical committees for preventing land grabbing have secured over 300 acres of Emirati land in 25 provinces of Afghanistan, which will be freed from the clutches of usurpers and violent individuals and handed over to the relevant agencies.
During the month of Jamadul Awal, the technical committees for preventing land grabbing have verified more than 316,813 acres of Emirate land in 25 provinces of Afghanistan, and have taken more than 375,742 acres of land under verification in 31 provinces. The process of collecting, validating, and refunding Emirate land continues in all provinces.
The Ministry of Justice adds that the process of reviving, securing, and returning Emirati land continues in all provinces, and the files of thousands of acres of usurped Emirati land are under review by technical committees.
Maulavi Muhammad Yunus Rashid, Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with Stefan Radix, head of the United Nations Development Program for Afghanistan. During the meeting, the two sides discussed the launch of capacity building programs for youth, creating job and educational opportunities for them. The Ministry of Information and Culture says that a 7-day capacity building seminar organized by the Ministry's Deputy Department of Finance, Administration and Tourism for central and provincial directors has concluded. According to the Ministry, the seminar was attended by Mullah Khairullah Khairkhwa, the Minister of Information and Culture, Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administration, Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture, Maulavi Muhammad Yunus Rashid, the Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs, Qari Said Khoste, the legal advisor to the Ministry, and the central and provincial directors of the Ministry of Information and Culture. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs says that 10,000 youth are currently engaged in technical and vocational training in 50 of the Ministry's centres. The Ministry spokesman said that they are trying to expand vocational education across the country to reduce unemployment among the youth. More details in the report. The efforts of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs to provide more vocational training for the youth in the country. The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs says that about 10,000 young people are currently engaged in vocational training in 70 sectors across the country.
The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs has activated approximately 50 technical and vocational training centres in all ministries, in which approximately 10,000 compatriots, especially young people, are engaged in technical and vocational training programs. Efforts are being made to increase these programs so that through this we can reduce the problem of unemployment because those who have skills in the labour market can find work.
On the other hand, several citizens praised the vocational training programs of the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, saying that the young people can serve the country and society by learning these sectors, along with providing a livelihood for their families.
My request to the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs is to increase the number of vocational and technical training centres in all provinces so that young people can learn vocational and technical skills and enter the market. Provide technical and vocational training so that our youth can earn a living and advance their lives.
Every year, the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs graduates thousands of youth after learning vocational training and presents them to society. Sheikh Mohammed Qasim Khalid, Nimro's governor, met with Musa Adam, director of the World Food Programme, and the accompanying delegation in that province. In this meeting, Mr. Khalid discussed the problems of the province residents, especially the returning refugees, with the United Nations representatives and asked them to increase the level of their assistance in this province. On the other hand, the World Food Programme officials stated that they are ready to cooperate with the local administration officials in distributing aid to needy families. The Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of Kandahar Province has launched 2 development projects of the Afghanistan Social Support and Livelihood Program in the Maiwan district of the province at a cost of over 4.5 million Afghanis. These projects include paving 1,700 meters of rural roads, cleaning 2,250 meters of canals, and constructing 3 bridges and 3 water gates. During the work of these projects, hundreds of workers will be provided with employment opportunities, and upon their completion, the problems of the residents of the district will be resolved in related areas. The process of reconstruction of 10-kilometer road by the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of Nuristan Province with the financial support of the World Food Programme has started in the Nurgaram district of the province. According to local administration officials, hundreds of jobs have been created during the project, and once completed, the problems of residents will be solved. And the final one is that 44 passengers were killed and 76 others injured in 2 separate road accidents on the Kabul-Kandahar highway in the center and other districts of Ghazni Province. The head of the Information and Culture of Ghazni Province said that the accident occurred last night when 2 580 passenger vehicles collided with an oil tanker and a truck. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد کور داد باتورانو کور.
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 18, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The bill approved by the Russian parliament to remove the Islamic Emirate from the list of banned groups will be submitted to Russian president for ratification after the Senate vote on Friday. Analysts say that this step by Russia opens the way for other countries to interact with the Islamic Emirate in addition to mutual benefits. Let's see more in this report.
The Russian parliament last week approved the bill to remove the Islamic Emirate from Moscow's list of banned groups in the first step of the voting process. It completed 2 more rounds of voting yesterday and will be submitted to Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, for ratification after the Senate vote next Friday.
The first consequence is that the political pressure exerted on Afghanistan by the international community and international actors can be reduced. The second consequence is that it can provide international assistance for the reconstruction of Afghanistan, for the growth of Afghanistan, for the growth and economic development of Afghanistan.
A few days ago, the Islamic Emirate welcomed Russia's recent steps to strengthen relations and also called on other countries to remove obstacles to relations with Islamic Emirate.
This will enable to move the relations between Russia and Afghanistan in a positive direction, and it will help in recognition of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in the region and the world. And it will give Afghanistan further progress in political field, and it will help in strengthening economic relations with Russia.
This comes at a time when Russia has recently stepped up efforts to develop relations between Kabul and Moscow. A few days ago, a high-ranking delegation from the country visited Kabul, and Dmitry Peskov, Kremlin spokesman, said that Moscow wants strong relations with Islamic Emirate.
Shir Muhammad Abbas Tanakzai, Deputy Minister for Political Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, participated in the seminar on the role of the media in strengthening the Islamic government and called the role of the media important in strengthening the Islamic government. In this program, Shir Muhammad Abbas Tanakzai called on all domestic media to portray the positive developments of the Islamic Emirate to the world and to fight against the negative propaganda of the biased media. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of Afghanistan to Islamabad, met with Dr. Mukhtar Ahmad, the chairman of the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad said that in this meeting both sides discussed the provision of educational scholarship to Afghan students by Pakistan, study visas, dormitory problems, short-term courses, and the registration of new students. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Tehran, met with the ambassador of Nicaragua to Iran. In this meeting, the two sides discussed the expansion of relations between the two countries, the opening of embassies in Kabul and Managua, and bilateral cooperation. Maulavi Muhammad Ali Jan Ahmad, the Deputy Minister for Coordination of Jirgaz and Tribal Affairs of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, met with tribal leaders of Muhammad Aghe district of Logar province. In this meeting, which was attended by dozens of tribal leaders from the district, they presented their problems and difficulties. They requested assistance and cooperation regarding the ownership of agricultural land in the Attasck district area. The Deputy Minister for Coordination of Jirgaz and Tribal Affairs of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs assured them that their problems would be addressed. He added that they are trying to address the people's problems promptly. Several Turkish investors have expressed their interest in agriculture, construction materials production, and rising exports from Afghanistan in a meeting with Maulavi Abdullah Zahid, the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce, and have requested information about investing in Afghanistan. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says to attract foreign investment in the country, a special department has been established within the framework of this ministry, where foreign investors can obtain information about visas and investments in Afghanistan online. Let's see more in this report.
The Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce met with Turkish investors on December 17. During this meeting, Turkish investors expressed their interest in investing in Afghanistan's agriculture and special construction materials production, as well as discussing a rising exports from Afghanistan.
During the meeting, Turkish investors expressed their interest in investing in agricultural sector, exporting Afghan raisins to Turkey, and requested information about Afghanistan's investment needs.
At the same time, the Turkish investors have also requested information about investing in Afghanistan during this meeting. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that it has established a special department to attract foreign investment, where foreign investors can obtain information about investing in Afghanistan online.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce has established an independent department to provide the necessary facilities to investors and attract more investment, and investors can receive visas and information online.
Furthermore, economic analysts consider the investment in Afghanistan's agriculture and industry by Turkish investors a good step, saying that this will strengthen Afghanistan's relations with the region and the world.
Whenever we can attract investments in the agriculture sector, it can undoubtedly bring out an agricultural revolution, because by transferring technology and equipment, seed, and creating new technology, it can create widespread changes in the agricultural sector. Foreign investors, especially Turkish investors, know that they are effective in promoting economic growth and developing regional relations in Afghanistan. On the other hand, there is a need to ensure investment security in Afghanistan so that it can attract more foreign investment into Afghanistan.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has also expressed the readiness of the ministry to distribute land to investors under the law on industrial zones of the Islamic Emirate.
Answer some of the questions that we still have about this particular incident.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Commission for the Prevention of Grab Lands has recovered 20,376 acres of Emirate land from usurpation in Kandahar, Kunduz, Jawzjan, Ghor, Khost and Panjshir provinces in the past month, according to the ministry. In addition, during this period, 316,813 acres of Emirate land have been confirmed in 25 provinces, and 375,742 acres of land have been reviewed in 31 provinces. The Ministry of Higher Education says that 5 development projects worth 47 million Afghans have been commissioned at the Orazgan Institute of Higher Education. According to the ministry, these projects include the construction of a General Assembly Hall, a solar power system, a water supply network, a computer lab, and a parking lot. The delegation to Uzbekistan, led by Dr. Abdulbari Omar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and including representatives of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Finance, also held joint meetings with the Minister of Energy of Uzbekistan, the heads of the National Energy Administration of Uzbekistan, and the Electricity Sales and Purchase Agency. During these meetings, comprehensive discussions were held on the 500 kilowatt power transmission line from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan. It has been decided that after a thorough technical discussion, the work on the 500 kilowatt power transmission line from Uzbekistan will also begin.
Yeah, there'll be lots of
Dr.
questions
Abdul Bari
to the
Omar,
police
the General
about the
Executive
details, because
Director of the
what we've got so
Afghanistan
far
Electricity Company,
is so
signed a
little
power
and
purchase
sketchy, but we can see
agreement
from the
for
live pictures that
2025 with the
the scene is
leadership of the
empty of any
Uzbekistan
party
National
goers.
Electricity
All we can see
Company.
there on the
It's
right-hand
worth
side
mentioning that power
police
purchase
vehicles
agreements
with
have
blue lights
also been
flashing,
renewed with
the
Turkmenistan and
aftermath of
Tajikistan
an
for
emergency incident.
2025. The
And,
High Commission
we
for
know that this has been
Refugees says
described as a
that
mass
more than
casualty
100
incident with 10
refugees
dead
have
and
returned to
around
the country
30
from
injured, and it
Pakistan.
is
According to
happening just
Kandahar
around the corner
Information
from
and
Caesar's
Culture
Superdome,
Department,
which
the
is where
refugees
just in a
returned to
few
the country
hours, the
yesterday
All-State Bowl
via
is due
the
to be,
province's Spin
kicking
Boldak
off,
port.
which is a local sporting event. So,
And the final one
many
is that
people would have
the
travelled,
Deputy Minister
from,
for
all sorts
Counter-Narcotics of the
distances
Ministry of
to
Interior Affairs
attend
announced
that
the arrest
they may
of
have
8
been out
suspects
partying the
in
night
connection
before.
with
There
the
would have been a
sale,
lot of
use and
people,
transportation
on
of
the
drugs
streets
from 3
last
provinces
night and in
of
the hours
the country.
after
According to the Deputy Minister,
midnight,
the
and
suspects
into the
were
new
arrested
year.
by the anti-narcotics
just to,
police from Kapisa,
give viewers some
Balkh
details
and
on
Nimroz
this part of
provinces.
New
The
Orleans,
deputy
if you're
added
not
that
familiar
some
with the
drugs
French
such as
Quarter,
hashish,
has,
drug tablets and
at
other
least
types of drugs
17
were
million
also
visitors
recovered from the
annually to this
detainees.
part of town. It's a key driver for
And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Tourists and locals.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد
As people were prepared to
پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 17, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met with the heads of the jihadi madrasas of Panjshir and Paktia provinces. Sheikh Masihullah, the head of Panjshir Jihadi Madrasa, and Sheikh Talib Jan Adib, the head of Paktia Jihadi Madrasa, informed the political deputy of the Prime Minister about their affairs and developments, and noted that the jihadi madrasas are in an excellent position in terms of attracting students and providing excellent teaching. The head of Paktia Madrasa said that due to the cooperation of the people and the support of the Islamic Emirate, all educational centers in the province along with the jihadi madrasa are functioning well. The head of the Panjshir Jihadi Madrasa also expressed his happiness over the resolution of several problems in the jihadi madrasas in the province, and the level of attraction of Panjshir Jihadi Madrasa will increase in the future. Maulavi Abdul Kabir praised the activities of the jihadi madrasas and said that the Islamic Emirate supports all educational centers for the better future of the country, and efforts are underway to develop them.
Public safety partners, they say, are responding.
Qaridin Muhammad Hanif, the Minister of Economy, met with the Director of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Investment and discussed strengthening economic and trade relations between the two countries. In this meeting, Mr. Hanif stated that considering the economic-oriented policy of the Islamic Emirate, it has created the necessary opportunities and facilities to attract domestic and foreign investments in various sectors. On the other hand, the Director of Oman Chamber of Commerce and Investment shared his information with the leadership of the ministry about the solar energy production plan and expressed his interest in investing in this sector.
Have occurred.
Yeah, and
Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with officials of Afghan Aid, TILO, Concern and ActionAid organizations. Mr. Osmani stressed the need to implement projects in coordination with the ministry's officials. Meanwhile, Charles David, head of the Afghan Aid organization, stressed the importance of development projects, adding that partner organizations will implement various programs more effectively
has been
for farmers
apprehended,
in
so we don't
Afghanistan.
know what happened to the driver And
The
a
Ministry
police
of
press
Energy and Water
conference is
says
due
that
soon,
the
and no
first
doubt
phase of the
that will be
maintenance
one of
and
the first
monitoring of the
questions that they
Kharwardin
will
and
have to
Logar province
answer,
has been completed
whether
for
this threat is over, because all indications
30,999,992
suggest
Afghans.
that
According to the
authorities are
ministry,
treating
the
this
dam
as
can
a
store
live,
11.1 million
threat,
cubic meters
warning
of
people
water,
to stay away.
generate
We know that 10
362
people have been
kilowatts
killed,
of electricity,
dozens
and
injured,
irrigate
and they've been taken to
2,155
across
hectares
5
of
hospitals.
land.
And you can see from the live pictures that this
During
is
his
still
visit to
very
Kandahar
much,
province,
an
Abdul
active
Qahir
scene
Haji Idris, the
with a
Director
number of
General of the
vehicles
National
still,
Statistics and
still
Information
present.
Authority, and his accompanying delegation visited various departments of the Provincial Statistics and Information Authority. During this visit, recommendations were made to Maulavi Nur Ahmad Saeed, the new Director of Statistics and Information of Kandahar province, and other officials to be honest in their work and treat people well. Discussions were also held on creating more facilities for the residents of the province and resolving the problems of the people in the field of population registration. A cooperation agreement worth $698,547 was signed between the National Disaster Management Authority and the Norwegian Committee for Afghanistan. Mr. Tarabi, the Director of the National Disaster Management Authority, welcomed the delegation and said that the institutions should speed up their work so that the needy can benefit from assistance promptly. Ehsan Fakhiri, the Acting Director of the Norwegian Committee, said that they will continue their work and assistance without delay. He added that they are working on ongoing projects in 12 provinces. It's worth mentioning that according to the agreement, 1,630 needy families in Parwan, Panjshir and Badakhshan provinces will receive
on the corner of Bourbon
with assistance
and Canal
after
Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans. It's a very,
in a statement, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development said that the topographic study process for a residential township to be built for foreign diplomats in the Dar al-Aman area of Kabul city has been completed. The statement added that this township is being built for foreign diplomats at the request of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This township is planned to be built on 371.5 acres of land in Dar al-Aman area. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations says that it will dig 2 million trenches in Afghanistan by 2024. The organization said in a statement on its X page that the trenches aim to control floods and snow, conserve water resources, prevent soil erosion, and ecological reconstruction in Afghanistan.
And there was
We have
already
more
an extra
details
police
in
presence,
the
extra law
report.
enforcement has been drafted in
The
because
United
of that
Nations
huge
Food
game
and
that's going to be
Agriculture
due to be held
Organization
today
to
between
dig
Georgia and
about
Notre
2
Dame.
million
Thousands of
trenches
people from
in Afghanistan by
those two states and
2024.
supporting those two university
These trenches
teams
are dug
have
for the
arrived
purpose
in
of
the city,
controlling
of
floods
course,
and
support
snow,
the team, but of course to
conserving
celebrate
water
New Year's
resources, preventing
as well.
soil
Sadly, thank you
erosion,
for now.
and
Let me just,
ecological
if I can bring in
restoration.
Kevin Jewell, who's a security
The purpose of
consultant
digging
and
these
former
trenches
police
is to
officer.
control floods
His
and
expertise
snow,
on
preserve
these
water
kinds of
resources,
situations.
prevent
Kevin,
soil
thanks so
erosion,
much for being
restore
with
the
us.
environment, and
You'll have
create
heard from our
short-term
conversation with
employment,
Sadia.
which has
We've
changed
got
the
some of the
landscape and
detail, but there's
improved
still
groundwater management.
some elements
Meanwhile,
that needs to be
officials
filled
from the
in,
Ministry of
specifically
Agriculture,
about the
Irrigation and
individual
Livestock
who
say
may well have been
that in
responsible
cooperation
for this.
with aid
What's your sense
organizations and the Ministry
of what's taken
Development
place here
Fund,
and as to how
they have been
difficult
able
it
to
is
dig ditches
try
and
and
trenches in
prevent
different
these
provinces
vehicle
to
ramming
prevent
attacks?
floods and strengthen groundwater.
The
Ministry of Agriculture, in coordination and cooperation with development budget of donor organizations, has taken necessary steps to build dams in various provinces for the purpose of managing seasonal water and to dig up land to prevent floods and soil erosion.
The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has already dug more than 8 million trenches in various parts of Afghanistan. An agreement worth $1.8 million has been signed between the Technical and Vocational Education Authority and 20 domestic institutions. According to officials, according to the agreements, these institutions will implement and operate projects in the country through short-term programs to improve food security. Let's see more in this report. The Technical and Vocational Education Authority and 20 domestic institutions have signed a cooperation agreement worth $1.8 million. According to officials of the Technical and Vocational Education Authority, the Islamic Emirates is committed to training qualified personnel youth in the country in various fields for the society.
Other really strong material to try and protect open spaces.
The total
issue,
cost
I
of
guess,
this project
here,
is
Kevin,
$1.5
as you
million,
mentioned, is this
of which
Bourbon Street and Canal
contracts
Street,
worth
when
$1.8
people aren't
million
partying in
signed
the
with
early
20
hours, these are
national
thoroughfares.
institutions today.
People are
The project
using
will be
these
completed
streets
within the
as
next
normal
5
surface
months.
roads to get around the city.
Absolutely.
Officials say that according to these agreements, the cooperating institutions will implement and operate projects in poverty reduction and providing employment through short-term educational programs.
Food and families and communities. Second, economic growth through skills and employment creation for youth. Third, improved nutrition for vulnerable groups. Fourth, creating sustainable employment opportunities for youth.
Officials from the relevant institutions say that they will implement the projects in the country as
this area, the
promised.
French Quarter, is an area where people do
The goal of this
gather to
agreement is
party
to
in the
increase the
evening.
capacity
You're
of the
suggesting that
houses
perhaps
so
there
that
could
there
have
are
been sort
people in
of
them
a
who can
security
educate them
ring put
and
in
introduce them to the
wider so
community
that
and do
no
good things
vehicles
in
could
the
have
community.
access. It's not clear
It's
at this
worth
point whether or
mentioning
not
that
that's
since
a
the Islamic
mitigation that had even
Emirate regained
even
power,
been used
the
as, say, we are
Technical
waiting for
and
the
Vocational
police,
Education
and perhaps we'll get that
Authority has
detail
provided
when they give that
thousands
news
of
conference.
young people with vocational and professional education in various fields and presented them to the society after training.
And the final one is that the Afghan Red Crescent Society says that they have provided health services to more than 20,000 people in Kabul province over the past month. According to the society, these services have included vaccinations, providing health services to children, nutrition, dressing the wounded, and various other services in the province for children, men, and women. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
And Kevin, the other thing about this particular instance is, as I've been saying in my conversation with Simon, unfortunately we're becoming very, very used to these kind of vehicle ramming attacks. This one had the added element that it's reported that the driver of this truck, after the ramming attack had stopped in whatever way it had stopped, got out of the vehicle and began to open fire.
Good evening. Today
Police
is
returned
Monday,
fire,
December 16,
and
2024.
it's not clear exactly
I'm
what happens
Suleiman
next.
Talash,
That just
and
adds
you're
another
watching
element, doesn't it? Of course,
RTA News.
US police
Maulvi
are
Amir Khan Muttaqi,
armed and they're
Oil
able to
Minister,
respond
his
to that kind of
Turkmen
incident, but
counterpart
it
Rashid
does add
Muradov
another
and the
level to
delegation
this.
visited Tapi pipeline on the Afghan-Turkmen border. During the meeting, the two sides discussed the extension of the railway along Tapi, the construction of railway depots in Torgundai, the transmission of optical fiber, and visa and transportation facilities for Afghans. Economic analysts say that with the implementation of the Tapi project, Afghanistan will receive an annual revenue of $400 million,
Kevin,
as well as a large amount of gas,
those
and completion of this project will strengthen regional security.
I guess, be prepared to, if you wanted to do that with an area like this, close off. Kevin, if you just pause me a moment, Kevin, come back to you. I'm going to go to New Orleans where we're getting a news conference from local police. Let's listen.
What has taken place. Because this is an active investigation, we want to make our citizens aware of what is taking place, and there will be no questions because we are continuing to investigate. We will have an updated briefing at 11. We'll be at police headquarters. If that changes, we will let you know. And for 3 p.m.
In addition to reviewing the operational aspect of the Tapi project, the meeting also discussed the extension of the current railway, the construction of railway station in Torgundai, the transmission of the optical fiber, and the transportation sectors between Turkmenistan and Afghanistan, as well as visa and consular facilities.
Economic analysts say that the completion of the Tapi project will ensure regional security and Afghanistan will receive millions of dollars in annual revenue in addition to gas.
Afghanistan can earn $400 million annually in transit rights through the implementation of the TOPI project through Afghanistan to Pakistan and India. In the first 10 years, it will earn 0.5 billion cubic meters of
as you
gas.
can see, we are
in the
just
next 10
waiting
years,
now
it will
for,
earn 1
this
billion
news
cubic
conference.
meters of gas, and in the third 10 years, it will earn 1.5 billion cubic
It was
meters
clear
of
there
gas.
that the official who just spoke at the mic
The TOPI project is
said an
considered one of the
investigation
largest
is
national projects in
active,
Afghanistan.
ongoing.
Upon
Therefore,
completion,
the officials
this
who are about
project
to
can help
speak, about to
improve the
walk up to the
economic situation
microphone
and
here,
employment.
will not be taking any
In addition,
questions. I can see an
if this
FBI
project is
jacket.
carried
I
out
can
in a
see
favorable and
what
correct
looks
manner,
like an
it will
individual
also be
there
effective
with
with
a police
stability
cap,
and security of the
perhaps
region.
a senior
In this
police
meeting,
officer,
the
perhaps
Minister
a
of
chief
Foreign
of
Affairs of
police.
Turkmenistan
There'll be a number of
informed the
agencies who
Afghan
will
side
now
about the progress,
address the media,
acceleration,
give their
and plans
updates
of the
as
TOPI
best they can,
project
but
in
no
Afghanistan.
questions will be taken.
Both
Let's go back
sides
to
agreed
New
that
Orleans.
their technical teams will continue their meetings to accelerate
And
the
Mayor
TOPI
Latari
project,
Cantor, I will
develop
start
the
with her
railway,
remarks.
simplify visa and
Okay,
transport
just give us just a little space,
processes, and
ladies and
promote
gentlemen.
economic cooperation.
Good morning.
According to a
First
report
of
by
all,
the
we
China
do
Daily
know
newspaper,
that
China's deputy permanent representative
of
to
New
the
Orleans
United
was
Nations,
impacted
Yang
by
Shuang,
a
called the
terrorist
freezing
attack.
of
It's all
Afghanistan's
still under
assets an
investigation.
illegal and
You'll hear
unilateral
more
measure and called
after
for
me. However,
the unconditional
I have
release
been
of
in
these
direct
assets.
contact with
Mr. Shuang also
the White
called on
House,
relevant countries
with
to support
Governor
the efforts
Landry,
of the Islamic Emirate
and, of
to
course, a
improve the
unified
economic
command who is
situation
present
and
here.
the lives of the people of
What I'm
Afghanistan.
asking at this
Nuruddin
time
Azizi, the Minister
are
of Industry
prayers
and
for
Commerce, met
those
with
who have
Gaziz
lost their
Al-Basir,
lives
the new
in the
Kazakh
city of New
ambassador to
Orleans
Kabul,
due
to
to this
discuss the
tragedy.
visit of a high-level delegation
addition
from
to
that
that,
country to
I'm asking
Afghanistan.
the public
During the
to
meeting,
stay
the Ministry
clear
of Industry and Commerce said
of
that
8
the
blocks
Kazakh ambassador
around Bourbon
expressed
Street.
his country's
Stay
interest in
clear
investing in
from Bourbon
Afghanistan's
Street,
mining
8
and
blocks
transport
around.
sectors. On the other hand,
Very
Mr.
active,
Azizi
and again, a
emphasized the
unified
implementation
command
of commitments
is in place
made
right
between
now.
the two countries
I'm going
and
to
assigned
ask
a
Chief
technical team
Kirkpatrick
to
to give
prepare
you an
for the
update.
Kazakh delegation's
You're then going
visit.
to hear from our agent in charge relative to the
And
FBI.
also Nuruddin
So
Azizi,
at
the
this
Minister
time,
of Industry and Commerce, met with the Deputy Chairman of Oman Chamber of Commerce
So I'm going to give
and
you as
Industry
much of
to
the
discuss
information I possibly
increasing trade
can. We
between
are going to give you an
Afghanistan
update
and
a
Oman.
couple of
The
times
Ministry of Industry
today.
and Commerce said
So we
that
will
during
give
the
you just
meeting,
the basics
discussions
this
were
morning,
held on
right?
Oman's investment
We
in
had
Afghanistan
this
mines,
event started
the establishment
at
of
about
an
3:15.
international laboratory
It did
company
involve
related
a
to minerals
man
and the
driving
establishment
a
of a
pickup
joint
truck
chamber of
down
commerce
Bourbon
between
Street
the two
at a very fast
countries.
pace, and it was very intentional.
The Afghan Electricity Company
behavior.
announced the reconnection of
man was
electricity
trying to
imported
run
from
over
Uzbekistan
as
and
many people
Turkmenistan
as
to
he
the
possibly
country.
could.
According to the company,
It was
the
not a
imported
DUI
electricity from
situation.
Uzbekistan has
This
been
is
cut
more
off in
complex
Balkh,
and more serious
Samangan,
based on the
Parwan,
information we
Panjshir,
have right now.
Kapisa, Kabul, Nangarhar,
respect to
Lagman,
numbers,
Paktia, Logar,
we have
Khost,
right
Maidan
now,
Wardak,
and
Ghazni,
as you
and
already
Baghlan
know,
provinces
this
due to
could change
storm,
throughout
but
the
it was
day.
successfully
We do know
reconnected.
that there are
Mullah
26
Nuruddin Torabi,
injured people
head of the National
who are
Disaster
at
Management
UMC
Authority, met with
Hospital.
representatives of
We know
DRC
we have
and
4
Darman
at
institutions
Turo,
to assign memorandums of
4 at
understanding on
Oshner
joint cooperation
Baptist,
with them.
1
In these
at
meetings,
Tulane.
Mr.
But
Torabi,
even
while
as I was
appreciating the
walking out the
activities of
door,
the partner
I believe I
institutions in
have
the
an
country,
unconfirmed
added that partner
additional
institutions
people who
should
have been
increase
taken
their
to
level
other
of
area
assistance
hospitals,
to people in
possibly on
need,
the east
considering
side.
the
But we will
arrival
give you
of
as
the
many
cold
correct
season.
numbers as
After
we
the completion
can
of the basic
as the
parts
day
and
progresses.
testing of the construction
It is a
materials in
very
the laboratory,
tragic
the
situation for me to
asphalting work
tell
of the
you
new road
that
from
we
the
know
airport
we have
avenue to
10
customs
people
area
that this
began.
man
According
killed
to the head of the infrastructure project
Bourbon
supervision
Street.
of the Kabul
That is
municipalities,
why
programs
we
and
do
projects
not
management
want
department,
anyone
this
on
road,
Bourbon
which is
Street today,
2,794
wherever you see
meters
yellow
long
tape,
and 60
please
meters
do not
wide, is
violate
currently
this
asphalting
tape.
on
This is
line
in order
of
to
2
protect
kilometers
and
long.
stabilize
This road
the
is
scene.
under construction, including curbs,
have
canals,
information
sidewalks,
to a certain
flower
degree
beds,
of the
bicycle lanes,
demographics
lights,
of
and
those
road
who are in the
markings,
hospital
traffic
right
signs,
now.
and other parts
We
of
do
the
not
standard
know,
road,
at
which will
this
provide many
point,
facilities.
how many could be tourists
The
versus
Disaster
locals.
Management Directorate of
but from
Nangarhar
the
Province, in
information I have
coordination
right
with the
now,
International
it seems the
Organization for
majority
Migration,
are
has
locals
begun distributing
versus,
cash and non-food
tourists.
assistance to 1,817
What I
refugees
also can
from
tell
various
you is
districts of
that
the province
this man,
and the
this
capital
perpetrator,
Jalalabad, who have been
he
affected by
fired
the
on our
disasters.
officers.
On the first day of the distribution,
his vehicle when he crashed
394
his vehicle.
families were assisted in the Gale district,
Two
and
of our
it is
officers
expected
have
that
been shot.
this series will be completed by
They
December
are
19.
stable.
the reconstruction of 15 schools and madrasas at a cost of more than 10 million Afghans in 12 districts of Paktia province was completed and put into use. The Ministry of Education says the construction of these educational centers began 3 months ago from the ministry's budget. The Kabul Provincial Disaster Management Directorate distributed food and non-food items to 209 affected and needy families in Istalif district. In this aid, each family was provided with flour and rice, as well as a number of other essential items. The ones who received the assistance thanked the officials for the service, prayed for their well-being, and requested more
and the indices that we have on the scene.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, Director of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the Director of the International Islamic Welfare Foundation and signed a Memorandum of Understanding on the joint cooperation with him. Based on the Memorandum of Understanding, the aforementioned foundation plans to implement 60 small and medium-sized risk reduction projects, including retaining walls and check dams in Laghman and Kunar provinces.
With all of our partners.
The General Directorate of the Municipal Affairs Reform says that a new building for 11 districts of municipality in Mazar-e-Sharif city has been constructed and put into use for 8.5 million Afghans. The construction cost of this two-story and basic building was paid from the development budget of the Mazar-e-Sharif municipality.
And we are working on confirming if this is a viable
Nasib
device
Khan,
or not.
the Executive Director of the Afghanistan Cricket Board, met with the Secretary General of the Abu Dhabi Sports Council UAE. During the meeting, the two sides discussed bilateral cooperations in the field of cricket, further development of cricket in the region, and implementation of construction affairs for Afghanistan cricket.
At the 11 a.m. press conference.
As a result of the rescue team's efforts, 22 workers who were trapped under rubble in a coal mine in the Raisof Payan district of Samangan province have been rescued. According to the spokesman for Samangan Provincial Office, all the workers who were trapped under the rubble after the mine collapsed in the province since yesterday evening were rescued after 24 hours of efforts by the rescue team.
But we do want you to go about
and the final one is that officials from Helmand province said that 6 people, including women and children, were killed in a road accident in Babaji district of the province. On the other hand, 1 person was killed and 1 more was injured in a road accident in Yakalang district of Bamiyan province.
We will give you
That's all for
everything
tonight.
that we
Stay with us
possibly
to stay
can,
updated.
okay?
Thank you so much
So
for
11
watching.
o'clock,
Have a good night.
We will see you at the headquarters, and we will go again.
From a police station in New Orleans. We heard there from the mayor, Mayor Latoya Cantrell, saying this is a terrorist attack. Chief of Police telling us that this was intentional behaviour of an individual who drove around their barricades, intending to drive over as many people as
Good
possible.
evening. Today is Sunday,
The number
December
of people
15,
who may have been
2024.
injured,
I'm
at
Suleiman
least
Talash and you are watching
35
RTN
injuries
News.
taken to a number
Mullah
of
Abdul Ghani
hospitals
Baradar
in the area.
the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister, met with Sheikh Ziaur Rahman Madani, the Governor of Logar Province, and Maulavi Muhammad Anwar Din Parwar, the Deputy Governor, during his visit to the province. The media office of the Logar Province says that during this meeting, Mr. Madani shared the problems of the residents of the province in water management, implementation of infrastructure projects, agriculture, and construction of cold storage facilities with the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister. According to the office, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister in this meeting said that the Islamic Emirate is meeting the legitimate demands of all segments of the society by considering the basic and primary needs of the people.
Police are going to give another news
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that Afghanistan is currently self-sufficient in iron production. In addition to meeting the needs of the domestic market, it exported 60,000 tons of iron to Pakistan last year and 150,000
promising to give as much
round
info
bars
as possible
to
throughout the day,
this
but saying
in
that
addition,
all
the
they have
Iron
right now
and
to
Steel
offer
Association
are
says
the basics.
that after the Islamic
and
Emirate
going
regained
into some
power for
detail,
the
saying
second
that the
time,
attack started
corruption
around
and smuggling
3:15
of raw
involving a
materials
man
have been
driving a
prevented
pickup
in
very
customs,
fast
due
and
to
very
which
intentional
50%
behaviour,
of the
and saying
factories
that this man
that
was
were
trying to run
stalled
over,
have now started
as
working
many
again.
people
More
as
details
he
in
could.
this
So,
report.
and calling this a terrorist attack.
Afghan industry
and the mayor
has
there
made
saying
significant
that
progress
this
in
is
the
still
past
under
20 years.
investigation.
And now,
and
Afghanistan
she's
is
been in
self-sufficient
direct
in
contact
almost
with the
140
White House,
sectors,
the
one
local
of which is the
governor,
iron
and
production
all the
sector.
units who were
The Ministry of
present
Industry and
there.
Commerce says that the Islamic
And then
Emirate
she
is committed
also
to the
asked for
development
prayers
of
for
the
those who have
industry,
lost
which
their
has
lives,
started
but
operating
very
for new
crucially
factories in the
asked the
iron
public
sector
to stay
in the
clear
past year.
of 8
And
blocks
Afghanistan has now
around Bourbon
turned from
Street
an
where it
importing
happened. She
country
repeated
to an
that
exporting country in
plea,
this sector.
asking people to stay away 8 blocks
Afghanistan
around the
and the
street,
countries of the
saying that this
region
is a
are in the
very
trade
active
with each other.
situation and
Last
that
year,
unified
we
command are still
exported
in place.
60,000 tons
And
of
before
round
she passed over
skewers
to ask
to Pakistan,
the
and this
chief,
year we have contracts to
the police
export
chief to give an update
150,000
as well.
tons
And so
to
we've
Turkmenistan.
had some
In
information.
addition,
We've
the
we've
Iron and
heard the
Steel
mayor
Union
calling
says
this
that
a terrorist attack.
Afghanistan
and
used to
giving us some
import
details,
iron
saying
worth
that
$1 billion
a man
annually,
was driving that
which
vehicle
now not only
and
meets
urging
its
people
own
to stay
needs,
well
but
clear
also
of that
exports
area.
iron to
And
regional
that word
countries.
active, I think, is quite key. The sense being,
In the past 3 years, the Islamic Emirate of
the status of this
Afghanistan's serious
perpetrator, the sense
attention
being that
to
this
production
individual may,
and
in fact, still
investment
be
has
at
enabled
large, and they are still
Afghanistan
seeking him.
to produce
Exactly.
all its
And I
needs
think
through
the
raw
lack of that
materials in the
information about where the
country and
perpetrator
export
is,
abroad.
and the lack of
A country
anything
that
saying
used
that
to
the
import
threat
$1
is
billion
over
of
completely
iron ore annually
tells us a lot.
from abroad,
And it's interesting
fortunately,
that
it has become an
the
exporting
police chief
country
did come
today.
back right
At the same
the
time,
end,
several
to
industrialists
urge
also
people
admit
to
that with
continue
the Islamic Emirate,
enjoying
special attention has been
themselves.
paid to the iron and
It's
steel
a bit of a
sector,
strange
and most of
one
its
for
problems
me
have
at
been
the end of
resolved.
that.
But
To
they are
urge the
seeking more
city to
support from
continue
the
enjoying
government to
themselves, to
further
continue
strengthen
visiting
this sector.
sporting places, all while this is happening.
After the political
Perhaps a
changes
sense
in
that
the
they're
country,
trying to
the steel
try and
industry in
get some sort of
Afghanistan has
normalness
developed
back
well.
to the city,
This
but,
industry was able to
how
have
they think they
widespread
will be able to
products
do
in
that
this
when we're seeing
regard,
these scenes on our
along with
screens
importing
of
to foreign
streets blocked
countries.
off, and
This
when we're
caused to
hearing from the
increase
FBI
in
and police
investment
and the mayor
opportunities
that
along with
people are urged to stay
employment
away from that
opportunities
area.
for the people.
And that was a call that they repeated over and over again.
The government should cooperate with us. We want them to help us with the electricity, making new factories and taxes, and to find us an international market.
This is why 43 iron production factories are currently operating across the country,
Kevin back
employing
in, that
4,000
security
people.
consultant who was listening in
Muhammad Halim
to
Rafi,
that
spokesman
news
for the
conference.
National Statistics and Information Agency,
I hope
said
you heard
that
some
by
of
the
that news
order of the
conference,
Islamic
and one
Emirates
detail that I
leader,
wanted to
Maulavi
pull out
Nur
and speak
Ahmad
to you
Said was
about is
officially
that we got from
introduced
Chief
as the new director of
Kirkpatrick
the
that
Provincial
they had
Statistics and
barricades
Information
up,
Agency
but
and
she
began
said
his
that
duties.
this individual
Maulavi
drove
Nur
the
Ahmad
truck
Said
around
previously
them,
served
intent
as
on
the
driving to as
accountant
many people as
editor
possible.
of Kandahar.
Yeah, it's an interesting comment.
The Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs reports that since the beginning of this year, work licenses have been distributed to nearly 80,000 people, of which about 3,000 were foreign citizens. The spokesperson for the ministry says that these people have been employed in government departments, the private sector, national and international institutions, and companies. Let's see more in this report.
Efforts of the Ministry of Labour and
we
Social
can even
Affairs
describe
to
them properly
provide
as
work
barriers if you can just drive
opportunities
around
for
them. But
citizens in the
as you say, that will come out
Recently,
in the
the spokesperson of
investigation.
the Ministry of Labour and
She also
Social
talked about the
Affairs said
intentional
that since the
behaviour as
beginning
well
of this
of this
year,
individual.
work
And I guess that
licenses have
speaks
been
to the
distributed
conversation that
to
you and I were
nearly
having
80,000 foreign citizens
prior to that
and
news conference
nationals in
beginning
the
about
country.
these vehicle
And
ramming
these people
attacks. That
are
I guess
working
once
in
these things
government
get underway,
departments,
once an
the
individual
private
decides they're
sector,
going to use a
and
vehicle to
national
drive
and
into people,
international
they
institutions.
can be really
چې له دې ډلې
devastating.
څخه نږدې 3,000 بهرني وګړي
Again,
دي.
a lot
Of
of
this
this will
number,
come out, if not
there are
already,
nearly
in the
3,000
inquiry and the
foreigners. Of course,
investigation. But
in those sectors where there is a
I
need
thought the
for
press
work
conference
and
was
if
interesting.
there is
It was
no technical workers in the country in
usual
these
fine
sectors,
line that the
with
police
the
and
approval of the
other
Ministry of
try
Labour and
and
Social
trade
Affairs,
around giving enough
employees from
information and
abroad will
reassurance.
be brought to Afghanistan
But
in the
equally,
private sector and and employ them based on the principles of the law of Afghanistan and obtain work permits from the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs.
The spokesperson for the ministry adds that they are trying to provide work opportunities to more people in the country next year.
They کار او ټولنیزو چارو وزارت د
With the implementation of the programs of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, I can say that this number will increase even more next year. And with the implementation of the commitments made at the National Labor Conference, more countrymen, especially young people, will be provided with employment opportunities in minority offices, the private sector and institutions.
On the other hand, a number of citizens of the country are calling on the Islamic Emirate to provide employment opportunities
to think
for
about
young
some of the
people
words that
in
were used in
various
that news conference as well, and
اگه کار
we're
مسائل در
passing
افغانستان
what has been said there and trying to draw information from it, which might not be quite right to do at this stage. But the use of the words terrorist attack as well, and the fact that we didn't hear anything about the perpetrators' current status as to whether they had been killed and decided, whether or not this thing was over. What did you make of that? I mean, the use of the word terrorist suggests that they might have some information about motivation.
Citizens and foreign nationals will reach about 100,000 by the end of this year.
Mullah Bakhtur Rahman Sharafat, Deputy Minister of Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Public Health, visited Ghazni province to inspect the provision of health services at the regional hospital and the progress of the construction work of the new regional hospital in that province. In this meeting, Mr. Sharafat stated that with the completion of this hospital, many of health problems of the local people in neighboring provinces will be solved and patients will be treated in a standard manner.
He has been detained.
Maulavi Ataullah Umari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with a number of farmers, livestock breeders and traders from different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, during the meeting they shared their problems with the Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, who assured them that their problems would be addressed.
Here in the UK. Kevin, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks.
The Kandahar provincial government's media office said that the United Nations under Secretary General for Political Affairs met with Muhammad Sadiq in Khilabi, the Kandahar Deputy Governor, during her visit to the province. According to the office, she expressed confidence in the meeting that the alternative poppy cultivation project in the province by several UN organizations will be successfully implemented in 2025. Meanwhile, the Kandahar Deputy Governor has called for an increase in infrastructure and employment projects in the province.
Described intent on hell-bent on creating carnage.
The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports providing health services to nearly 7,000 people in Maidan Wardak province. According to the Red Crescent Society, these services have been provided by the Afghan Red Crescent Society in various sectors for women and men in different parts of the province over the
continue to enjoy your time here in the city. We know that
the Nuristan
a few
Public Health
things they
Department
seem to
has
all
taken
agree
an
on, that
exam
is that this is an active investigation and that many people have died and many others have been injured. And there was a
the
call
Deputy
to
Director
stay
of the
away
Nuristan Provincial
from
Public Health
certain
Department
streets.
said
8
that
blocks
600
around Bourbon
candidates were
Street
examined transparently
was
for
what we were told,
104 professional, managerial
the
and
scene to stay
service
away
positions
from.
for the
It is a
provincial
very
100-bed
tragic
hospital,
situation,
the
and
Public
we got
Health
some
Department
details
hospital,
that a
the
man
20-bed hospital for drug
quite
addicts and
intentionally went
Intermediate
around
Medical
the barricades.
Institute. The Deputy
He
Governor
was,
of
they said,
Nuristan, Maulavi
hell-bent on causing
Faisal
carnage.
Mukhtar assured
The
that
FBI is now
test
taking over
participants
this
that the right
investigation,
would be given
and we
to the
know
rightful
that,
holder. And
what
the
we've
winner
been
of the
told,
highest
from
score
that
would be
press
declared
conference,
successful
that
for these
although we
positions
don't know
so
the
that
number of
qualified and
tourists
talented
versus the number
people
of
could be
locals, it seems that the
appointed.
majority of the people
The
who
Ministry
were
of Interior Affairs announced the
impacted
arrest
by
of 30
this,
people in connection
the
with
majority taken
various
to
criminal
hospital
offences in
are,
different provinces of the
locals
country.
who were in the
According
area.
to the
We
ministry,
understand that
the
they were
arrested
there
individuals
for New
were
Year
from Nimrod,
celebrations.
Saripol, Takhar,
Described as a very
Badakhshan
tragic
and Laghman
situation, but
provinces
seems
and
to
were
be
arrested by the
slightly
ministry's
confusing on how the
personnel
authorities
on
are
charges
labelling
of
this
criminal
and what
offences,
the next steps are.
robbery
But certainly
and murder.
no information on where the driver is now.
And the final one is that the
he has been
Meteorological
apprehended,
Department of the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation has
in the
forecast
attack,
heavy snowfall and
certainly,
rain
an
in
active
Herat,
investigation,
Farah,
one
Badghis,
that is
Faryab,
very much
Dur,
still active and
Saripol,
ongoing,
Jawzjan,
and that's why the plea
Balkh,
to stay away from the
Samangan,
area.
Bamiyan and Daikundi
I've
provinces
underlined that
today,
word in my
Sunday,
notes here, the
December
Mayor,
15.
Latoya
The
Cantrell,
department
saying
has
this is
also
very
forecast
active, a very
strong
active
winds in
situation.
Farah, Herat in
need
bulk
to stay away
provinces,
if they're trying
including
to
the
ascertain
south.
exactly where this individual is and what may
That's
well
all for
have
tonight.
taken
Thank you
place.
so
We
much for
also,
watching.
during that news
Stay
conference,
with
got a
us
bit of an
to stay
update as to the
updated.
number of
Have a
people
good
who
night.
have been injured. Count about 35 that were mentioned there, but even Ann Kirkpatrick, the chief of police, said that more than likely said that people may have been taken to Eastside Hospital in the city where she hasn't been able to find out exactly how many people have been injured. And also that detail that 2 police officers had been shot. They're stable, we're told, but that happened after this individual crashed the car, which was into the crowd of people on the streets, and then opened fire. And it seems, the way described by Chief Kirkpatrick, it seems as if after he crashed, he then opened fire on the cops.
Good evening. Today is Saturday, December 14, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The great religious scholar of Egypt and the head of the World Organization of Al-Ansari Nabi Association, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Al-Saghir, has sent a message of condolences to Amir al-Mu'minin Sheikh Hibbatullah Khunzada Hafazahullah on the martyrdom of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs. The great religious scholar of Egypt called the martyrdom of the great Mujahid Khalilur Rahman Haqqani a great loss and prayed to God to grant him a high position.
They say that it seems that the majority
Mullah
are
Abdul Ghani
locals.
Baradar Khun, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, says that the unity and mutual respect among the officials of the Islamic Emirate is a strong step on the face of the enemy. According to him, no matter how much negative propaganda the enemy uses, it cannot create distance and distrust between the officials of the Islamic Emirate and the people. We have more in the report.
Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhun, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, while participating in the funeral ceremony of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, said, "Stay alert and do not fall for the enemy's negative propaganda and maintain your unity against this enemy's effort as in the past and work together for the development and sustainability of the government."
Yes, exactly. This is a busy time of the year for this area.
He was unfortunate and is certainly very wise man. May God grant us all such martyrdom. All of his family members who are martyred, we are proud of such bravery and martyrdom.
The economic deputy of the Prime Minister said that Khalilur Rahman Haqqani was a strong mujahid and a true servant of the people, and called his martyrdom an irreparable loss for the Islamic Emirate.
Inshallah, we will not believe whatever the world says. Assert to God, I have said this before. When I see a leader, I'm very happy. This means that there's love and respect between us and our leaders. Don't listen to anyone's words. Don't spoil your thoughts.
It's worth mentioning that since yesterday, in addition to many leaders of the Islamic Emirate, thousands of people from all over the country and from different tribes have traveled to Paktia province for the funeral ceremony of martyr Al-Haji Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. The Ministry of Justice of the Islamic Emirate announced the signing of 7 laws after the Islamic Emirate regained power in the country. According to the ministry, these laws, which include the law of the General Presidency of Decrees, the law on the restitution of the Emirate lands, the law on hearing complaints, the law on the collecting of beggars, the law on currency exchange, the propagation of virtue and prevention of vice, and the law on industrial and commercial places have been published in official gazette after being signed by the leader of the Islamic Emirate. Maulavi Abdul Manan Haqqani, the head of the Urban Violation Prevention Department of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, said that his technical team traveled to Saripal province. Mr. Haqqani said that the team met with Maulavi Khal Muhammad Haqqani, the deputy governor of Saripal province, the mayor of the province, and officials of the districts. During the meeting, the relevant team discussed the purpose of their visit, including familiarizing themselves with the Urban Violations Department, monitoring projects, implementing the plan, and establishing greater coordination and cooperation between the Housing and Urban Development Department and other relevant departments and institutions.
At the end of the news conference, Chief Kirkpatrick
The Ministry of Energy and Water says that the officials from a Turkish company called Magma expressed their interest in investing in energy production in Afghanistan during a meeting with Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water. According to the ministry, Mr. Mansour welcomed the company's readiness to invest in energy production in Afghanistan and assured them of all kinds of cooperation. The United Nations Development Fund has announced the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency has donated $9 million to the people of Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomed the Swedish aid, saying that the aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and meeting the needs of the Afghan people. More details in this report.
The United Nations Development Fund said in a statement on its X page that the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency has provided $9 million in aid to the people of Afghanistan.
This important support will help Afghan social groups find sustainable solutions to existing challenges with strength and hope for the future.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, while appreciating the aid of Sweden, says that the aid will be used in the humanitarian sectors and meeting the needs of Afghans.
This aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and to meet the needs of the Afghan people. Our demand is that the aid to the Afghan people be increased.
Meanwhile, the National Disaster Management Authority says that it has provided assistance to more than 130,000 families in different provinces this year in cooperation with donor organizations.
So far, we have reached approximately 130,000 compatriots since the month of Hamel with the cooperation of organizations, and we had a plan to reach all provinces before the arrival of winter. And according to the plan, we have delivered food, tents and clothing to them.
Recently, Sweden and Bulgaria assisted several citizens through aid organizations on Thursday.
Engineer Gulbuddin Hekmatyar attended the funeral of Khalilur Rahman Haqqani in Paktia province. Mufti Abdul Mateen Khane, Interior Ministry spokesman, said in a statement that Engineer Gulbuddin Hekmatyar prayed for the martyrs and expressed his condolences to Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, Interior Minister of the Islamic Emirate. The Ministry of Education says that the construction work has begun on two schools worth 12 million Afghanis in Saraway district of Paktika province. According to the ministry, the school buildings will have 8 classrooms, a perimeter wall, a clean drinking water system, and other necessary facilities.
A terrorist attack.
Based on the agreement signed by the National Disaster Management Authority of Badghis province with the IRC organization, the Badghis Disaster Management Department, in coordination with the Provincial Disaster Management Department, distributed cash assistance for food items to 485 affected families. In this series, 5,400 Afghanis were distributed to each family. And the final one is that the High Commission for Refugees and Returnees reports that more than 100 families have returned to Afghanistan from Pakistan and Iran. According to the Commission, the families returned to the country via Spin Boldak Port in Kandahar, Islam Khala in Herat, and Nimroz. The Commission also added that the cash and non-cash assistance has been provided to the returnees.
I'm going to ask Chief Kirkpatrick to give you an update.
And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a good night.
In charge.
Tell us about how this news is being reported and covered in the United States. And in more detail, you may have this
given the nature of the event, the details, the time of year, 3:15 a.m. as you
Good
say, that's
evening.
when
Today is
the
Friday,
pickup
December
truck,
13,
ran
2024.
into a
I'm
very
Suleiman Talash
busy
and you are
scene.
watching
New Orleans
RTN News.
is
Dr.
busy
Muhammad
at this
Naeem,
time of
the
year, and it's
ambassador of the
party
Islamic
time
Emirate to
all year
Qatar,
round,
participated
an
in the
iconic
Darbal
place
Sai
for people to
cultural
gather in their
exhibition at
numbers.
the
It
official
certainly was
invitation of
last
the
night. New
Ministry
Orleans
of Information
lays
and Culture
claim,
of
in
that
common with many
country.
other places,
The
to
Afghan
being
embassy in Doha
the
says
capital
that
of
various types
celebration
of
at this
historical and
time
cultural
of year.
artifacts
It is a
from
busy
Qatar
city.
are
New Year
displayed in this
celebrations,
exhibition.
tens of thousands of people gathering for the midnight
The
moment,
Hamas
but
Islamic
also for
movement in
associated
Palestine has
celebrations.
expressed
Later
its
today,
condolences
there
to
is
the
the
Afghan
so-called
government
Sugar
over
Bowl,
the
a
martyrdom
college
of
football
Khalilur
match
Rahman
in
Haqqani,
town, which
the
would have
Minister of
attracted, which has
Refugees and
attracted,
Returnees Affairs in Kabul.
many
The
people,
Hamas
not
movement
just
called the
locally, but
explosion
from
on
around
Khalilur
the
Rahman
country
Haqqani
and from
a
around
terrorist attack
the world. That
and
match,
strongly
incidentally, still
condemned
going
it. The movement
ahead.
expressed
But,
its
I mean, you're looking
solidarity
at the
with the
scene
Afghan
there,
people in
an
this
empty
grief
street,
and offered
Bourbon Street,
its
that
condolences,
Jackson Square
patience,
area
and
where
sympathy
people
to the
gathered
Islamic
last night
Emirate, the
to
families, and
a
the
party.
relatives
There were
of
free
the
bands,
victims.
there were fireworks
Previously,
along the
Qatar,
curve of
Iran,
the
Pakistan,
Mississippi
Turkmenistan,
River, and they
Turkey,
gathered to
the
watch
Organization of Islamic
the drop
Cooperation,
of
the
the
European
symbol of
Union,
the city,
and the
the
United
fleur
Nations
de lis.
Assistance
So
Mission in
it was
Afghanistan
party
or
time, and
UNAMA
everything was
also
going
condemned the
according
attack
to
and expressed their
choreography
condolences
until
to the
that
Afghan
moment
government.
at 3:15. When I imagine the crowds
And also
probably
the
would have
Japanese
thinned out to
embassy in
some
Kabul
degree,
has
but
called the
clearly,
attack on the
it was a
martyred Khalilur Rahman
populated
Haqqani,
area, a
the
busy
Minister of
scene,
Refugees and
when
Returnees
this
Affairs,
pickup truck
a
was driven
heinous attack
in a very
and
intentional way,
strongly condemned
to
it.
quote the local
The embassy,
authorities,
while expressing
managed
its
to maneuver
sympathy
its way
with the
around
families of the
barriers,
martyrs,
and that will
has
be a big
emphasized the
question
need to
going
stop
forward.
such
How did this
terrorist
pickup
attacks.
truck get in to
Several
that
residents
busy
of
area?
the
How did it
capital
manage
have
to
complained
subvert
about the old
security
worn
system
out
that
Afghan
was in
banknotes,
place?
saying
The
that
pickup
worn
truck
out money
duly drove
has
into
slowed
people.
down their daily
You heard
activities.
the mayor
But
and the
Afghanistan
FBI
Bank
saying in that
officials
news
say
conference
that the process
that it was
of
very
collecting
intentional,
bad money
that,
from the
it
market
wasn't a
continues.
DUI
Let's see more
situation, a
in the
driving
report.
under the influence situation.
Worn
What
out
they did not
banknotes
say
in the country's markets
was
have
what
caused
the
problems
situation
for
was with
citizens.
regard to
Several residents
the
of the
driver,
capital
the
have complained about
perpetrator
the excessive
of
value
this.
of
I
Afghan currency,
imagine
saying
for them
that
to say it
the
was
worn out
intentional,
currency has
for
slowed
them to
down
say there
their
was no
daily
drunkenness
activities.
involved,
According to
or no
them, if the
influence
old
of any,
banknotes are not collected, the
narcotics
problem
or
will
so
not
on.
be solved among the people.
They get that information,
The money
I would
they
imagine,
give
from the
us to
individual
exchange for trade, if there is
themselves.
10,000
So,
Afghani sold,
we don't know
the
if
1,000 is new
that suspect
banknotes
is dead,
and all
has
the
been
rest
arrested, is
are
in
old
custody,
banknotes.
but they got that information about
There are
that
many old
individual from
banknotes in
somewhere,
Kabul
I
city.
imagine.
If old
May
banknotes
well
are
have been from the
exchanged during
individual
buying and selling,
themselves.
customers
We will
do
hear more
not
in due
take
course.
them,
Another press
and sometimes even
is due
sale
in
is
an
not
hour
done.
or two, but
The spokesman at the
individual
Afghanistan
who
Bank
drove
said
the pickup
that
truck,
the process of collecting old
then
currency from the
fired
markets is
on
ongoing,
police
and in the
officers.
past
Two of
year,
them
nearly 7 billion
were
Afghans of
injured.
old
They
currency
have
have
been
been collected
taken to
from the
hospital
market,
in
and new
common
banknotes are
with
distributed
many
instead.
others, more than
فتيريا
35
وكالة أفغانستان بانك تواني
have been injured
In the
this
past year,
incident, and
the
are being
Afghanistan
treated
Bank
right
has
now
been
in
able to
hospital.
collect
The number
over
of
7
fatalities
billion
thus
Afghanis
far, Kamali,
worth
course,
of old
is
banknotes,
proved at
including
10.
all Afghani banknotes. And we ask our dear compatriots to pay full attention to the protection of banknotes in addition to using Afghanis during transaction.
This is why the Afghanistan Bank has conducted dozens of awareness programs through various media outlets in the past 2 years to promote and use Afghan currency properly.
General hospitals are being built in 318 districts of the country. The Ministry of Public Health says that more than 6 billion Afghanis will be spent on these projects by the decree of Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate. According to the Ministry of Public Health, the procurement process for these hospitals has begun. 5 hospitals in Logar, Ghazni, and Farah provinces have been completed, and their construction will begin soon. The Ministry of Public Health says in a statement that the construction of these hospitals will provide equal and quality health services to the countrymen.
I think the police were making sure that we
the
were aware that it
construction
wasn't
and reconstruction
necessarily
of
people who'd
15
come
projects
in
in
perhaps
Khurram and
for that game.
Sarbagh districts of Samangan province worth more than
Yeah, Kamali,
25 million
Afghans have started with the financial assistance of the United Nations Development Program, or UNDP, through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to the department's officials, these projects have created jobs for dozens of people, and with their completion, the environmental
environmental problems of hundreds of local families will be
continue
solved.
to enjoy New Orleans, the party.
Several businessmen in Coast Province who welcomed the construction of basic roads by the provincial municipality, saying that the reconstruction of these roads would facilitate investment in the province. They also demand the reconstruction of roads in the province's districts. More details in a report.
It's not as if
the construction and reconstruction of important basic roads in Coast Province, where the provincial municipality has been welcomed by businessmen and investors in Coast Province. According to them, the construction and reconstruction of roads will lead to more investment and activities in the province. They add that the security and efforts of the authorities have created a favorable investment environment in the province, so businessmen are more interested in investing in the country.
We are very grateful to the municipality for basically constructing the big and small roads inside and outside the city, and there has been a positive change of 70 to 80% in our business. We also want more such roads to be built.
However, several residents of the province ask local officials to pay attention to the construction and reconstruction of connecting roads between the districts of the province.
All the roads inside the city were in bad condition, and now that they have been reconstructed, it has also prevented diseases and has become a good solution to many other problems. We want such roads that have been constructed in the city to be constructed in remote areas as well, and all the closed roads to be opened. We are happy that every street and every road has become beautiful. May God grant that these construction works will expand further and Afghanistan will develop.
It's worth mentioning that the construction and reconstruction of roads in some districts of the provincial capital worth 93 million Afghans has been started by host municipality and is scheduled to be completed within the next 8 months.
It's chaotic. That's
why the final meeting on the 1403 development plan was held under the chairmanship of Maulavi Abdul Rashid, the mayor of Kabul. According to the Kabul municipality, the construction of main and secondary roads, sidewalks, canals, bridges, culverts, parks, green areas, street lighting, purchase of machinery and equipment, design of projects, reconstruction of urban facilities, and new public utility projects are included in the 1403-year development plan.
Against or darkened by the shadow of what took
the United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, or OCHA, said that Bulgaria has donated 30,000 euros to the Afghanistan Humanitarian Fund. According to the institution, the assistance of countries in providing a life-saving emergency response in Afghanistan is vital.
Terrorist attack after a vehicle drove into a large crowd.
And the final one is that the Afghan electricity company has announced an increase in power generation at its 3 power plants, Naglu, Sarubi, and Mahipar. According to the company, these power plants, which operate under the supervision of the Electricity Generation Directorate, have generated about 1,700 megawatts of electricity in 24 hours.
An area filled with bars, clubs, and restaurants.
And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
And Kirkpatrick,
very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. With respect to numbers,
good evening. Today is Thursday, December 12, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Turkish charity foundations have expressed their readiness to implement projects in Afghanistan in the fields of educational institutions, clean water supply, and assistance to poor people. Representatives of the country's charity foundation said in a meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister that the Turkish government and people are eager to assist Afghans in various fields. More
who have been
details
taken to
in
other
report.
area hospitals,
Maulawi Abdul
possibly
Kabir,
on the east
the political
side.
deputy
But
to
we
Prime
will
Minister of
give you
Islamic
as
Emirates
many
in a meeting with
correct
representatives
numbers
of
as
Turkish
we
charitable
can
foundations,
as the
called
day
the relations
progresses.
between Kabul and Ankara beneficial,
It is a very
and added that
tragic
the Islamic Emirate is ready
situation
to
for me
cooperate
to
with
tell
Turkish
you
charitable foundations
that we
in
know we
carrying
have
out
10
its affairs.
people that this man killed.
The Honorable Political Deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulawi Abdul Kabir, described the relations between Kabul and Ankara as beneficial and important, and called Turkey a friendly country of Afghanistan. The Honorable Political Deputy thanked Turkey for its assistance to Afghans and said that the Islamic Emirate will provide assistance to Turkish charitable institutions in Afghanistan at any level so that they can carry out their works effectively.
In this meeting, representatives of Turkish charitable foundations said that the Turkish people and government are ready to implement projects in Afghanistan in the areas of building educational institutions and mosques, providing clean water and helping the poor.
Turkey is one of the countries that has had good economic, political and military relations with the governments in Afghanistan for decades. In the past 3.5 years, when Afghanistan has been facing economic and political pressures, it has sought cooperation. The fact that they want to cooperate in infrastructure in Afghanistan is a positive step.
Turkey is one of the countries that has provided assistance to Afghanistan in various fields in the past 3 years and has good bilateral political relations with Islamic Emirates.
The National Hajj Committee held a meeting under the chairmanship of Maulawi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister. In this meeting, a comprehensive discussion was held on the methods of transporting pilgrims and visitors to the Kaaba, determining the timing of flights, and organizing transportations and banking affairs, and necessary decisions were taken in this regard. The Ministry of Public Works says that Maulawi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, the Deputy Minister of Railways, visited the reconstruction works of Haratan Port and the railway station of this port during his visit to Balkh province. According to the ministry, Mr. Sahibzada emphasized the rapid processing of documents and the increase in exports and imports, in addition to the unloading and loading of commercial goods.
Expert and a former member the National
Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with Muhammad Asif Wallah, the director of the Muslim Hands International Foundation, and his delegation in his office. Mr. Torabi, while welcoming the director of the Muslim Hands International Foundation and his delegation, said that we have always cooperated with organizations so that timely assistance can be provided to needy individuals. He asked all international organizations to assist them in natural and unnatural disasters. Mr. Follad said that this organization serves people in various fields such as education, health, and various other projects.
And it was just mentioned briefly now how
in a statement, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar strongly condemned the attack on Khalilur Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees of the Islamic Emirate, and a number of his associates, and expressed its condolences to the families of the victims and the Islamic Emirate over their martyrdom. The statement said that Qatar is opposed to all forms of violence, terrorism, crime, and political assassination in Afghanistan. In addition to Qatar, the Iranian Foreign Minister and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation also strongly condemned the attack on Khalilur Rahman Haqqani. The United Nations Development Fund says that Norway has donated more than $896 million to help the Afghans. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate welcomes the Norwegian aid, saying that it will be used in humanitarian sector and meeting the needs of the Afghan people. We have more in this report. The United Nations Development Fund, or UNDP, has announced an additional $896
$26,300 in aid from Norway to Afghanistan.
This assistance supports projects and programs that are helping to improve the lives of people in Afghanistan, especially in the areas of humanitarian assistance, economic stability, and meeting the needs of the people. And this assistance is of great importance in providing vital services to the people.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of Economy of the Islamic Emirate praises Norway's aid and says that the aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and meet the needs of the Afghan people.
The aid will be used in humanitarian sectors and to meet the needs of Afghan people. Our demand is that aid to Afghan people should be increased.
Economic experts believe that donor countries should establish a fund in cooperation with the Islamic Emirate so that it can be spent on infrastructure.
Foreign aid in Afghanistan can play an important and fundamental role in improving economic infrastructure such as health, agriculture, education, and in addition to various sectors. I think that if this aid is provided in Afghanistan by creating an aid fund that is spent under the guidance of the Afghan government, it can help Afghanistan carrying out reconstruction projects on the one hand, and on the other hand, people will be employed in sustainable work.
In the latest move, Bulgaria has also donated 30,000 euros to the United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Coordinator for Afghanistan.
Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad, met with Junaid Makda, head of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce and members of the Federation of Pakistan Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad said that the meeting discussed trade between Afghanistan and Pakistan, problems in this field, solutions, and other related issues.
The Westminster Bridge attack, again, the vehicle was used.
The embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Ashgabat says that the Vice President of Turkmenistan and Minister of Foreign Affairs Rashid Mirdov has awarded the honorary Medal of Makhdum Quli to the Charge d'Affaires of the Islamic Emirate Fazl Muhammad Saber. According to the embassy, this honorary medal was awarded to Mr. Saber during a ceremony in Ashgabat to mark the 300th anniversary of the birth of the famous Turkmen poet Makhdum Quli Faraghi.
Of this form of attack, and it leads the
question. The Afghan Red Crescent Society reports providing health services to more than 5,000 people in Paktia province over the past month. According to the Afghan Red Crescent Society, these services, which include examinations, giving medicine, dressing the wounded, providing vaccines, and other health services, have been provided in different parts of the province over the last
breaking
month.
newsline that we've had just come into us. It's coming from our
And the final one is that an
NBC,
awareness program to prevent air and environmental pollution was held with the participation of representatives from Kabul municipality, religious scholars, the public, youth, and other relevant officials. In this program, officials spoke about the effects of air and environmental pollution and stated that the environmental health and environmental staff of Kabul municipality have been monitoring the installation and operation of smoke purification filters in the central heating and cooling systems of residential and commercial places and will deal legally with violators.
Thinking about the individual behind this, now NBC
And that's all for
reporting they've been
tonight.
told by
Thank you
law
so much for
enforcement
watching.
that the person
Have a good night.
is dead.
That's right, Kamala. Yeah, the way this developed was that the pickup truck crashed when the individual engaged officers, fired on officers, and of course two of them are injured and currently being treated in hospital. I suppose it might be an assumption, and it is an assumption at this stage, that the gunfire, when those exchanges began, the gunfire was not one way, and that armed police would have drawn their weapons. So it remains to be seen and confirmed indeed the status of the suspect. But
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, December 11, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. The European Union has emphasized the development of relations with Afghanistan and continued assistance in various fields. The European Union Special Representative for Afghanistan in a meeting with the political deputy of the Prime Minister said that the European Union is trying to provide 45 million euros worth of assistance to Afghan farmers and the terrorist future
then the
through
FBI
international
in that same
cooperation
news conference
institutions.
appeared to
Let's see more
contradict that.
in the report.
Our
The
information
European Union says
from law
that it is
enforcement
providing
officials is that
45
that was the
million euros in
FBI
assistance to
simply being
farmers in
careful
Afghanistan
at
in the
this
field of
early
alternative
stage. They
cultivation.
are
The
investigating
deputy
the motive
spokesperson for the
and
Islamic
very
Emirates
much
says
at this
that the
stage
European Union
looking
Special
at this attack
Representative for Afghanistan
as
praised the
terrorist
fight
or
against
terrorism
drugs and corruption
motivated.
by the
But
Islamic Emirate
as you say,
and
that's the
promised
picking line in the
cooperation
past
in the field
few
of
minutes. A
alternative
federal law
cultivation
enforcement
and
official
treatment of
telling
addicts.
NBC that the suspect
The European Union
is
is planning to
believed
provide up to
to be
45
dead.
million euros
It raises the
in
question, I
for Afghan
suppose,
farmers
why
to
do they
create
think it's
alternative
terrorism?
livelihoods and
What
alternative
did they
crops.
get from
Mr.
the
Nicholson also
suspect
emphasized the
and from
actions of
this
European
attack
Union aid
that leads
teams
them
to
to
all
believe
parts
there
of
is a
Afghanistan
terrorist
and called on
motivation?
neighboring countries
Did
to
he
stop the
say
forced
anything
expulsion
during
of
the
Afghan
attack?
refugees.
Was anything left behind in terms of motivation? Was there
During his
anything
meeting with the
online?
political
We've seen
deputy
that
of
in
the
the
Prime
past
Minister of the
with
Islamic
these
Emirate,
kind of
this European
incidents,
Union Special
live streams
Representative
and
praised
so
the
on.
progress
That
made
will
in
be the
Afghanistan
subject
and
of
assured
early
the continuation of the
investigations,
European
and it may
Union's
be
relations
that from
with the
these
Islamic
sources,
Emirate.
that's where they're gleaning this
The European
line
Union's
about
aid is
terrorism.
very
But as I
important
say,
for
it's
Afghanistan
early.
and it should be
It's
spent properly.
chaotic
And at
in
the end,
terms of the
evaluation
investigation,
report of
pulling
all of this
together
aid should
the
be shared
strands
with
at
people
this
of
early
Afghanistan and
stage.
international
Much
community.
detail
So it can be a
yet to
source
be
of
released,
satisfaction
but
and pave
I
the
suppose
way
one of the
for
key
more aid.
details is that latest detail that the suspect now believed to be dead.
Absolutely, is
Afghanistan
reported
should be
by
held
NBC
so
News
that our farmers
federal
can
law
benefit
enforcement
from
officer,
aid.
official
And other
telling
facilities should be
NBC
created
that
so
the
that
suspect is
Afghanistan
believed
can
to be
become
dead. And as
more
you said, James,
self-sufficient in
the
agricultural
FBI
sector.
investigating this as a potential terrorist attack. James, look,
This
I'll
is
let
when
you
the Deputy
get on
Minister of
and speak with
Agriculture
sources. I want to
also
bring
met
Lee
with the European
Doddridge back
Union
in
Special Representative
again
for Afghanistan
to get his
yesterday and
expertise. And
emphasized
Lee, look, as
transparency
we're reporting
in the
there now,
provision of aid in
we've been told
Afghanistan.
by NBC News that the suspect is believed to be dead. The FBI
Dr.
continue,
Mullah
of course,
Abdul Wasi,
investigating
Director
this
General
as
of the Prime
potential
Minister's Office,
terrorism.
met with the lawyers of the 22nd District
Yes,
of
and
Kabul.
as I mentioned
In this
earlier on,
meeting, the
the
participants
FBI,
appreciating
their
the efforts of the
investigation
Islamic
obviously
Emirate
running
in the
at speed
areas
now.
of
One's obviously
construction
determined
and
the
development,
background to the
shared their
individual, was it
problems
terrorist
and
related?
suggestions in
And
the
more
areas of
importantly, were they linked to any
permission to
others? Is
start
there any
construction
further
works
threats,
in
as
the
they mentioned,
areas
there's a
by
significant
the
event coming on
municipality,
later in the day.
construction of hospitals
Is he
and
part of the
clinics,
wider
lack of
network?
schools and
Is he just
teachers,
acting on his
employment
own,
for
or
the
was it
people,
somebody
and creation of a
with other
security
grievance
zone
and
in
it's not
this
terrorist
area,
related and
with
they
the
just
Director
used that
General
form
of the
attack?
Prime
So
Minister's
their
Office.
investigation will
On
be
the other
quite
hand,
complex
the
and
Director
fast-moving
General
at
of
the
the
moment.
Prime Minister's Office
Yeah, it
stated
certainly
that
will be.
the doors of
which
the Islamic
forms it
Emirates
take at this
officials
stage,
are
then,
open
do
to
you
all
think,
Afghans,
Lee? I mean,
and the
as James
officials
was
do
alluding
not
to
spare
there,
any
we've
effort
suggested
in serving
throughout the
the
morning and
people.
afternoon as this story has been unfolding.
Maulavi
There
Nur
will
Jalal
be, I
Jalali,
guess,
Minister of Public
lots
Health,
and
met
lots
with
of
Zhao
cameras
Sheng, the
pointed
Chinese
in and around
ambassador
this
to Kabul.
particular
In this
intersection
meeting,
and along
Mr.
the
Jalali
street
called for
that this
China's
vehicle drove
cooperation
down,
in the
which will
fields of
allow
capacity
the
building of
police and
health
law
workers,
enforcement to
equipping
get a lot of
hospitals,
detail
providing
and
training for
information
capacity
about
building
what
of
happened in the
traditional
minutes
medicine
leading up to it.
workers, modernization of
Yes,
Mirwais
obviously they'll be
District
looking at
Hospital
footage
in
from the
Kandahar,
scene and obviously just
reform
prior
of
to that
Jamhuriyat
to look at the
Hospital,
build-up to
and
the event.
treatment of children
But I
with
think
heart
more significantly
diseases.
as well was
On the
once
other
they've
hand,
identified
the
the
Chinese
individual, and they
ambassador
may
said
not
that
disclose
his
who that is
country
for some
wants
time.
to send
You
a
know,
team
they'll
of
want to
doctors
go,
to
look at
Afghanistan
the
to
home
treat
address,
patients
and then
with
from
heart
there look into the
problems.
background of the individual, looking into whether it's his mobile,
Sohail Shaheen,
computer.
head of the political
Sorry,
office
excuse
of
me.
the Islamic Emirate
Any
in
social
Qatar,
media
met
accounts
with
just to
the
try and
chargé
build up the
d'affaires
picture
of
as
the
quickly as
French embassy
possible
to
to who
Afghanistan. The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate called the meeting productive and added that the meeting discussed the current situation in Afghanistan, the health sector, NGOs, and the technical needs of Kabul airport.
If it's viable. And, you know, when you hear the word
the Ministry
IED,
of Public Works says that a delegation led by Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, the Deputy Minister of Railways, met with officials from Sogyana Trans Company regarding the speed of unloading and loading Ratan port. During this meeting, discussions and necessary discussions were made regarding resolving the issue of railway wagon
congestion from this port, maintaining the operational status of the railway lines, utilizing the full capacity of the station, and speeding up unloading and loading operations.
But again, if that
So
was
Guyana
the case, if there
Trans
is a
is an
viable
Uzbek company
IED,
responsible for
in the
transporting
vehicle,
commercial
again, it
goods
shows
through
more of an
Haratan
intention
port under
and
an
planning
agreement
behind the
concluded
event.
several years ago.
A lot of people would just safely
Zabihullah
assume on New
Mujahid, the
Year's Eve
spokesperson for the
there will
Islamic
be
Emirates,
large
said
events,
that the
large
National
parties, people
Development
gathered
Company
outside, so
produced the
there's
truck
going to be plenty
in
of
Afghanistan.
opportunity, but to
On the other
actually
hand,
put together
economic
an
experts
improvised
consider
explosive
the
device,
manufacture of
whether it was
vehicles
used or
in
not, shows
Afghanistan
some level of
important,
knowledge
saying
required
that the
planning.
car industry
Again,
can
they'll look at
create
whether that
jobs
was
for the youth
self-taught
along with economic
or whether there
growth.
was further
Let's see
support
more
indicating a wider network,
The Islamic
possibly then
Emirates
linked
steady
to
steps towards
terrorism.
self-sufficiency and
And Lee, just
progress
give
in
us
the
a thought,
country.
if you can, as
The
well,
second
on the
Afghan-made
police.
vehicle
You heard
was unveiled
Anko
by the
Patrick, the
National
chief of police, saying
Development
that
Company.
people should
Zabihullah
continue to try and
Mujahid,
enjoy the
the
city.
spokesperson
James
of the
has told
Islamic
us that it
Emirates
has
of
been
Afghanistan,
confirmed
said in
that
a
that
statement
big
on his
college
X
football
that
match
the
is going to
National
go ahead
Development Company has
later on
produced the Dimitri
this evening.
truck.
What's that
Another
tell us
example
about
of
what the
vehicles
police
was
know
also
about this
produced by the National
investigation,
Development
do
Company,
you think?
which is
And
soon be used inside a
what do
country
you
for
think about the idea
transportation
that
and
people
The National
in and
Development
around the
Company
area should
also
just sort of
has
carry on
another
as
desk
normal
that
after
will be
this sort of things
activated
happen?
soon.
On the other hand,
Well,
economic
I don't
experts
necessarily
consider the
think it
production
means
of
that the
vehicles in
police
the
are
country important
thinking the
and say that the
investigation,
car
if
industry
this
in
incident was just
Afghanistan
limited
can
to what it
create
is.
jobs
But I
for
think
the
as we
youth
see it
along with
increasing
economic
across the world, is
growth.
whilst it's devastating to have these forms of attack and
Mainly,
they've got to
before the
investigate
issue
it,
of
we
car
still
manufacturing
need
is
to
raised,
ensure
the
that
issue of
life as normal
encourage
can continue
and
as much as
motivation for a
possible.
move
They'll obviously be
towards
putting in
such a move
additional security
towards
measures, or you'd
machine
hope so, for
manufacturing
this
industry
evening
is a
for
very
that college
strong
football
step.
game.
در صورتی که مواد خام
You bring in temporary measures in,
If the raw
maybe a bit
materials
more
for this car,
restrictions on vehicle
manufactured
access
by
from
National
there,
Development Company,
but it's
are
so
sourced
important
from
to
within
try and
Afghanistan,
maintain
it will
life as
certainly be
normal.
considered a good achievement
If we were to
for
shut
the
down
automobile
everywhere, we're
industry in
giving
Afghanistan.
more
And if this
credence to that
industry
sort of
further
terrorist attack
strengthened
and
than
what
in
they
the
would
past,
deem as
and
the
the necessary
success
technological
rating of it.
facilities are
So as
available
much as
in the
possible,
automobile
they'll
industry in
focus on the
Afghanistan, it
investigation,
could,
but they
of
also
course,
have
be
to
a
look at
valuable
continuing
step
life
in
as
terms of
normal.
economic
And
progress.
On the other
tomorrow's
hand,
another day, and they'll want
citizens
places to
welcome the
reopen as
production
much as
of
they
cars
can
in Afghanistan
outside of that
and demand the
cordon that they've set up
construction
for the
of new
investigation.
factories in various
Absolutely right about
sectors
that,
to
Lee
provide
Dodridge.
jobs
Appreciate
for
your
citizens.
expertise. Thanks so much for being with us.
It is a matter
Earlier
of pride
in
that,
news
alhamdulillah,
conference,
today
the mayor,
we are able
the
to
chief of
build
police and the
cars and
FBI
buses.
gave us this update.
And this is a matter of pride for us.
افغانستان که رو پیشرفت باشه رو
If Afghanistan progresses and develops, ultimately the success of all Afghan people
The city
lies
of
in
New
this.
Orleans
Today,
was impacted
they build
by
a car
a
and
terrorist
tomorrow
attack.
they build
It's
other
all
things.
still under
This is when some time
investigation.
ago the
You'll
first
hear more
bus produced in
after
Afghanistan
me.
was
However,
unveiled by
I
the
have been
Islamic
in
Emirates.
direct contact.
The Ministry of Communications
White
and
House,
Information Technology
with
says that
Governor Landry,
9 new telecommunication
and,
sites
of course,
have
the
been
Unified
activated in
Command who
Herat
is present
province,
here.
of which 7 are in the center
What
and
I'm
2
asking
others
at
are
this
in the
time
districts. The
are
ministry
prayers
adds that
for
they have
those who
considered
have lost their
550
lives
sites for
in the
remote
city of
areas
New
of the
Orleans
country,
due to
of
this
which
tragedy.
practical work is currently
In addition to that,
underway.
I'm asking the public to stay
Maulavi
clear
Matiul Haq Khalis, the Director
of
General of the
rocks
National
around
Environmental
Bourbon
Protection
Street.
Agency,
Stay
met with the
clear
Deputy Director
from
of the
Bourbon
World
Street,
Food Program to
8 blocks
discuss
around.
the organization's plans and
Very
the impacts of
active,
climate change
and again,
in
a
Afghanistan.
unified
The National
command
Environmental
is in
Protection
place right
Agency
now.
says that
I'm
it was
going to
agreed in the
ask
meeting
Chief
that a
Kirkpatrick
joint
to
technical
give you an
team will
update.
develop useful
You're
programs
then going
to
to hear
reduce the
from
impacts
our
of
agent
climate
in charge
change.
relative to the FBI.
The Ministry of
So at
Mothers
this
and
time,
Disabled
Chief
Affairs
Kirkpatrick.
distributed clothes and blankets
morning,
to
everyone.
1,000 to widows,
So I'm
disabled
going to give you
and
as
needy
much of the
people in the
information I
districts and
possibly
sub-districts
can. We
of
are going to
Kabul
give you an
province
update
with the
a couple of
financial
times,
support of our
today.
Welfare Foundation.
So we will give you
the
just
aid
the
was
basics
distributed
this
to the
morning,
needy
all
people
right?
in the presence of
We
Sheikh
had
Abdul
this
Hakim
event
Haqqani, Haqqani, Deputy Minister of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, and a number of other officials.
Man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon
6
Street at a
suspects were
very
arrested in
fast pace,
connection
and it
with
was
the
very
sale, use,
intentional
and transportation of drugs in
behavior.
Herat province.
This man
The
was
Deputy
trying
Minister
to
for
run
Counter
over
Narcotics
as many
of the
people as
Ministry
he
of
possibly
Interior Affairs
could.
said that these
It was
suspects were
not a
arrested by the
DUI
anti-narcotics
situation.
police
This
from
is
different
more
parts of the
complex and more
province.
serious
They added
based
that
on the
some
information
drugs
we
such as
have right now.
methamphetamine, hashish, and
With
alcoholic
respect to
beverages were
numbers,
also recovered.
We have right now, and as you
That's all
already
for
know,
tonight.
this
Thank you so much
could
for watching.
change
Have a good
throughout
night.
the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UNC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Oxnard Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation.
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, December 10, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Foreign Minister Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi held an introductory meeting with Ali Reza Bigdali, the new Iranian ambassador to Kabul. In this meeting, the Foreign Minister wished Mr. Bigdali success in his work and assured that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would assist him in effectively implementing relevant matters. Also, in this meeting, the Iranian ambassador said that he intends to conduct high-level delegation visits between the two countries shortly to develop bilateral relations further.
Tourists versus locals. But from the information
the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs calls on the citizens of the country to support the current Afghan government. Sheikh Mohammed Abbas Tanakzai says that ethnic and linguistic prejudice have now disappeared in the country and urged Afghan investors to invest inside the country. Mr. Tanakzai added that several years of war have left Afghanistan behind in progress and stressed that the country must be developed without foreign expectations. More details in report.
Sheikh Mohammed Abbas Tanakzai, the political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, says that ethnic and linguistic prejudice has disappeared in the country and urged citizens to support the current government. While speaking at the inauguration of the first phase of the new Kabul project, Mr. Tanakzai also pointed to the fall of the Syrian government, saying that authoritarian regimes would face the stand of the nation.
Who went around barricades in order to conduct this.
The result of government's pressure and force will be the same and they will finally fall. But they will fall in a way that they will be remembered in history with a bad name. The governments of justice and Sharia will always be written in golden letters in history. So let's write our system and government in history of Afghanistan in such a way that future generations will pray for us.
The political deputy of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urged Afghan investors living abroad to take advantage of the opportunity and invest inside Afghanistan.
I call on Afghans who have capital abroad. It is their duty to bring their capital back to Afghanistan and invest in Afghanistan.
Good morning. My name is Heath, I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge.
In another part of his speech, he said that we should no longer expect foreigners to develop our country, but Afghans themselves should make the country self-sufficient in political, economic, and security sectors.
Today, in an atmosphere of peace and security, we need to use our arms and brains to build this country.
This is when the Islamic Emirate has implemented major projects in the country without foreign support over the past 3 years.
Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate in Islamabad, met with the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan, Attasck Dar, and Muhammad Sadiq Khan, the country's special representative for Afghanistan. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad says that bilateral relations, trade, regional connectivity, the problems of Afghan refugees and students, and various other issues were discussed in this meeting. Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Aybek Osmanov, Uzbek ambassador in Kabul. In this meeting, both sides discussed the allocation of land for the construction of a cement factory in Samangan province, obtaining licenses for the transfer of necessary machinery and equipment for the implementation of land surveying projects in the northern regions, the development of the Termuz International Trade Center, the construction of hospitals and residential facilities, and the expansion of this market towards Afghanistan, as well as the establishment of an international halal exhibition in Termuz. Let's see more.
Right now.
The device is confirmed?
Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Uzbek Ambassador Aybek Osmanov in Kabul on December 9. In this meeting, the two sides discussed the allocation of land for the construction of cement factory in Samarkand province, the acceleration of the implementation of the power transmission line, Saham Khomri project, and its extension to Jalalabad city in Nangarhar province, the development of the Hormuz International Trade Center, and several other issues.
The two sides discussed the allocation of land for the construction of a cement factory in Samarkand province, obtaining relevant licenses for machinery and equipment from Uzbekistan to Afghanistan to facilitate geological exploration projects in the northern regions of the country, obtaining Afghanistan's standard certificate for synthetic diesel of Uzbekistan, the arranging of the International Halal exhibition in Termuz was also discussed.
Economic analysts say that the development of economic relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan will pave the way for Afghanistan to become a trade bridge between South and Central Asia and strengthen its economic relations with other countries in the region.
Afghanistan can connect to European markets through Uzbekistan. It is also a convenient transit from Uzbekistan to South Asian countries. Therefore, meetings and negotiations can be the interest of both countries. This can be good and more important for improving conditions that improve infrastructure projects such as railways, agriculture, and cultural issues.
In this meeting, the Uzbek ambassador invited the Minister of Industry and Commerce to visit Uzbekistan. It was also agreed that the Prime Minister of Uzbekistan would also visit Afghanistan.
An empty street, a crime scene.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the head of the ACRO organization and signed a memorandum of understanding for cooperation with this organization. According to the National Disaster Management Authority, in this meeting, Mr. Turabi called on other aid organizations to provide more assistance to this authority in assisting needy and orphaned people in remote and disaster-stricken areas.
You know, the Mardi Gras and so on.
Maulavi Atiqullah Azizi, Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts of the Ministry of Information and Culture, along with Ajmal Mewandi, Director of the Aga Khan Foundation, visited Chilsetoon Garden. During the meeting, Mr. Azizi described Chilsetoon Garden as an important part of the country's historical values and assured full cooperation for its preservation.
One imagines the crowds had thinned out.
The Minister of Education announced the start of a capacity building workshop for more than 500 academic members of the Northeast Zone Teacher Training and Professional Development in Kunduz province. The ministry said that the 4-day workshop was held to explain the duties and responsibilities of the academic members of the professional development of teachers in Badakhshan, Takhar, Baghlan, and Kunduz provinces. The construction of 4 analog scales at the customs offices of Balkh, Akhina, and Kunduz provinces was completed and put into use by the General Directorate of Customs of the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance says that these scales were built for 15 million Afghanis to determine the weight of imported and exported goods.
But there are already serious questions
Qari
about
Zainuddin
how this
Abed, Nuristan governor, referring to the order of the Prime Minister, tasked the security forces with arresting all those who are engaged in deforestation. Mr. Abed shared the concerns of the people of Kardar and Kamdesh with the participants, stating that several people in the mentioned areas are engaged in deforestation. The governor said that the security forces should prevent this activity sooner and has given full assurance by them.
Able to maneuver itself.
A 100-megawatt solar power generation system is being built in Laghman for the eastern zone for $80 million. The delegation for the Ministry of Energy and Water sent to the province said that the first survey of the project has been conducted and a site has been selected in the Mehtarlam Baba Desert for the installation of the system.
About why this was able to happen.
And the final one
Questions
is
right now
that
about the
11
motive,
people
of
were
course.
arrested
And
in the
there is
connection with
something of a
the use,
contradiction.
sale, and
And you heard
transportation
there
of
in
drugs
that news
from
conference
4
between
provinces
police
of the
and
country.
FBI
The Deputy
about
Minister
what lay
for
behind
Counter-Narcotics
this,
of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that
business
the
of whether or
suspects
not
were arrested
terrorism
by the
was the
anti-narcotics
motive
forces
or not, and
from
whether or
Herat,
not this can be
Kapisa,
classed
and
as a
Nimroz in
terrorist
Parwan provinces. The
I
deputy
can
said
tell you
that
that law
heroin,
enforcement-
drug tablets, and alcoholic
enforcement officials are
beverages
telling
were
us the-
also
telling us the
recovered
FBI
from the
is
detainees.
being cautious. You
And that's
heard
all
the
for
FBI
tonight.
officials
Stay
saying
with
it was
us to
not
stay
a
updated.
terrorist
Have a good
attack.
night.
That contradicted the police who said it was. Our information is that the FBI is simply being cautious at this early stage and that both strands of law enforcement investigation are looking at as the motive in this case. I can tell you that President Biden, Kamali, has been briefed on the news. He will be given regular updates throughout the day. Has been in touch with the New Orleans mayor to offer any support that he can at this stage. But right
Good
now,
evening. Today is
as New
Monday,
Orleans
December
wakes
9,
up
2024.
7:42 in the
I'm
morning
Suleiman Talash,
in
and you are
that
watching
party
RTN
town,
News.
they
The
are
Ministry of
reflecting
Foreign Affairs of
and
the Islamic
learning
Emirate of
of
Afghanistan
the
congratulates the
horrific
leadership
events in
and people
there.
of
That's
the
10 people
movement
dead
on the recent
and more than
development in
35
Syria,
right now
which saw the
being
capital
treated
fall
in
into the
hospital.
hands of the Syrian people
James, and
under the
as you say,
leadership
the
of the
FBI,
Hayat al-Tahrir al-Sham
investigating
group.
this now is the federal agencies.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan calls on all parties involved in Syria to adopt a policy of positive interaction and cooperation among themselves and with the current rulers so that Syria can begin its journey towards good governance, security and stability. By adopting a general amnesty policy without any discrimination or retaliation, they can unite the entire Syrian people and move forward with all countries of the world by adopting a policy that protects Syria from the threat of negative competition from foreign parties. We hope that the process of transferring power will proceed in such a way that, as a result, the foundation stone of an independent and serving Islamic government will be laid by all aspirations of the Syrian people. We hope that the remaining stages of the revolution will be managed in such a way that they will have a peaceful, united and stable government.
Sohail Shaheen, the head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate, has called on the international community to help Afghanistan in combating climate change. In a meeting with the German Charge d'Affaires and the Dutch ambassador to Afghanistan in Doha, Mr. Shaheen said that the Afghan people are facing financial and human losses due to climate change. We have more in the report.
Sohail Shaheen, head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Doha, met with senior diplomats from Germany and the Netherlands for Afghanistan and discussed humanitarian aid, education and climate change in Afghanistan. Mr. Shaheen said that the diplomats of the mentioned countries promised him that they would share their demands with their governments in combating climate change.
The utmost and the tightest security, and that will be the question going forward.
Every year, the people of Afghanistan face many human and financial losses because of the climate change. While Afghanistan has no role in causing climate change, it is the responsibility of the international community to help Afghanistan prevent or at least minimize its impact.
Meanwhile, environmental experts say that Afghanistan has been affected by climate change, adding that the world, especially industrialized countries, should help Afghanistan in combating climate change.
Climate change should document the effects it has had on Afghanistan so that we can present them to the international community. Climate issues should not be politicized because these issues affect every segment of society. So we are optimistic and want the world not to confuse political issues with climate issues.
This is when it was decided at the 29th United Nations Conference on Climate Change in Azerbaijan that the world's rich and developed countries will allocate $300 billion annually by 2035 to mitigate the effects of climate change in poor countries.
Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, Minister of Energy and Water, introduced Mullah Abdul Hadi Yaqub, as the Deputy Minister of Energy of the Ministry to the employees based on the order of the leader of the Islamic Emirate. During the introduction, Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour spoke comprehensively about the importance of the energy sector and emphasized that although activities have been carried out by this ministry in order to develop energy, given the vital importance of energy in the country, more work needs to be done on the development of this sector.
Open spaces. The issue, I guess, here, Kevin, as you mentioned,
Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, met with the head of the World Health Organization in Afghanistan, the representative of the World Bank, the head of the UNFPA, and UNICEF officials in the field of health. The meeting discussed ways to solve the problems in the health sector in Afghanistan, strengthen the health system, attract international assistance in this field, and address the problems of patients. Education Minister Maulavi Habibullah Agha visited Helmand province to review the education situation. The Minister of Education says that Maulavi Habibullah Agha, while meeting with the teachers and local officials, assured them of building new schools, repairing damaged schools, and solving the problems of shortage of professional teachers in the province.
We know that this area, the French Quarter, is an area where people do
Mullah
gather to
Nuruddin
party
Torabi,
in
the
the
director of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the Deputy Head of UNAMA Economic and Development Affairs in Afghanistan in his office. While welcoming the visiting delegation, Mr. Torabi said that UNAMA has always cooperated with Afghans in humanitarian and technical assistance, for which we are especially grateful and emphasize cooperation in the future. In addition, bilateral cooperations in the field of humanitarian assistance, management in the field of disasters, public awareness of dangers of mines, and mine clearance were discussed. The Deputy Head of UNAMA Economic and Development Affairs in Afghanistan, while thanking the Director of the National Disaster Management Authority, said that the authority has always cooperated with them in natural and unnatural disasters. And what are we doing to remain a partner with this agency? December 9th is the International Anti-Corruption Day. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan says that they have fought hard against corruption in the past 3 years and have prevented bribery and corruption in Emirate institutions and contracts. And according to them, efforts are being made to prevent any cases of corruption
Kevin,
at the lowest level in order to
instance,
reduce the level of corruption to zero.
Unfortunately, we're
Let's
becoming
see
very,
more
very used
the
to
report.
these kind of vehicle ramming attacks.
December
This
9th
one
coincides
had the
with the
added element
International
that it's reported
Anti-Corruption
that the
Day.
driver of this truck,
Maulavi Hamdullah
after the
Fitrat,
ramming
the
attack
deputy
had
spokesperson
stopped
of the Islamic
in whatever way
Emirate,
it had
says
stopped, got out
that
of
the
the vehicle
Islamic
and began
Emirate
to
has fought
open
against
fire.
corruption
Police returned
extensively
fire,
in the past
and
3
there
years,
it's not clear
and the
exactly
level
what
of
happens
corruption
next.
in
That's another
Emirate
element, doesn't it? Of
institutions
course,
has
US police
decreased, and they are trying to
armed,
reduce
they're
the
able to
level
respond to that
of
kind of
corruption
incident,
to
but
zero.
it does add another level to this.
The Islamic Emirate is determined to eradicate the phenomenon of corruption, and a comprehensive fight against corruption is underway until we reduce the level of corruption to zero. Theft and the plunder of the state, and on the other hand, the distribution of positions in exchange for money, and corruption in contracts, all of these were the bad legacies of the previous government that are now being revealed.
Several traders and industrialists say that with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, the level of corruption in Emirate institutions and customs has decreased to zero, which has prevented investors from fleeing the country and has led many Afghans to repatriate their capital from abroad.
After an individual drove
With the arrival of the Islamic Emirate and a serious fight against corruption in the administrations and the major reforms that took place in the customs, 50% of our factories that had been stopped in the Republic due to the corruption and customs problems were deactivated in the Islamic Emirate. With the advent of Islamic Emirate, administrative corruption has become zero. The problems that exist in the institutions have been resolved, and we have entered in a new phase.
At the same time, a resident of Kabul also says that with the arrival of the Islamic Emirate, corruption in Emirate institutions have been eliminated, saying that the government should intensify its fight against it.
With the advent of Islamic Emirate, corruption was prevented. Alhamdulillah, administrative corruption has decreased a lot since then, but we still ask the authorities to try harder.
From the governor, James, reiterating that
This is when the United Nations, in its statement issued on the occasion of International Anti-Corruption Day, said that the world is facing myriad challenges, tragedies, and injustices, many of which stem from corruption, and has encouraged countries to implement anti-corruption laws and policies to address these problems.
Majid Sadiqi Dawlatabadi, the head of the Iranian consulate in the Eastern Zone, Maulavi Fazal Hadi Ahmad, the head of the International Relations for the Eastern Zone, and a number of other representatives of the consulate discussed a number of issues with Laghman Governor Sheikh Sher Ahmad Haqqani. Mr. Dawlatabadi said that Laghman has produced good results in the agricultural sector due to its abundant water and favorable climate in the Eastern Zone. Therefore, they want to provide their services in the development of agriculture in Laghman. Meanwhile, the Laghman governor expressed his satisfaction with the head of the Iranian consulate in the Eastern Zone, who has plans to serve the people of Laghman in trade, agriculture, and other fields. And the final one is that the Afghanistan Electricity Company says that the technical problem with imported electricity from Iran on the previous day has been solved and the electricity supply has been restored. According to the company, these problems were resolved through the efforts of the employees of the Afghan and Iranian electricity companies. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Friends, contacts, who the to go about their business, avoid the centre of town, but enjoy the area, go to the Sugar Bowl, this American football event that's taking place tonight. I might say the police chief has said that we will make sure, we will do our best to ensure that routes to the Sugar Bowl are safe and secure.
Good evening. Today is Sunday, December 8, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN. Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister, met and discussed with a number of tribal leaders and religious scholars of Logar province. This meeting, the participants, while declaring their readiness and full cooperation with the Islamic Emirate, called on the Islamic Emirate's leadership to solve the problems in the fields of construction of roads, clinics, dams, and electricity. On the other hand, Mr. Kabir, while recalling the efforts and bravery of the people of Logar province during the years of jihad and resistance, added that the problems and suggestions presented will be addressed.
It was 100% not in place here because, as we heard from the
economic deputy of the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate issued a statement saying that many of the findings published by the World Bank on the economic situation in Afghanistan are far from reality and reject them. In this statement, it is said that with the rule of the Islamic Emirate, various projects have been launched in different sectors of the country. The Deputy Prime Minister of Economic Affairs also stressed that the international community should interact positively with Afghanistan with a real understanding of the facts, which will result in further progress. The regular meeting of the Economic Deputy was held under the chairmanship of Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Akhund, the Economic Deputy of the Prime Minister. The meeting discussed the conditions of DP World Company, the visit of the Islamic Emirate delegation to the United Arab Emirates, the report of the electricity company of the Qasar 1000 project, and the report of the Ministry of Public Works on the Afghan Trains project, the report of electricity company on Mangae Gate Dame, the electronic driving licenses project, and other important economic issues. According to the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, in addition to taking important decisions, the report of the Afghan Trans project was also sent to the relevant departments for approval. Sheikh Saeed Ahmad Shahid Khel, the military deputy minister of the Ministry of Propagation of Virtue, Prevention of Voice and Hearing Complaints, met with a number of religious scholars from Britain. In this meeting, the religious scholars from Britain say that for years, Muslims believed that the Islamic Ummah was an orphan. But with the advent of the Islamic Emirate, we have gained the assurance that the Islamic Ummah now has a benefactor and they are confident in it. We have more details in the report.
That had, I guess, been set up to stop
the
vehicles from driving down that street.
Of virtue, prevention of voice and hearing complaints. Sheikh Saeed Ahmad Shahid Khel
barricades
met
would
with
have
a
been in
10-member
place,
delegation of the
and indeed
religious
were in
scholars
place.
from the United Kingdom.
The police chief
According to the spokesman of the
said that
ministry,
this individual was
in his meeting,
able to drive
Sheikh Saeed
around
Ahmad
them.
Shahid Khel welcomed the
That's
delegation
clearly a
and
form
said
of
that
security.
it
I mean,
was
to
with
be
the help
fair
of
to the local
Almighty Allah
authorities,
in defeating the
they gave us
infidel
that
invasion
very early
and the
press
prayers of the
conference,
spiritual support of the entire
very early
Islamic
in the
Ummah
morning.
that Islamic
Still,
Emirate
the
has
event is still
completely defeated the
ongoing.
infidels.
So I
in
suppose
Afghanistan
in many
today.
ways that was the holding
Terrorist
press conference to give us the information they had.
Yesterday, a delegation from the Britain
things
met
evolve
with
very
the
quickly in
Deputy
terms
Minister of
of the
Military
information
Affairs
flow.
of the
So,
Ministry of
yeah,
Propagation
we'll get
of Virtue,
some
Prevention of
hard and
Voice
fast
and Hearing
answers, one would
Complaints.
hope,
As
come
there
the
was
11
no specific
o'clock hour.
agenda
But,
for the
you know,
meeting,
Kamali, I'm just
they
looking
had
at
several
early
questions
morning
about
coverage
the
before this
approved law
took
of
place
the mentioned
of
ministry.
the night
Their
in
questions
New
were
Orleans,
answered.
video
They expressed
of
great
people
satisfaction
having
with
fun,
the current
talk of a
situation in
golden
Afghanistan, security,
the
and
symbol
especially
of the
the
city, how
actions
that
of the
dropped in the
Ministry
centre
of
of town.
Propagation of
Jackson
Virtue,
Square, the
Prevention
area
of
where people
Voice, and
congregate
Hearing
to watch that.
Complaints.
Religious scholars from UK said
symbol
that
of the city
for years,
dropped. That's
Muslims
the
believed
midnight
that Islamic Ummah was
moment, and it
orphaned,
attracted
but with the advent of Islamic Emirate, they were assured that Islamic Ummah now has a protector and
local
they
brass
are
bands,
confident in
tank
it.
and the bargas, pictures I'm looking at of people enjoying
They
themselves,
promised to explain to
crammed
the people
in
negative
to the
rumors,
area, talk of
propaganda,
hotel
and reports
occupancy
about the
rates
approved
being
law of
high
the
in the
mentioned
city for the
ministry
holiday, and for
outside
this
Afghanistan.
influx of college football
And added
fans
that they
in
would
town
fulfill
for the
their
All-State
responsibility in the
Sugar
relevant
Bowl, this
matter.
big American
They
football
will
match, which
explain
will
the approved
continue
law of the
tonight.
ministry
So
to the people,
that was New
raise
Orleans.
public
That was the
awareness,
centre
and
of town
aware the people
in the
about the
early hours
positivity
before
of the mentioned
3:15,
ministry.
when this horror
Experts consider
was
such meetings and
perpetrated.
visits to be
It
effective
was
in
a
terms of
packed
positive
scene.
interaction
People
with
crammed
countries.
in to that area. Perhaps not at 3:15 when the crowds might have thinned out,
Islamic
but
countries
clearly
are very effective.
extremely
What they say about Afghanistan and Muslims in their own countries
police
confirm their
investigators
According to religious
will be
scholars from
looking
UK, the Islamic
at
Emirate has come
why
through the
this
sacrifices
was
of
allowed
Afghans,
to happen.
and they
Was,
also have promised
you
the
know,
officials of the
given
Islamic
the
Emirate
time
that you will present the true
of the
picture of Islamic
morning when
Emirate
crowds
to the
were thinning
world
out,
and inform
when
them
the
of the
party
realities
was
of
over,
Afghanistan.
when the bands had
Dr.
hung up their
Muhammad Naeem,
instruments.
ambassador of
Was
the
there a
Islamic
witness there?
Emirate in
Was there
Doha,
a
participated in
complacency
the
that the party
22nd
was
Doha
over?
Forum
Therefore,
meeting
there
at
was
the
a
official
drop-off
invitation
somehow
of the Ministry of
in
Foreign Affairs
the
of that
tight
country.
security.
The meeting was held
Questions
in the
that will be
presence
asked
of
at
the
this
leader
news
of
conference
Qatar, a
come
number of
11
higher-ranking officials,
in
foreign
New Orleans,
ministers
but
of
questions
various
that come
countries,
too late
diplomats,
for those
and
who have been affected,
representatives
the 10
of
killed
different countries.
and the more than 35 injured and now being treated
Muhammad
in
Ashraf
hospital.
Hakshanas,
Investigations
spokesperson for the
ongoing,
Ministry
of
of
course.
Public Works, says
There is an
that the
operation to
work
take care of the
underway
homemade
to
bomb at
rebuild
that
14
location, the one we're
mosques
looking at
along the
right now,
Kabul-Herat
but in the
highway at a
background,
cost of over
investigations about the individual who perpetrated
467 million Afghanis based on
it's
the
been
decree of
called
Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah,
terrorist
the leader of the
motive
Islamic
has
Emirate
been
of
pinned on
Afghanistan.
this
Mr.
by
Hakshanas
the
adds
local
that 6 of
police.
these mosques are being
question
built
remains
along the
why.
Kabul-Kandahar
They will learn
highway,
about this
and the
individual.
remaining
We
8
will
are
learn about
along the
this
Kandahar-Herat
and where they
highway.
got that information. Where did
A
it come
coordination
from?
meeting
Did
with a
he-
group of
is there
religious scholars
something
on
from
awareness
him
of
online?
harms of drugs was
Something
held
in
by
material
the
form,
Deputy
paperwork
Minister of
perhaps, that he left
Counter-Narcotics
behind
of the Ministry
in
of
the car?
Interior
Or
Affairs.
did he say
website.
something
The
at
meeting
the time
emphasized
of the
comprehensive
incident?
cooperation
Questions
in
have been answered this
eradicating
morning,
this
but
evil
many remain.
phenomenon. Let's see more
James,
in the report.
in DC for now. Thank you.
In a meeting, the Deputy
Well, it
Minister
has
of
just
Counter-Narcotics
gone
of the
2
Ministry of
o'clock here in
Interior
London,
Affairs
8 a.m.
considered the
in New Orleans. And a
importance
reminder
of
of our
raising
breaking
awareness
news
among
as
the people
authorities in the
about
city
the
say
harms
that
of
10
drugs
people have been
and the
killed,
role of
at least
religious scholars
35
in this
injured
sector.
after a pickup truck was driven into partygoers.
The responsibility is not
the
only
mayor
for
of
the
the
Ministry of
city
Foreign
described
Affairs.
it
The
as a
responsibility also lies
terrorist
with relevant
attack.
ministries.
After
We have
crashing
tried our
his
best
vehicle,
in our
police said the
sector,
suspect
and may God
then
give power
opened
to all our
fire,
departments to try
shooting
even
2
more.
police officers
We have
who are
collected
in a
approximately
stable
130,000 addicts.
The
They have been
FBI
treated
are
here
involved and
and
have said that an
protected.
improvised explosive device has been found in the area. The
The
perpetrator
Director
is
General of
believed
Public Relations
to be
of the
dead.
Ministry of
Well, this
Interior
is the
Affairs,
scene
along with religious
this morning,
scholars,
8 a.m.
considers
in
the
New
role
Orleans. As you
of
can see, the
national
police
media
tape,
to
of
be
course,
very
remains in
important
place.
in
That
the fight
cordon
against
is
drugs.
up, but officials,
How can we have a
Commissioner of
positive
Police, as
impact
well
on
as the mayor,
people who are addicted to
advising,
drugs in
warning,
our
and
national
imploring
media
people
and
to
force
stay
them
away from
to
the area
avoid
from
this
what is a
evil
very
and unpleasant
active
phenomenon?
scene as they try and piece together exactly what happened in the early hours
In this meeting,
of this
religious
morning,
scholars, while
as
calling
that
the
vehicle, that pickup
existence
truck
of
drove
this
into
phenomenon a
people.
serious
The Commissioner
challenge
of
for
Police
all
saying that
members
the
of
man driving
society,
was trying to run over
emphasized
as
their
many people
continued
as he
cooperation to
could
eliminate
and was
it.
hell-bent on carnage as he drove at high speed
Alhamdulillah.
in a pickup
Whatever is the
truck
principle
through a
and the
crowd
foundation of the Sharia and the
pedestrians
religion of
in New
Islam,
Orleans.
or whatever
French
is prohibited
quarter,
in
10
it,
people
or whatever is
dead.
commanded,
At
we
least
can happily
35
explain.
have been injured. Now, the incident happened, as I said, in the popular Bourbon Street in
The
the
fight
French
against
Quarter
drugs and
had
anything
just
that
gone
destroys
3
regions
a.m.
has
as
external
many were out
roots.
celebrating
So this issue should be
the new year.
addressed at international level. The second
Well,
solution
earlier,
is
we
what
had
points should
that
be
news
considered
conference
at the national
from,
level to fight this
the
evil
police
phenomenon.
چی
superintendent
نکاتی را
Anne
باید ما در
Kirkpatrick
نظر
gave us this
بگیریم تا با این پدیده ایشون مبارزه کنیم.
In this meeting, participants shared their views, suggestions, and plans with the leadership of the Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics to seriously fight against
at a very
drugs.
fast pace, and it was very intentional.
The Mine Action Coordination
behavior.
Department, in
This
collaboration
man
with
was
the
trying
FAR
to run
organization,
over as many
conducted a
people as he
capacity test
possibly
of the
could.
large loop-type
It was
ammunition
not a
retrieval
DUI
machine at the
situation.
Miskainak
This is a
project
more
in Lagar
complex and more
province. The
serious
results
based
of
on the
this test
information
showed
we
that
have right
the
now.
machine can clear an area
With
of about
respect to
15,600 square
we
meters
have
in a day,
right
and
now,
in areas
and as
with
you
fewer
already know,
obstacles,
this
this
could
capacity can
change
be
throughout the
further
day.
increased.
We do know that
Police
there are
officials of Coast
26
Province headquarters
injured
say
people
that they
who are
seized
at
several weapons
UMC
and ammunition in the
hospital.
province. According to the
We
Ministry
know
of
we have
Interior
4
Affairs,
at
the seized
Truro,
weapons and ammunition
4
include
at
6
Oshner
AKM
Baptist,
rifles, 9 shotguns,
1 at
10 grenades,
Tulane, but
300
even as
rounds
I
of
was walking
ammunition,
out the
and
door,
other military
I believe I have
equipment.
an unconfirmed additional
And
people
the
who have
final
been
one
taken
is
to
that the
other area
Afghanistan Bank has
hospitals,
announced that
possibly
it
on the
will
east side.
auction
But we will
$16
give
million
you as many
on Monday,
correct
December
numbers as we
9.
can
The bank has
as the
invited
day
eligible
progresses.
private banks and exchange
It is a
companies
very
to
tragic
participate in the
situation
auction.
for me to tell you that we know we have 10
And that's
people
all for tonight.
that
Thank you
this
so much for
man
being with
killed
us. Stay with us to stay updated.
Bourbon
Have a
Street.
good night.
That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today, wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not
Good evening. Today is
What I
Saturday,
also can
December
tell you
7,
is that
2024.
this man,
I'm
this
Suleiman Talash and you are
perpetrator,
watching RTN News.
fired on
The Ministry
our
of Foreign
officers
Affairs, in response to
from
Norway's
his vehicle
decision
when he crashed his
to
vehicle.
downgrade diplomatic relations with Afghanistan,
Two of our
says that
officers
such
have been
decision
shot.
should not be linked to
They
the internal
are
affairs of
stable,
countries. The
and we will
spokesperson
give
for the
you an
ministry
update
emphasizes
on them.
that
I
access
have
to
yet
consular
been able to go to
services
the
is a
hospital.
fundamental right
I
of
will be
every
leaving
individual
here
and has
for
called
us
on
to
all
go
sides
visit
to
our
prioritize
officers.
this principle based
have
on the
called
spirit of
in
international
every officer
cooperation.
that we have.
On the other
We have
hand,
so
some
much
political
appreciated
experts say
our
that
partnerships
instead
who
of
have
reducing
also
diplomatic
offered us
relations, countries
Last
should
night,
increase
we had
their
over
interactions
300
with
officers out
Afghanistan.
here.
Let's see more in the report.
Because of the intentional
The deputy spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate, in response to Norway's decision to downgrade diplomatic relations with Afghanistan, says that such decisions should not be linked to the internal affairs of countries. Hafizia Ahmad Takal adds that access to the consular services is a fundamental right of every individual and has called on all parties to prioritize this principle based on the spirit of international cooperation. The Norwegian Foreign Ministry had previously announced that it would limit its relations with Afghanistan and would not accept the new ambassador of the Islamic Emirate. The
Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan expresses its dissatisfaction with the decision of the royal government of Norway to reduce the level of diplomatic relations. We hope that such decisions will not be related to the internal affairs of countries.
On the other hand, some political experts say that instead of reducing diplomatic relations, countries should increase their interaction with Afghanistan.
Sanctions and severance of relations do not solve problems. Rather, they complicate problems. Countries should use diplomatic methods to resolve problems. I hope that the country of Norway will establish relations with us based on the national interests of both sides, not by continuing systematic pressure to implement political interests.
This is why the officials of the Islamic Emirate have always said that they want positive interaction with all countries of the world based on the mutual respect.
Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, Minister of Higher Education, and Maulavi Habibullah Agha, Minister of Education, addressed a large gathering of teachers and students during their visit to Jamia Darul Uloom Al Hakimiyya in Kandahar province. The ministers praised the services and efforts of the teachers in their speeches and recommendations during this large gathering and emphasized on the quality and improvement of knowledge. They also provided good and important instructions and recommendations to the teachers and students. During the meeting, both ministers reminded the teachers and students of their duties and responsibilities in adhering to the implementing the curriculum approved by Amir al-Mu'mineen Hafazahullah, the leader of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. During his visit to Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and his accompanying delegation signed an energy-imposed agreement for 2025. Under this agreement, electricity will be imported from Turkmenistan to Afghanistan through 4 routes: Andkhui, Aqina, Badghis, and Torghunde Herat. Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Islamabad, met with the member of the Senate of Pakistan and former Minister of Religious Affairs Muhammad Talha Mahmood and discussed the trade relations and investment between the two countries. Meanwhile, the Council of the Islamic Emirate in Karachi, Pakistan, Abdul Jabbar Takhari, discussed with the officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment of that country about further strengthening the trade relations between the two countries and eliminating the existing problems. We have more details in the report.
Maulavi Sardar Ahmad Shakib, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Islamabad, met with a member of the Senate of Pakistan and former Minister of Religious Affairs Muhammad Talha Mahmood and discussed the strengthening of the trade relations between the two countries.
Was there paperwork? Did he say anything at the time? Is there something in his
Discussions were held on how a mechanism should be created for this, what advice should be shared, how to strengthen relations between the two sides, and especially progress in trade. The trade volume between the two countries has decreased due to several sanctions, security problems, and others. At the same time, Abdul Jabbar Takhari, the Consul of the Islamic Emirate in Karachi, Pakistan, discussed discussed with the officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment of that country about further strengthening the trade relations between the two countries and eliminating the existing problems. Efforts have been made to eliminate the defects in the trade sector of both sides so that trade can return to its previous level. There should be a continuity of trade flows so that trade and non-trade problems can be resolved, and efforts should be made to separate trade from political affairs. On the other hand, officials of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce and Industry said that the level of exports from Afghanistan has decreased this year and asked the relevant officials not to politicize the trade issue. In total, exports have decreased by 16 to 17% this year. The figures for their imports, which were compiled by the Central Census 6 months ago, have increased by about 10 or 20%. But our exports to them have decreased compared to last year because they imposed restrictions on us. It would be great if we could determine the policy and strategy on average 1 to 5 years in advance. They should be reviewed annually. According to officials of the Pakistan-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce and Industries, although exports from Pakistan to other countries benefit both countries, due to some problems, they do not have access to them and are using alternative ways to maintain the value of Afghanistan's exports. The Ministry of Higher Education has announced the creation of 36 new master's degree programs and 11 new doctoral degrees programs in the country's universities this year. According to the spokesperson for the ministry, 26 of the master's degree programs have been created in Emirati universities and 10 in private universities. Maulana Islam Jar, the governor of Herat province, supervised the practical work of the Tapi project in the border area of Afghanistan and Turkmenistan and stressed accelerating the work of the project. According to local officials, the governor of Herat met with the Director General of the Tapi project and called it a decisive project for the economic growth of Afghanistan and Turkmenistan. And the final one is that Coast Municipality announces the burning of 3 tons of expired and poor quality food and hygiene products in the province. According to Coast Municipality, these food and hygiene products were collected from the city's markets over the past 3 months and were burned in the presence of a delegation of relevant departments. That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
The suspect's vehicle that has led them
Good evening. Today is Friday, December 6, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, has visited a hospital in Beijing, the capital of China, during his official visit to that country. According to the Ministry of Public Health, this hospital provides traditional and modern health services in an integrated manner in different departments for patients. The ministry added that Mr. Jalali met with several officials from the Ministry of Health of China and also visited some other hospitals. Awazbek Atakhanov, the ambassador of Kyrgyzstan to Pakistan, met with Sardar Ahmad Shakif, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad. The two sides discussed Afghanistan's bilateral relations, historical relations, and commonalities with Central Asian countries, especially with Kyrgyzstan, about opportunities and challenges. The National Statistics Statistics and Information Authority says that they are trying to increase the number of electronic ID card distribution centers in the districts. The authority's spokesperson added that currently 79 electronic ID card centers are active in the country, of which 13 are in the districts. On the other hand, some demanding an increase the number of electronic ID card distribution centers in these areas. Let's see more in the report.
Some residents of remote areas and districts of the country are demanding the establishment of electronic ID card distribution centers in their areas. They say that if electronic ID card distribution centers are activated in their areas, they will easily obtain ID cards. There are no electronic ID card distribution centers in the remote provinces and areas of Afghanistan, so they should establish these centers there. Perhaps the majority of people will urgently need electronic ID cards. Electronic ID card distribution centers in the districts should be established so that the problems of the people can be solved easily and quickly. On the other hand, the National Statistics and Information Authority says that they are trying to activate electronic ID card centers in remote areas of the country. Currently, electronic ID card centers have been activated in 13 districts. We are trying to start this process in the districts at the country level. Fortunately, in the past few months, we have been able to activate new centers in 13 districts across the country. The countrymen are demanding the electronic ID card distribution centers to be opened for them in remote areas. So, for now, we have established these centers in 13 other districts of the country, and this process is still going on. The spokesperson adds that 10,000 electronic ID cards are distributed to citizens across the country every day. The National Statistics and Information Authority has 79 active branches in 34 provinces across the country. Fortunately, we have also activated a branch outside the country in the United Arab Emirates. Currently, we are able to distribute electronic ID cards to up to 10,000 citizens across the country on a daily basis. According to this authority, the Islamic Emirate has distributed 8.6 million electronic ID cards since the Islamic Emirate regained power for the second time. The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology has mentioned the work process of establishing new telecommunication sites in many areas of the country in the past week. Illegal telecommunication services have been prevented in several regions. In addition, Maulavi Najibullah Hayat Haqqani, the Minister of Communications and Information Technology, held meetings with telecommunications companies to resolve their problems, improve telecommunication services, and register SIM cards in the country. The Ministry of Communications and Information Technology has graduated many students from the educational centers of the provincial departments of communications and information technology in many provinces of the country in the past week and presented them to serve the community. During his visit to Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the General Executive Director of the Afghanistan Electricity Company, and his accompanying delegation visited various parts and equipment of the country's electrical equipment production factory named Aydin Gejalar. During this visit, Mr. Umar praised the efforts of the officials and workers of the factory and added that the factory, which produces various electrical equipment such as poles, wires, bulbs, and other electrical equipment, fully cooperated in this field of purchase and sale. The officials of the factory thanked him and the accompanying delegation for their visit and efforts and assured them of all-round cooperation. Several residents of the capital have complained about the increase in electricity shortages during the cold season, saying that the lack of electricity has caused them many problems. At the same time, officials of the electricity company say that the electricity shortages have increased due to a technical problem, but the department is trying to distribute electricity to its customers by arranging regular time distribution. We have more in the report. Residents of the capital have complained about the increase in electricity shortages in recent days, saying that with the arrival of the cold season, electricity shortages have also increased. These residents are asking the electricity company officials to address this problem and pay attention to the distribution of electricity in a regular manner. Recently, electricity problems have increased. We are facing a lot of problems from the electricity point of view. Everything is related to electricity. From 7 in the morning, when the electricity goes out, and then until night, we have no electricity. The authority should try to reduce these problems because electricity is very important. On the other hand, the electricity company officials say that the shortages have increased due to a technical problem in the power lines, and they are trying to resolve this problem. A spokesperson for the company says that they are planning to distribute electricity to their customers by arranging regular time distribution. The Afghanistan Electricity Company, in addition to making efforts in the field of regular electricity supply, is also working in various areas where we can increase the level and the use of domestic productions. This is when the Ministry of Energy and Water recently inaugurated and put into operation a 10-megawatt solar power project in Sarubi district to solve the electricity problems of Kabul city.
Several large drug processing factories were set on fire after being discovered in Gale province. The Deputy Minister for Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said that the factories were discovered by the Anti-Narcotics Department of the province in the first district of Feroziko city and burned with a large amount of various drugs. And the final one is that the Deputy for Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs announces the arrest of a person for drug trafficking in Coast province. According to the Deputy Office, the person was arrested by the Ministry's Counter-Narcotics forces on suspicion for selling 2,000 drug tablets. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Whether it's a celebration or whether it's any day of the year, if there aren't barriers in place and a vehicle can access it, then sadly these things can happen.
Yeah, and those barriers, I mean, they become very familiar to people now. Sometimes they look like street furniture, sometimes they're sort of shaped like benches, but they're put in place, aren't they? The concrete are a really strong material to try and protect open spaces. The issue, I guess, here,
Good
Kevin,
evening.
as
Today
you mentioned,
is Thursday, December 5, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, Minister of Public Health, met with Afghanistan's ambassador to Beijing, Maulavi Bilal Karimi, during his visit to China. The Ministry of Public Health said that during the meeting, they discussed China's cooperation in strengthening the country's health sector. According to the ministry, Mr. Karimi expressed confidence that China will continue its efforts to attract assistance for Afghanistan's health sector.
If this area is being designated and they were expecting a particularly large gathering
The Commission for the Nomination of Historical Sites, Streets and Avenues of the country, chaired by Maulavi Atiqullah, Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, held its regular meeting. In this meeting, the committee appointed during the previous meeting presented a report which had visited the newly constructed streets and avenues in the 5th, 6th and 13th districts of Kabul city. The members of the Commission made the necessary decisions based on this report. The meeting also discussed on the newly constructed road from Khairkhana to Kargha sector, two newly constructed avenues in Helmand province and an avenue designed by an engineer in Parwan province.
Unfortunately, it is impossible to protect everywhere.
Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, continued his visit to Iran and met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Jihad of Iran and the officials of the Iran-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce, where they discussed soil science, agricultural land reform and strengthening water resources management, cultivation and production of agricultural products. Let's see more in the report.
Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, continued his visit to Iran and met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Jihad of Iran. In this meeting, both sides discussed agriculture, land reform, water resources management, transfer of new technologies, and the establishment of training programs for Afghanistan specialists.
In this meeting, both sides emphasized on the development of cooperation in soil science, agricultural land improvement, and strengthening water resources management, and the use of new irrigation technologies.
Mr. Osmani also discussed the cultivation, production, and processing of agricultural products, as well as the development of trade between countries and the increases in export and imports. In addition to the meeting with members of Iran-Afghanistan Joint Chamber of Commerce.
In this meeting, both sides discussed opportunities for joint investment in the agricultural sector in Afghanistan, as well as increasing exports and imports of agricultural products and removing trade barriers between the two countries.
Furthermore, economic analysts say that Iran has advanced technology in the field of agriculture and livestock and can help strengthen Afghanistan's agricultural system.
کشور ایران با داشتن تکنولوژی‌های اصلی
With its modern technologies, especially in the agricultural sector, agricultural product processing experiences, and Afghanistan's proximity, Iran can play a key and fundamental role in the growth of Afghanistan's exports and trade relations with countries in the region and the world.
In addition to this meeting, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock also met with representatives of the private sector of Iran's irrigation equipment and agriculture materials production. And the Iranian side has shown its readiness to transfer advanced irrigation system to Afghanistan.
Going forward.
The Deputy Border Inspector of the Ministry of Borders, Tribes and Tribal Affairs, Maulavi Muhammad Ismail Ghaznavi, was tasked with leading a delegation to form a committee to provide services to the people of the districts near the Durand Line in Logar province under the leadership of the Deputy Governor. For this purpose, the delegation, which included Maulavi Muhammad Nadir Sangin, the Ministry's Director of Planning and Policy, Maulavi Karim Shah Talavi, the Director of Personal Affairs, and other officials met with the Deputy Governor of Logar and the heads of relevant departments. In this meeting, based on the order of the Islamic Emirates leader, the committee was tasked with closely examining the initial problems of remote and unsurveyed areas and sharing the report with the Central Committee after detailed information.
So that's question number one. What were the defences?
The Nangarhar Customs Investigations Department discovered and seized 123 kilograms of incendiary substances and an imported commercial shipment yesterday. The incendiary substances, which were skillfully placed in a transport vehicle that the smugglers intended to skillfully transport to Afghanistan, were discovered and seized. Two people have been identified to the relevant authorities for further investigation after their arrest. It's worth mentioning that currently, the country's customs are closely monitoring the import and export of smuggled and prohibited goods, and those involved are being prosecuted and brought to justice.
Anybody with malice in mind. So,
Afghan refugees have returned from various routes in the country and have been provided with necessary services in various areas. according to which 67 families with 256 members returned to the country through Islam Qala, 21 families with 118 members returned to the country through Spin Bulldog and were registered, and 7 families returned to the country through Turkham
at the earlier
border.
news conference. No confirmation that that's where
the European Union has provided 15 million euros to Afghanistan through the World Food Programme. The World Food Programme says that this assistance will cover farmers and those affected by natural disasters in Afghanistan, thereby increasing domestic production. At the same time, officials from the Ministry of Economy welcome such assistance and insist on its continuation. Let's see more.
Is terrorism. We have that confirmed by
European
officials
Union
now.
has
Confusion
provided
earlier
15
on,
million
because in the
euros
one
to
press conference you
Afghanistan
had the
through
police
the World
and
Food
FBI
Programme,
contradicting each
which
other
will be used
on whether
to
or not
further
terrorism played a
cooperate
part.
with farmers
That's been
and
cleared up
those
over the course
affected by
of the
natural
morning. Officials
disaster
now
in
saying very
Afghanistan
clearly
in the
they are
field of
looking at this
production.
as a suspected
The European
act
Union is particularly
of
pleased
terror.
to
At a time when New
reinforce its
Orleans was
partnership with the World
packed
Food Programme in
with crowds,
Afghanistan
tens of
in
thousands
support to the
attracted
people
to
of
what
this
is a
country.
party town
We have
at any
been
time of
doing
year.
so for
It
some
certainly
time
was
together.
last night, not just because of
We
New Year,
are looking at
but
how we can
because
best
of New
address
Year
the
sporting attractions.
incidences
There
of
is the
climate
Sugar
change
Bowl
in
tonight, a
Afghanistan,
big
looking at how
college
we can
football
reinforce
match,
resilience
which will continue
of
to take
communities.
place. That
Through
goes
our
on
programs,
tonight.
we are supporting families
A
with their
huge
immediate
event.
food needs,
And indeed,
while we
yesterday,
support the communities to build
at 2 p.m.
longer-term
in these
resilience
same
to
streets,
climate
there was a
change,
Sugar
which
Bowl
is
parade.
imminent and
So the
happening now.
crowds were out
Together
and
we can
partying
support the next
over the
generation
course
of
of the
Afghans
afternoon
and make sure
in New
that they can
Orleans.
put enough food
Those
on their
crowds
Meanwhile,
continued
officials
into the
from the
night. I
Ministry
mean,
of
queues were
Economy
forming
welcome
for
this type of
Canal
assistance
Street,
and
Bourbon
insist
Street, Jackson
on its
Square area.
continuation.
From mid-afternoon, people wanting to get the best
We are
vantage
trying to
point
ensure that
for
these
the fireworks
donations
on the
reach
Mississippi
deserving people
River,
in
for
a
the
transparent
drop
and
of the
supervised
fleur-de-lis,
manner,
the
and
symbol
any kind of
the
corruption
city
is
of New
prohibited.
Orleans. That was the
Our
heart
demand from
of
the
the
international
celebration.
community
That was what
and aid
attracted so many
organizations
to
is
that
to
part of
increase
town.
these aids
And
in
that's what
quantity
ultimately
and
put so
quality.
many
This
at risk
assistance
when
should
this
be
horror was
considered
perpetrated.
in infrastructure and development
James,
projects.
for now, thank you for that.
They should work
continuing
together
look
to
at
make a
these live
mechanism
pictures
through
from,
which they could
New Orleans.
establish
As
to
you can see
create
there,
working
activity
opportunities
ticking up
in the
as,
future.
investigation
It's worth mentioning that the
begins
Qatar
in
Ministry of
earnest
Foreign
to some of
Affairs
the
has
details
previously
of what
issued a
occurred
press
in
release
the early
on
hours of the
Wednesday,
morning,
stating
quarter
that
after 3,
Mariam
when
Binti Ali bin
emergency services
Nasser
recalls
Al
10
Masned,
people
Minister of State
killed
for
after a
International
man drove a
Cooperation,
pickup truck
met
into a crowd
with
of
the
people
British ambassador
intentionally
to
designed to
Afghanistan,
create carnage, as
Andrew
the
McBurry,
police
and
commissioner
discussed
has
the
told us at
improvement
least
of the
35
situation in
people have
Afghanistan,
been injured,
health, education, and
including 2
humanitarian
police
assistance.
officers who was shot
Maulavi
after an
Abdul
exchange of
Samad
fire
Jawed was
with the
introduced as the new
perpetrator.
governor of
The
Ghazni
perpetrator
to
was
the
killed
local
in a
administration
firefight
officials
with police.
and
Those
elders to the
police
province in
officers,
a meeting
2
based
of whom
on the order of
were
Amir
injured
al-Mu'minin
in that shootout, are
Hafazahullah.
stable
According to
and are
local
being cared
officials,
for
in this
in
meeting, the
hospital. The
deputy
investigation,
administrative officer of
now
the
being
Ministry of
looked into
Interior
as
Affairs
to
described
this being
change
a
and
terrorist
transformation in Islamic
attack.
government
The
as a
FBI
natural
said
thing
that at
and
least
asked
10
the
people
local
have been killed
administration
in
officials
an act
and the
of
citizens of
terrorism.
Ghazni to
Now,
cooperate
we're
with the
expecting a
new
news
governor of
conference,
this province
from
in
police headquarters
advanced
in New
matters.
Orleans in about 90 minutes time.
The Food and Agriculture
but earlier
Organization, the
today, we got a
International
news
Organization
conference
for
in
Migration,
New
and
Orleans.
the United Nations
Mayor,
Development
police,
Programme,
and FBI gave us
UNDP,
this.
will launch an alternative poppy
First of all, we
cultivation
do
project
know
in Kandahar
that
and Helmand provinces by
the city of New
2025.
Orleans was
the provincial
impacted
governor's
by
office
a terrorist
said.
attack.
According to
It's
the
all
office,
still under
the project includes the
investigation.
distribution
You'll
of
hear
wheat,
more
raisin, and
after me.
onion
However,
seeds,
I
construction
have been
of
in
greenhouses,
direct contact
distribution of
with
livestock and
the White
animal
House,
feed, support
with
of
Governor
gardeners
Landry,
and construction of
and
new
of course, a
gardens,
unified
training
command
of
who is
farmers
present
and
here.
gardeners, marketing of agricultural
What I'm
products,
asking at this
employment
time
for people, and
are prayers
support of
for
small
those who have lost their
enterprises.
lives in the city of New Orleans due
And
to
the
this
final one is
tragedy.
that the Kunduz Provincial Disaster
addition to
Management
that,
Authority
I'm
with
asking
financial
the public
support of
to stay
state
clear
organization distributed cash
of 8
Afghanistan
blocks
to 192
Street.
families affected
Stay
by
clear
recent floods
from Bourbon
in the
Street,
Khanabad,
8 blocks
Dasht
around.
Archi, and Aliabad districts
Very
of the
active,
province. It's
and
worth
again, a
mentioning that
unified command is in place
20,445
right now.
Afghans were
I'm going
distributed
to
to
ask
each family
Chief
in this
Kirkpatrick
series.
to give you an update.
you're then going to
That's
hear
all for
from
tonight.
our
Thank you so
agent
much for
in
watching.
charge
Have a good night.
relative to the FBI. So at this time,
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace. That was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could.
Good evening. Today is
not a
Wednesday,
DUI
December 4,
situation. This is a
2024.
more
I'm Suleiman
complex and
Talash
more
and you are
serious
watching
based on the
RTA
information we
News.
have
During
right
his
now.
visit to Turkey, Nuruddin
With
Azizi,
respect to
the Minister of
numbers,
Industry and Commerce,
we
engaged
have
with the
right
chairman
now,
and members
and as
of
you
the
already
Leadership
know,
Council,
this could
which is
change
composed of
throughout the
Afghan
day.
businessmen
We
and
do
investors
know
based
that there are
there. The Ministry
26
highlighted that
injured
Mr. Azizi
people
articulated
who
the
are
economic
at
investment
UNC
opportunities
hospital.
available in Afghanistan,
We know
underlining
we have
the
4
significance
at
of
Truro,
improving security and
4
combating
at
corruption.
Ochsner
He urged
Baptist,
Afghan businessmen
1
and
at
investors to
Tulane,
consider
but even
returning
as
to
I was
Afghanistan
walking
to
out the door,
contribute to
I
its
believe I
economic
have
growth
an
and
unconfirmed
development.
additional people who have been taken to other area
During their
hospitals,
visit to
possibly on
Turkmenistan, the
east
General
side.
Executive
But we will
Director of
give
the
you as
Afghanistan
many
Electricity
correct
Company and
numbers
his
as we
delegation
can
met with
as the day
Durdi
progresses.
Ilyasov, the General
It
Executive
is a
Director
very
of the
tragic
Turkmen
situation
Electricity
for me
Company
to tell
and the
you
Director of the
that we
top
know we
project.
have 10
The focus
people
was on
that this
finalizing
man
the power
killed
purchase agreement for
on Bourbon
2025 and
That is
discussing
why
the top
we do
project.
not
Experts
want
believe that
anyone
if
on Bourbon Street
Turkmenistan moves
today,
forward with
wherever
top,
you see
Afghanistan
yellow
will
tape,
gain significant
please do not
financial
violate
benefits.
this
More
tape.
the
This
report.
is in order to protect and
During their
stabilize
visit to
the scene.
Turkmenistan, Dr. Abdul Bari Omar,
We have
the General
information
Executive
to a
Director
certain
of the
degree of the
Afghanistan Electricity
demographics
Company
of
and the
those who are
accompanying
in the
delegation
hospital
discussed
right
the
now.
electricity
We
purchase
do not
and top
know
project with
at
Turkmen
this
officials
point
for
how many could be
2025.
tourists
د دې
versus
سفر موخه دا
locals.
ده چې د
But
افغانستان
from the
برېښنا
information
شرکت
I
The
have
purpose of
right
the visit
now,
is
it
for the
seems
Afghanistan
the
Electricity
majority
Company
are
to renew the
locals
electricity generation
versus
contract for
tourists.
2024 and also hold comprehensive talks
What
on
I
a top
also can
project.
tell you
There are
is
also
that
comprehensive
this
talks
man,
between the
this
two countries
perpetrator,
for further
he
cooperation
fired
on
on
electricity
our
generation.
officers.
Experts in the
From his
electricity and
vehicle when he
energy
crashed
sector
his
say
vehicle.
that Turkmenistan's electricity is the
2 of our
cheapest
officers
electricity
have
in the
been
region,
shot.
which Afghanistan
They
is currently
are
purchasing,
stable,
and extending
and we will
the
give you
agreement
an
is in
update on
Afghanistan's
them. I have
interest.
yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving
The TAP
here
project is supposed to
for
pass through
us to go
Afghanistan to
visit
Pakistan,
our officers.
so it is important to reach an
We have
understanding
called
for
in
this.
every officer that
Since
we
the TAP
have.
project,
We have
like the
so much
CASA 1000
appreciated our
project, is a transit
partnerships who
project,
have also
it can be said
offered us
that
staff.
Afghan
Last
Electricity
night
Company
we had
will earn
over
good income
300
every year.
officers out here.
It's worth mentioning
And
that the leadership
because
of
of
the
the
Afghanistan
intentional
Electricity
mindset
Company is also
of this
accompanied
perpetrator who
by
went around
representatives
our
of the
barricades
Ministries of Foreign
in order
Affairs
to
and
conduct
Finance on this trip
He was
to
hell-bent
Turkmenistan. And the Afghanistan
creating the
Electricity
carnage and the
Company
damage
hopes
that he
that
did.
this trip will ensure electricity
Because of the
services
nature
for its
and the
customers.
indices that we have on the scene,
A delegation led by
have
Maulavi
a,
Nurul Haq Haqqani, head of
enough
the monitoring and
information
evaluation
that
team
the
of the
FBI
Ministry of
will
Motors
be
and
taking
Disabled
over
Affairs,
this
visited Nuristan
investigation.
province to assess
And with
the
that,
Department
I
of
am going to
Motors
be
and
asking,
Disabled
this is the
Affairs. They
assistant
focused on the progress
agent
of
in
claims
charge. This is
verification
Agent
and
Duncan,
biometrics of
Special Agent
widows,
Duncan.
orphans, and
And
disabled
she
individuals,
has taken
as well
over
as
this
cash
case on
assistance
behalf of us
distribution
and the
and
FBI.
settlement
As
processes.
always, we will
The
be in
delegation aims
partnership
to
with all
identify
of our
issues
partners.
and provide
But Agent Duncan,
recommendations
if you
for
want to,
improvement.
have a few
After
words.
evaluating
Thank you,
Nuristan,
ma'am.
the
Good
team
morning.
will
My name's
conduct
Alika
a
Duncan. I'm the
comprehensive
Assistant Special
assessment
Agent
in
in charge
Kunar
for
province.
FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said,
The Ministry
we'll
of
be
Development
taking
and
over
Rural
the
Rehabilitation has
investigative
announced
lead
the
for
completion
this,
of 120
event.
projects
This is not a
worth
terrorist event.
426
What it
million
is right
Afghanis
now
by
is
this
their
ministry.
improvised
According to
explosive
the ministry's
devices that was
spokesperson,
found.
these projects
And we are
include
working on
small dams,
confirming if
road
this is a
construction in
viable device or
villages,
not.
and water
As Chief
supply
Kirkpatrick
projects
said,
that
we're
have been
asking everyone to
implemented
stay
in
away from Bourbon Market
two
Street,
death threats.
specifically
Let's
from
see more
Canal Street
in the
to
report.
St. Anne.
That is my
The
ask.
spokesperson
Once
for
again,
the Ministry
stay
of
away from
Development
Bourbon
and Rural
Street,
Rehabilitation
Canal
says
Street,
that
all the way to
120
St.
projects
Anne,
worth
until we can figure out what is
426
going
million
on.
Afghanis
Our
have
goal
been
is to provide you
completed
additional
in
information at the
142 districts
11
of
a.m. press
33
conference.
provinces this
Thank
year.
you so
The
much,
ministry's
and,
spokesperson
we will
adds
be in
that
touch.
work on
I
22
will
projects
say
will
that
be
we want
completed
our
in the near
community
future,
and our
and work
visitors
on
to
over
continue enjoying.
230
There's
other
so much to
projects.
enjoy
Other water
about New
supply
Orleans,
projects
and we
is
are going
underway.
to make sure that our routes
Currently,
in the
120 of these check dams
Superdome
have
are
been
safe
constructed
today
and
for the
being used by
game,
our countrymen.
and yet we
And
had
22 more
this
are under
tragic
construction,
event,
which will
and
be
we're sorry
completed and
again
put
to
into use
everyone
shortly.
in our community. But we do want you to go about the day,
According
as
to
we
the
say,
ministry's
just stay
spokesperson,
away from
hundreds of
Burma.
kilometers
Okay?
of rural roads have been constructed in a number of
actually are
districts
not
of
going
the
to be
country's
taking questions
provinces,
this morning
and road
until we have more
construction is
information. That's
underway
why we will
in some
give you an
of these
11 o'clock
districts.
briefing. So until then, please hold your questions.
Currently,
We will give you
about 350
everything
projects
that
are
we
being
possibly
implemented by the
can.
Ministry
Okay?
of Rural Rehabilitation
So
and
11
Development
o'clock,
in the
we
field
will
of
see
clean
you
water
at the
supply
headquarters,
and rural road
and we will go
construction
again from
in
there.
about 54
Okay?
provinces.
No questions, no questions right now.
A number of rural residents have expressed their satisfaction with the implementation of these projects and consider them beneficial in terms of agricultural growth and access to safe
just at the end, they're
drinking water.
referring to that football game at the Superdome, the Sugar Bowl played between the University of Georgia and Notre Dame University. That is a major college football game, and it is still going ahead despite the tragedy in the early hours
These
in New
works are being
Orleans, where,
carried out
as we're
under the
reporting, 10
supervision of
people are
Ministry of
known to
Rural
have been
Development.
killed and at least 30 injured in an attack that's being investigated
We thank
as
the Ministry
a
of Rural
terrorist
Development
attack.
for their efforts
Commissioner
in rural
Patrick
areas,
saying she wants people
including water
to
supply
continue
networks,
going
schools,
about
and clinics.
their day. We also heard that from the special agent from the FBI, Althea
Arranging river
Duncan,
flows through
that they are
Panjshir, but most of the
investigating
gardens and
at
mountain
least one
slopes are
suspected
without water.
improvised
If two
explosive
canals are
device
built
found
on
at
both
the
sides of
scene.
Panjshir
You can see
River,
from
the
these
problems of the
live
people of
pictures
Panjshir
from New
will be
Orleans,
solved.
the cordon remains in place, plenty of police tape, and what looks like a broken barrier there in
The spokesperson for the Ministry of Development and Rural Rehabilitation says to reduce the water shortage crisis, better manage water and prevent water waste in villages, the Ministry has good plans in place for the coming year.
So far.
The Land Grabbing Prevention Committee meeting was held at the provincial headquarters led by Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid. Participants included local officials and Maulavi Muhammad Mazloom, the Director General of Land Affairs. The Kabul Province Land Grabbing Prevention Committee presented a report on their activities and discussed challenges seeking solutions. Kabul Governor Mr. Obaid praised their efforts, offered recommendations, and encouraged them to expedite their work, assuring them that existing issues would be resolved.
Destination filled with bars,
200 members of the Public Security Police Directorate of the Ministry of Interior Affairs graduated from training programs in ideology, systems, police operation, and weapons techniques. The ministry emphasized to graduates that the importance of fulfilling their duties effectively and treating the public with respect.
Perhaps expect that we're going to get something of an update.
The Ghazni Information and Culture Department has reported an increase in foreign tourists visiting this province. According to the department, the majority of these tourists come from various countries, including Italy, Germany, Pakistan, the United States, Belgium, Russia, India, Austria, Iran, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, Kenya, the Netherlands, England, Brazil, Mexico, Hungary, Spain, and Australia. These tourists have traveled to the province to explore its historical sites and attractions.
But was interesting and sort of speaks to
the Ministry of Economy has announced the food aid will be distributed to over 2,500 families in Gore province. The assistance was provided by the World Food Programme and is being distributed under the supervision of the Provincial Department of Economy to those in need in the
Commissioner
Lalsar
Kirkpatrick saying
Jungle
that their working assumption at that point, a couple of hours ago,
the
was that
Logar
most of
Traffic
those
Management
injured in this
Department
attack
has
were
reported
local people.
collecting nearly 10 million Afghanis in revenue over the past
right.
8
10
months
killed,
of this
more than 35
year.
injured,
According
Kamali,
to the
and
department,
being
this
treated in
revenue was
hospital.
generated
And,
through the
the
distribution and
majority,
renewal of
according
traffic
to that
permits
police
and driving
spokesperson,
licenses.
are
A
thought to be,
spokesperson for the Logar
locals.
Traffic Management Department also
Many locals,
mentioned
of
that
course,
the
go to
installation of
Bourbon
the
Street. I
traffic
mean,
signs
Party
on
Central, you
highways
think of
in Logar
Bourbon
is
Street,
now
the street
70%
that everybody knows
completed.
and associates with style, music,
And the
party.
final one is
was
that
very much
12
the
individuals
case
were arrested
last
in
night. A
connection
lifetime
with the
ambition for many
trafficking,
people to head
consumption,
to
and
New
transportation
Orleans
of
and Bourbon
illegal
Street in
narcotics
particular
in Herat
at this time
province.
of year to watch
Officials
the
from the Ministry of
drop of the
Interior's
fleur-de-lis, the
Deputy
city
Minister
symbol,
for
the
Counter-Narcotics
on the
reported that
Mississippi River.
the
They were
anti-narcotics
queuing
units
from
conducted
mid-afternoon
a series
yesterday
of
to get
operations
the
leading
best
to
vantage
the arrest
point,
of
and
these
that was-
suspects.
that was the kind
Additionally,
of
a
atmosphere
substantial
that
cage of
endured over
hashish,
the midnight
methamphetamine, and
into
drug tablets
the
were
early hours
seized from
before,
the
of course,
individuals.
this horror was perpetrated
That's all
at
for tonight.
3:15
Thank
in
you
the
so
morning
much
when
for
this
being with us.
pickup
Have a
truck,
good
that's
night.
the vehicle with the open rear, knew what he was doing, was very determined to do it, hell-bent, as they said, in causing carnage and damage. This definition of terrorism is interesting. You have during that news conference, there was a contradiction. The mayor called it terrorism, the FBI said it's not terrorist-related. I wonder.
Good evening.
The FBI
Today
have
is
since
Tuesday,
cleared
December
that up,
3rd,
officials saying they are
2024.
looking
I'm
into
Suleiman
this
Talash
as
and
an
you are
act
watching
of
RTA News.
suspected
Maulavi
terror.
Abdul
I
Salam
wonder if the
Hanafi,
confusion
the administrative
stems
deputy
from
of the Prime
the
Minister,
FBI's
visited
definition of
Samarkand
terror.
province in Uzbekistan
Terrorism
and
being
met
more
with
tightly
Governor
defined.
Hadis
It
Muzaffarogli
defines domestic
Babayov.
terrorism
The governor
as
urged the
this, and I'll read
expansion
you
of
a couple
relations between
sentences.
Afghanistan and
A violent
Uzbekistan,
criminal
while
act
Mr.
committed by
Hanafi
individuals
emphasized
or
their
groups
shared
to
historical and
further
cultural ties.
ideological
He also
goals
visited notable
stemming from
historical
domestic
sites, including the tomb
such
of
as those
Imam
of a political,
Bukhari.
religious,
Maulavi
social,
Nur
racial,
Jalal
or
Jalali, the
environmental
Minister of Public
nature.
Health, has
It
journeyed to
defines
China to
international
participate in an international
violent
conference
criminal acts
focused
committed
on
by
enhancing
individuals
bilateral
or groups
cooperation in the
inspired
health sector.
or associated
This
with
important event
designated
aims to
foreign
foster
terrorist
collaboration
organizations
among countries
or
and improve
nations.
health
So that's the
outcomes.
FBI's
Mr.
tight
Jalali will
definition
meet with
of
health
terrorism
officials during the
domestically
conference
and
to discuss
internationally.
standardizing
And James,
Afghanistan's
that's
health
the reason
system
why-
and
Let me
seeking
just,
international
let me
support.
just interrupt you
His
there, James, 'cause we've got a
participation
new statement from the
demonstrates
FBI on this
Afghanistan's
point of terrorism. I
commitment
wanna
to
read
improving
it to you in full. It's
healthcare
not long,
and
but it
services
does
for
give
its
us some more
citizens.
clarity, I
Updates
guess,
on the
to
conference
how this
outcome
investigation
will be
is gonna
provided
be
as
carried out
available.
going forward. And it reads as follows. This morning, an
The
individual
Deputy
drove
Minister
a car
of
into a
Agriculture,
crowd of people on
Irrigation and
Bourbon
Livestock
Street
met
in New
with
Orleans,
his
killing a
Iranian
number of people
counterpart
and injuring
during a
dozens
visit
of
to
others.
discuss
The
exchanging
suspect then
agricultural
engaged with
experiences,
local law
advanced
enforcement and is
irrigation
now
technology,
deceased.
and capacity
The FBI is
building.
the lead
The Afghanistan
investigative
Chamber of
agency,
Livestock
and
and
we are working with
Agricultural
our partners
Products
to
noted
investigate
that
this
Iran's
as an
expertise
act
could
of
help
terrorism.
mechanize
So the confirmation
Afghanistan's
there from the
agricultural
FBI
sector.
that,
Let's see
the
more
subject,
in the report.
has died after an engagement.
The Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulavi Sadr Azam Usmani, led a delegation on an official visit to Iran yesterday. During the visit, he met with the Deputy Minister of Agriculture of Iran to discuss sharing agricultural experiences, utilizing advanced technologies for irrigation, and strengthening economic relations between the two countries.
This visit was conducted for further coordination between the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock of Afghanistan and the Ministry of Agriculture and Jihad of the Islamic Republic of Iran. During this visit, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of the Ministry and the joint delegation will introduce the opportunities available in the agriculture and livestock sector of Afghanistan to Iranian investors and provide them with the necessary assurance for investment.
Additionally, the Afghanistan Chamber of Livestock and Irrigation Products states that Iran has valuable experience in agriculture and livestock, and they can leverage this expertise in various areas of the agricultural sector.
an environmental grievance, or was it?
We can benefit from their good advice. Our farmers should learn from them because our agriculture is traditional. Afghanistan's agriculture should be transformed into an industry because in the current condition, the industry is very advanced.
Analysts believe that advanced technologies are essential to mechanize the country's agricultural system and can learn from the experiences of the region and neighboring countries.
Iran is one of the countries that has made remarkable progress in the field of agriculture, from their experiences in technical teams as well as from improved seeds, agricultural pesticides, and other areas. If Iran helps Afghanistan, a major transformation will occur in the agricultural system of Afghanistan.
A delegation led by Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, Maulwi Rasmus Moni, has traveled to Iran at an invitation of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The purpose of this visit is to explore the country's capacities, capabilities and technologies related to the water and soil projects, particularly advanced irrigation methods.
What did you see? What did you hear?
Sheikh Shahabuddin Dilavar, the head of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, conducted a visit to the Central Hospital of the Islamic Foundation of Bangladesh. The purpose of the visit was to observe the medical staff providing treatment to patients with cleft lip and palate. During his visit, Mr. Dilavar expressed his sincere gratitude to the Islamic Foundation of Bangladesh for their vital assistance in treating Afghan patients. He emphasized the importance of this collaboration, stating that it is both useful and effective in providing medical care to impoverished Afghans. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization has decisively extended its assistance to Afghanistan through 2006, building on its humanitarian efforts that commenced in 2022. The Deputy Minister of Economy strongly supports this ongoing aid, asserting that the resources must be effectively allocated to boost development and enhance infrastructure in the country. We have more in the report.
Was this allowed to happen?
The UN Food and Agriculture Organization announced the aid starting in 2022 will continue until 2026, benefiting over 200,000 families in 8 provinces of Afghanistan.
This aid will be provided to support individuals in Kairouan, Portuguese, Division, Nimrose, Paktika, Nuristan, Badakhshan and Bamiyan provinces. Poultry and beekeeping packages will also be provided to these families to generate income from selling honey and eggs in local markets.
The Deputy Minister of Economy supported the continuation of food organization aid, stating that the aid should increase in both quality and quantity, focusing more on the Ministry of Construction's development sectors.
And our demand from the international community and donor institutions is that it should be increased in terms of quantity and quality, and this aid should also be taken into account in infrastructure and development dimensions.
The spokesman for the Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock said that the ministry has aimed to assist farmers and livestock with technical training, equipment, distribution, financial support, and marketing.
We created a systematic plan for the farmers and started working for them according to it, prepared the land for work, provided them with physical and technical assistance, and provided them with training camps.
However, experts state that this assistance can increase farmers' awareness, lead to family economic growth, and enhance employment opportunities.
These families will be busy working in the poultry and beekeeping sectors, and their products such as egg production and honey production, which will on the one hand raise the level of awareness of farmers and increase employment for farmers, and on the other hand increase the income of families and, in general, contribute to the economic growth of the country.
International organizations and aid agencies have worked to improve agriculture and farmers' livelihoods in Afghanistan while also addressing the impacts of crisis and climate change. The National Disaster Management
Management Authority and the Asian International Institute of Social Services have signed a cooperation agreement. In the meeting, while signing the agreement, the General Director of the Natural Disaster Management Authority asked all the aid organizations to strengthen their collaboration with the people of Afghanistan.
What the motivation was for this attack, because clearly
the Kabul Municipality Health and Environmental Protection Department has decisively collected and destroyed 25 tons of expired and substandard food and hygiene products from the city. Officials assert that the municipality is fully committed to protecting the health of its citizens by actively eliminating the sale of substandard products in Kabul.
Joe Biden routinely
the Minister of Education has initiated the construction of a madrasa in 9 schools with a total value of 80 million Afghanis in Paktika province. This initiative aims to improve access to quality education and is guided by the leadership of the Islamic Emirate. The new schools will enhance educational opportunities in the districts of Awzikhwa, Ormai, Troy, Barmal, and Shekin, contributing to the overall development of the region. It reflects a commitment to expanding and strengthening educational centers for the betterment of local communities.
And the implications of
in a series of tactical operations, the Orazgan Provincial Police Force successfully identified and confiscated a cache of weapons and ammunition in the Gizab district. According to the spokesperson for the Ministry of Interior Affairs, the seized armaments consist of 4 AKM assault rifles, 1 M16 rifle, 1 M1 rocket, 1 PK machine gun, 3 pairs of binoculars, and a substantial quantity of ammunition. And the final one is that 18 individuals have been arrested in Kabul province for their active involvement in the sale and use of drugs. The Deputy Minister for Counter-Narcotics at the Ministry of Interior Affairs confirmed that these arrests were arrested by the anti-narcotics management forces of Kabul province. Furthermore, a substantial quantity of hashish, alcohol, and drug tablets were seized from the detainees.
And welcomes big crowds. Lessons need to have
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching.
Indeed.
Stay with us
Maybe
to
we'll
stay
get some more details in
updated.
that
Have a good
news
night.
conference later. Well, earlier we did hear
driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace. And it was very intentional With respect to numbers.
Good evening. Today is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, the administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, visited Bukhara province in Uzbekistan yesterday and met with Governor Batur Zarifov. The governor emphasized the cultural and historical similarities between the two countries, suggesting that they can strengthen bilateral relations. Mr. Hanafi agreed, stating that their shared historical and Islamic heritage can further enhance cooperation.
Possibly on the east side, but we will give you as many.
Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with the Kabul Governor Maulavi Ubaidullah and discussed a number of issues. In this meeting, the Kabul governor discussed the interaction of ministries with the mentioned provincial government, adding that each ministry should have a second unit in Kabul so that things can proceed smoothly and harmoniously. Also, the nature of the start of construction work in the new Kabul city, the progress of construction work in Kabul city, and existing problems were discussed. Regarding the establishment of second units, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development said that discussions should be held with the administrative reforms agencies so that steps can be taken according to their opinions and
from
advice.
the information I have right now, it seems the majority are
The Islamic
locals
Emirate has reported that the Topi
versus,
project is expected to be completed in Herat
What I
within
also
2
can
years,
tell you
with
is
strong
that
commitments
this man,
to
this
its
perpetrator,
implementation. Officials
he
note
fired
that the
on our
return of
officers.
security since the Islamic Emirate
From his
regained
vehicle when
power
he crashed
has
his vehicle.
facilitated the launch of large projects
of
in
our
Afghanistan,
officers have
with
been shot.
economic analysts which
They
as
are
beneficial for
stable,
the country's
and we will
development.
give you
Let's
an
see more
update on
in the
them.
report.
I have yet been able to go to the
Topi
hospital.
is a significant project
I
in
will
the
be
gas
leaving
transportation
here
sector, connecting
for
Central
us
Asia to
go
South
visit
Asia
our
through the countries of
officers.
Turkmenistan, Afghanistan,
called
Pakistan, and
in
India.
every
This
officer
initiative is
that we
regarded as a
have.
crucial
We have
regional
so
natural
much
gas
appreciated
transportation
our
project
partnerships who have
and plays an
also
important
offered us
role in
staff.
economic development and
Last
stability of the
night,
region.
We had over 300 officers out
In Afghanistan, their work has officially begun. It is expected to reach Herat in 2 years. Our compatriots will find employment in the technical sector, the security sector, and other areas.
The pipeline has the capacity to transport 33 billion cubic meters of gas annually. Based on annual transit fees, Afghanistan is expected to earn between $450 million and $500 million from this project. Additionally, the pipeline will help fulfill part of Afghanistan's gas needs and provide stable gas energy source for both Pakistan and India.
The
launch of this project has a profoundly positive impact on Afghans, and it can lay the groundwork for implementing other large projects.
11 o'clock local time, and there will be
Afghanistan has the potential to earn hundreds of millions of US dollars each year. This revenue can be utilized to support and develop economic infrastructure projects, which will also benefit small-scale initiatives. Ultimately, this progress will contribute positively to the country's economic growth.
Despite facing delays and challenges due to the insecurity, the Topi project has resumed operations following the return of Islamic Emirate to power and establishment of security.
The Kabul municipality has officially launched the construction of the first section of the Bagrami-Lataban road, which will connect the Kabul-Jalalabad road in the city's 21st district. The project, valued at 340 million Afghans, marks a significant step towards improving infrastructure in the region. The head of the Kabul municipality's Programs and Projects Department emphasized the strategic importance of this road, noting that it will serve as a crucial economic corridor in the eastern zone of Afghanistan. He also confirmed that the project is expected to be completed within 18 months. A part of the project, several key infrastructure components will be developed, including the construction of culverts, flower beds, and parking lots. Additionally, new street lights will be installed, retaining walls will be built along the roads, and utility lines will be laid.
Very, very busy, lots of people out about, as you would expect, of course,
Maulawiyat
celebrating
Yaqullah Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Culture and Arts at the Ministry of Information and Culture, met with Mardif Ali Al-Qashiti, Consular of the Qatar Embassy in Kabul. During this decisive meeting, Mr. Azizi firmly articulated the Ministry's commitment to collaborate in critical areas such as research and the organization of joint exhibitions that will showcase Islamic architecture, calligraphy, miniatures, museums, and diverse cultural sectors. A strong response, the Consular of the Qatar Embassy affirmed Qatar's readiness to play a vital role in the enhancement of revitalization of Afghanistan's cultural and historical monuments and centers under the framework of bilateral agreement, and committed to taking effective and impactful actions in this regard.
From Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around.
The Kabul municipality has officially launched its first autumn planting campaign, committing to planting of 100,000 improved seedlings, both fruitful and non-fruitful, across various areas of Kabul. This initiative will significantly enhance the greenery of the city and contribute on its overall environmental health. We have more in the report.
It did involve a
Kabul municipality has officially commenced its inaugural autumn planting campaign. The head of the Greenery Department reported that this initiative will involve the planting of 100,000 improved seedlings, encompassing both fruitful and non-fruitful varieties throughout Kabul. This effort reflects our commitment to enhancing the city's green spaces and promoting environmental sustainability.
Inshallah, we will plant 100,000 different plants in different places of Kabul or on different hills within 1 month from now on.
The Deputy Minister of Urban Services and Environment for Kabul Municipality recently highlighted the significant progress made by the department over the past 3 years. This includes notable advancements in expanding greenery initiatives in conjunction with ongoing efforts to improve road infrastructure within the city.
We plan to plant thousands of pistachio and almond trees in appropriate places in the city. And this is our advice to you, the citizens of Kabul, to try to make the city green. Plant fruitful plants and those trees that are good for our climate. In addition to the works on the roads and the city's development, Alhamdulillah, Kabul municipality and leadership of the Kabul municipality pay attention to all aspects of the city.
Kabul municipality officials have created a comprehensive water supply system plan to ensure the preservation and care of the seedlings planted throughout Kabul city. This initiative underscores our commitment to environmental sustainability and urban greening efforts.
Maulavi Muhammad Alam Alamyar, General Director of Finance and Administration of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with Dr. Hikmatullah Osmani, Deputy Director of WHO, and signed 2 memorandums of understanding with the organization. In this meeting, both sides discussed the provision of assistance to the affected people during the winter season, other related activities, and continued cooperation, and emphasized the importance of coordination and implementation of projects. Based on these agreements, in-kind and cash assistance will be provided to the people of Herat, Helmand, Saripol, and Takhar provinces. Maulavi Muhammad Nabi Wahaj, the Director of Mothers and Disabled Affairs in Paktika province, recently held a meeting with officials from the Narwan Committee. During this discussion, he provided an overview of the services offered by his department to individuals with disabilities. He underscored that the leadership of the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs remains committed to ensuring timely monthly cash transfers for individuals with disabilities, with a dedicated emphasis on safeguarding their rights. In turn, to the head of the Narwan Committee expressed a commitment to collaborating on initiatives aimed at enhancing facilities for people with disabilities.
We can speak now to
Sheikh Ziaur Rahman
US correspondent
Madani,
James Matthews,
the governor of Logar province, met
us.
with the deputy from the Chinese MCC company to discuss the Ainak copper mining project. The governor highlighted that the project would solve many local issues and create job opportunities. The Chinese company's deputy affirmed their commitment to mining Ainak copper and noted that additional projects are underway, including the Shatut Dam for water and power, a joint market called Afghanistan-China, and a professional training institute for local people. And the final one is that 5 suspects were decisively apprehended for drug trafficking across 4 provinces: Saripol, Kapisa, Daikundi, and Nimruz. The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics confirmed that the anti-narcotics police executed these arrests. Furthermore, 2 additional suspects were caught in the act of selling and transporting drugs in the 16th and 8th district of Kabul. The statement emphasized that the detainees were found in possession of opium, methamphetamine, and drug tablets.
Spoke about his intent. In the words
That's all for tonight. Stay with us to stay updated. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
on carnage and on the damage that still empty, still cordoned off at this stage. Because, yes, it is a crime scene, but it's also the scene of an ongoing police operation. There is at least one improvised explosive device that has been found, and there could be others. That is again contradiction in the number of
Good evening. Today is Sunday, the 1st of December 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The administrative deputy of the Prime Minister, Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi, met with Uzbek Prime Minister Abdullah Aripov during his visit to Uzbekistan. In the meeting, which was also attended by a number of senior officials of the country, Deputy Prime Minister Maulavi Abdul Salam Hanafi and other countries expressed their country's interest in mining and transit of trade goods. Mr. Hanafi said that the implementation of Afghan Trans Mega Project will bring great benefits to all the countries involved, including Afghanistan. At the end of the meeting, the Deputy Prime Minister, while appreciating the welcome and talks of the Uzbek Prime Minister, said that trade between the two countries has flourished better than ever, which has led to mutual benefits and the expansion of relations between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan in various fields. The trade forum between Afghan and Turkish businessmen was held in Istanbul with the participation of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce and Deputy Minister of Commerce and advisor to the President of Turkey. The meeting is said to focus on supporting the growth and increasing trade between the two countries. The importance of trade, solving transit and transportation problems are also discussed. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the trade forum between Afghan and Turkish businessmen held in Istanbul with the participation of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of Afghanistan, Deputy Minister of Commerce and advisor to the President of Turkey, 70 Afghan and 60 Turkish companies in different sectors on supporting the growth and increase of trade between the two countries. The importance of trade, solving transit and transport problems were also discussed.
The speakers of the meeting spoke about the historical relations and the importance of trade between the two countries, solving transit and transportation problems, and expressed their readiness to cooperate with Afghanistan and other countries to activate the Lapis Lazuli route.
On the other hand, economic experts say that holding bilateral trade meetings can be effective in increasing trade relations in the political and economic sector.
The holding of such conferences, if continued, will also contribute to the development and improvement of political, cultural and social relations. It can also boost trade relations, and such Turkish investors can also encourage Afghan investors to invest in Afghanistan.
Meanwhile, Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with a number of Afghan businessmen living in Turkey on the sidelines of the 34th regional meeting on the International Railway Union in Turkey and called for foreign and Afghan investors to invest in the country.
Maulavi Ataullah Omari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with James Baird, founder of the Planting for Peace in Afghanistan Foundation, and a number of officials of the foundation. In this meeting, Mr. Omari stressed on ensuring transparency in the implementation of development projects in the country, saying that foreign institutions should spend their funds in coordination with the ministry in Afghanistan to be more effective for farmers. Meanwhile, the founder of this foundation said that if the Islamic Emirate agrees, they will implement a $9 billion project to tackle climate change in Afghanistan.
International terrorism is viewed as something else by
on the sidelines of the 34th regional countries of the International Union of Railways, or UIC, Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with a number of workers, Afghan businessmen living in Turkey in the presence of Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce. In this meeting, Mr. Sahibzada spoke about the current situation in Afghanistan, saying that now the country has provided a suitable investment environment for national and international businessmen, and they can return to the country and invest with peace of mind.
Before he makes any statement.
The National Procurement Commission of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has approved more than 300 projects across Afghanistan. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the projects, which worth 85 billion Afghanis, will be implemented in various infrastructure sectors.
Reporting
The
National Procurement Commission has approved contracts for 317 projects for the construction of the country, with a total value of 85 billion Afghanis. These projects include urban infrastructure, rural development, transportation, health, electricity, water management, agriculture, telecommunications, drinking water systems, and railway construction. The Commission has saved about 3 billion Afghans in the contracts, and special attention has been paid to the principles of transparency, speed, and economic cost of procurement projects. The implementation of these projects will provide employment for thousands of compatriots in addition to the balanced development in the capital Kabul and other provinces. Priority has been given to the use of domestic products, in the implementation of which is considered an important step for economic growth.
The Afghan embassy in Islamabad expressed concern over the recent statements by the Ministry of Interior Affairs and some other officials of this country regarding the increased restrictions on Afghan refugees under the pretext of the involvement of Afghan citizens in the recent protests in Pakistan. According to the embassy, Afghans are not involved in any kind of political activity. They have always lived peacefully and have contributed to the economic strength of Pakistan. The statement called on the Pakistan side to refrain from such statements that could lead to the prosecution of Afghans there, face displacement and the expansion of the atmosphere of distrust between the two countries.
Initial thoughts on seeing what unfolded in New Orleans?
The Embassy of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar announces of holding a literary and cultural ceremony with the participation of Afghans living in that country. According to the embassy, a large number of Afghans living in the country participated in the ceremony, who, while welcoming the achievements of the Islamic government, say that holding such programs is important for the development of Afghan culture, solidarity, and unity of people. Meanwhile, Dr. Muhammad Naeem, ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Qatar, thanked the participants of the ceremony and awarded a number of Afghans who had read their articles and poems with certificates of appreciation. The Iranian ambassador in Kabul says that the country's new ambassador to Afghanistan, Ali Raza Baghdali, arrived in Kabul yesterday. According to the embassy, Mr. Baghdali has made strengthening political relations with Afghanistan a priority of his mission. The head of the National Environmental Protection Agency, in a press conference in Kabul, praised the presence of the Islamic Emirate delegation at the 29th World Climate Change Conference in Baku to understand the world's cooperation, and again called on the suspended projects in the fight against climate change in Afghanistan beneficial. The agency's leadership also called for a $300 billion financial commitment from developed countries to reduce greenhouse gases in affected countries. Let's see more in the report.
Surely there must be ways of trying to mitigate that in areas where you know
here at the National Environmental Protection Agency said the participation of the Islamic Emirate delegation in the International Conference on the Climate Change was beneficial for Afghanistan.
Our main focus was that everyone we met should have an Afghan delegation in all meetings, and their presence should be meaningful and not to be ignored by Afghanistan.
The officials of the agency add that, in addition to participating in this global meeting, the Islamic Emirate delegation also agreed on the implementation of fundamental projects in the fight against climate change in Afghanistan during separate meetings with representatives of developed countries.
Afghanistan has already reviewed its national specific partnership industry, which runs from 2021 to 2030, and the estimate made in this area is that Afghanistan needs $20.6 billion to combat climate change.
At the 29th UN Conference on the Protection of Environment in Baku, developed countries pledged $300 billion annually to fight global change.
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Of New Orleans. And we've also, of course, heard previously from the FBI that there were improvised explosive devices, plural. I don't know how many plural were found in the area as well. But I think what is clear is that it's the vehicle that seems to have done the most damage at this stage. And here in the press conference earlier where they were speaking of the suspect, the perpetrator, driving around in the area. And I guess that is the question, isn't it? You were talking there about how, even if you manage to seal an area off to vehicles, there are other methods
Assalamu alaikum, welcome to this hour's news with me, Marianne.
Carry out this
Mawlawi
kind of
Salam Hanafi,
destruction,
the Administrative Deputy the Prime Minister of Islamic Emirate, met with Mawlawi Abdurrahman Muslim Kunduzi, the Governor of Helmand.
And so surely that
The
should
ARC
be
said in a
the
press release
focus
that
of
in this
trying to
meeting,
stop
the Governor of
people
Helmand assured
being able
the
to do
efforts
it.
of local officials to provide timely services to the people. Also, Mr. Hanafi appreciated the efforts of local officials and said that ensuring security, providing social welfare, and addressing to the problems of people are among the duties of and responsibilities of the Islamic Emirate. In the second session of the Supreme Council of the Standards, chaired by Mullah Abdulghani Baradar Akhund, the Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister, 30 standards were approved. On the other hand, the Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister says that this will prevent the production and import of low-quality goods and provide standard goods to the people.
The Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister's office says that in the second session of the Supreme Council of Standards, chaired by Mullah Abdulghani Baradar Akhund, Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister of the Islamic Emirate, 30 standards have been approved. Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister added that these standards are in the sectors of construction, food and beverages, medical equipment, mines, petroleum products, textiles, environment and electronic devices. In order to provide standard products and imports to our compatriots, it is necessary to create and implement standards. This will prevent the production and import of low-quality goods and provide standard goods to the people. On the other hand, investors and traders in the country welcomed the approval of the standards and said this can help to validate Afghanistan's commercial goods in international markets. As standards have been approved for about 30 goods, it will be in the interest of Afghanistan. It will support domestic production and create confidence for the people. As we move towards exports, it has a positive role in exports. As long as goods and services in Afghanistan are standardized, and these standards are implemented, there is no doubt that it can adjust itself to the world's standards and norms. Economic experts also consider standardization of commercial goods in the country important and say by implementing the standards, the country's products and imports will become standardized. I think that the depreciation law in Afghanistan and other production laws that exist in Afghanistan actually called for such standards. The Economic Deputy to the Prime Minister in this meeting seriously asked all departments to seriously implement and follow the standards approved by this Council.
Mawlawi Badruddin Haqqani, Ambassador of Islamic Emirate to United Arab Emirates, met and held talks with Sheikh Mohammed bin Al-Zayed Al Nahyan, Amir of that country. The deputy spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed the general situation in Afghanistan, its developments and opportunities.
In this meeting, Mr. Haqqani talked to the Amir of United Arab Emirates about the transfer of Afghan prisoners from that country, facilitating visas for Afghans going to that country, and some other problems faced by Afghans living in the United Arab Emirates. Sheikh Al Nahyan assured the Afghan ambassador that cooperation and facilitation would be provided in all matters discussed.
The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, Suhail Shaheen, said in response to the opening meeting of the working group on combating narcotics by UNAMA that Afghanistan has not received any assistance from any side in this regard. He added that the Islamic Emirate has carried out a constructive fight against narcotics, and the world must fulfill the responsibility in the field of alternative cultivation.
The head of the political office of the Islamic Emirate in Qatar, Suhail Shaheen, says that the United Nations and other countries have not provided any financial or technical assistance to Afghanistan in the field of combating narcotics, and that they must fulfill their commitments in this regard. The third Doha summit, delegation of various countries decided to support anti-narcotics affairs and provide alternative projects for farmers, and they formed 2 working groups for this purpose to explore practical ways and implement them. I think it is necessary to implement the decisions of the third Doha summit and help those farmers who need assistance and alternative projects due to the poppy ban. At the same time, analysts consider the Islamic Emirate's fight against drugs to be unique, as it has been able to reduce it to zero, but they add that those who have been busy with opium poppy for years should instead fulfill their responsibility in alternative cultivation. One of the responsibilities of the international community is to cooperate in this area and to not limit this cooperation to Afghanistan. This will help those compatriots in Afghanistan who were previously involved in poppy cultivation. Therefore, the international community is obliged to take urgent steps in this area in Afghanistan. This comes at a time when the UNAMA, during a virtual meeting on the fight against drugs yesterday, praised the Islamic Emirate's fight in this area and stressed more coordination and assistance with Afghan authorities. It was held with aim of establishing cooperation with the UN Special Representative, Uzo Tambayev, called the fight against drugs an important issue for Afghanistan and the region.
The Afghan Education Society says that Sheikh Shahabuddin Dilawar, the head of the society, met with Alexander Matthew, the head of the Asian section of the International Federation, during his visit to China. According to the Afghan Education Society, in this meeting, the 2 sides discussed improving the humanitarian situation in Afghanistan, supporting the needy people and providing emergency aid during the winter season. Alexander Matthew appreciated the activities of the Afghan Education Society and assured of continued assistance to the people of Afghanistan. The Supreme Court of the Islamic Emirate reports the processing and execution of nearly 1,000 bails and cases in Balkh province. According to the Supreme Court, the court of Balkh province has processed more than 600 cases and executed more than 300 bails in the past 2 weeks. The Commission for Contact of Afghan Personalities announces the return of former district governor of Darwaz, Badakhshan province, to the country. The Commission wrote on its page that Abdul Qadir Safa returned from Iran through the contact with this commission. Solang conservation officials assured that highway has been reopened. According to the officials, the Solang tunnel was temporarily closed to the traffic due to the snowfall yesterday, but with the efforts of the officials, it has been opened to all types of vehicles. 30 people have been arrested in connection with the reuse, transportation and sale of drugs from 9 provinces of the country. The Deputy of Combating Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs in the press release said that these people were arrested from the provinces of Herat, Nangarhar, Samangan, Kapisar, Faryab, Nimroz, Daikundi and Farah. According to the deputy, a quantity of drugs such as hashish, opium and tablets were also seized from the arrested people. The deputy of anti-narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the discovery and burning of more than 3,000 kilograms of one-type drugs. According to the deputy, these drugs were burned during the search operation by the anti-narcotics police in the 2nd district of Firozkoh, city of Ghor province. The Ministry of Rural Rehabilitation and Development announced the distribution of aid to more than 3,000 families in Farah province. According to officials of this ministry, this aid was distributed by WFP to more than 3,000 needy families in the Pachaman district of the province in cooperation with the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of this province. This was all for tonight. Thank you for watching.
Are now in a stable condition. Earlier in that press conference, we heard anything from the superintendent Patrick. She said that the suspect displayed very intentional behaviour. He was trying to run over as many people as possible. She added that the individual individual was hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did, whilst also acknowledging that the FBI now has taken over this investigation. We also heard in that press conference from Special Agent Althea Duncan, who spoke about finding this device, this possible explosive device, at least one of these devices.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the Shawis News with me, Molian. Molida Bihla Mujahid, spokesman of the Islamic Emirates, says that new appointments have been made in the government department based on the decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah. According to the spokesman of the Islamic Emirates, Mullah Hadi Yaqub, former director of the Public Works in the Kandahar province, as Deputy Energy Minister of the Ministry of Energy and Water. Mullah Samad Jawad, former governor of Balkis province, as the governor of Ghazni province. Muhammad bin Janumari, former governor of Ghazni province, as the governor of Balkis province. Mullah Nasibullah Ayyub, former commander of the 4th Infantry Brigade of 205th Al-Badr Army, as the deputy governor of Herat province. Mullah Nasibullah Zubair, former chief of staff of the 205th Al-Badr Army Corps, as the chief of staff of the 215th Al-Azm Army Corps. Mullah Abdulaziz Ansari, former chief of staff of the 215th Al-Azm Army Corps, as the chief of staff of the 209th Al-Fath Army Corps. Sheikh Nasibullah Azizi, the former head of the 209th Al-Fath Corps, as the head of the 205th Al-Badr Corps. Mullah Burhanuddin, as commander of the 4th Infantry Brigade of the 205th Al-Badr Corps. And Mullah Aziz Rahman, former deputy director of the General Operations of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, appointed as director of the Public Works in Kandahar province. Ali bin Abdullah Al-Zadjali, deputy chairman of the Energy and Mining Committee of the Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, met with Hafiz Umar, ambassador of Islamic Emirates to that country. Mr. Al-Zadjali expressed his interest in investing in Afghanistan's mines and visiting the country and requested more information in this regard. At the same time, Mr. Hafiz Umar provided comprehensive information on the opportunities available to foreign investors in Afghanistan, especially in the mining sector, and assured full cooperation. Fazal Muhammad Sabir, charge of the Afghan embassy in Turkmenistan, met with the director of the Russian Railways Industrial and Machinery Company and discussed the management of Afghan railways. In this meeting, the director of the Russian Railways Industrial and Machinery Company expressed his readiness to invest in the technical, supply and management sector of railways in Afghanistan. Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, CEO of the electricity company, met with the delegations of the energy sectors of Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan and Pakistan during his visit to Turkey. According to the Electricity Directorate, in this meeting, while discussing electricity, discussions were held on electricity transmission and comprehensive cooperation between these countries. Officials of the Industrialist Union say that domestic shoes production currently meets 60% of the citizens' needs. At the same time, a number of citizens, in addition to the supporting domestic production, are asking people to use domestic products and instead of the foreign ones. On the other hand, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce has emphasized the growth of industry and assured support for factory owners in the country.
Officials of the Industrialist Union say that the nationwide peace and security in the country has made a number of investors interested in investing more in the country. According to officials, currently, shoes production factories in the country directly and indirectly provide work for a number of citizens, and shoes produced in these factories meet 60% of the needs of the domestic market. Millions of dollars have been invested in Herat, Mazar Sharif, Kandahar, Jalalabad and Kabul in factories. Also, handicrafts, where hundreds of factories operate in each province, are very important, and we can meet almost 60% of Afghanistan's needs. A number of shoes makers are optimistic about the activities of shoes production factories in the country and say that this has provided them with work opportunities. The ground has been prepared. I am responsible of my own house and we are all here. We work, mashallah, there are many people here. We're happy that we have been provided with employment opportunities here, and we ask the government to support our businessmen to invest in Afghanistan and provide such employment opportunities for our youth. A number of shoe sellers say that, although shoes are imported from foreign countries in large quantities, the quality of domestic shoes is better, and they ask people to use domestic products to support them. We make these shoes for our customers. We even give a warranty, which means if you find any problem for 6 months or 1 year, we are at your service. They are excellent in terms of quality compared to the Chinese shoes. Chinese shoes are cheap, but not of good quality. For example, they last for a month or 2 or 3 months, while domestic shoes last for 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, officials in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce assured the Islamic Emirate of its commitment to the growth of industry and factory owners in the country. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce supports traders and investors in all sectors and has always announced its full support in the industrial sector so that domestic manufacturing factories can grow. Regarding the shoes industry and all industries, we must remind them to pay more attention to the quality of their industry than the domestic needs so that they can capture the domestic market. It's worth mentioning that the Islamic Emirate has emphasized supporting domestic products in every sector and has similarly asked industrialists and manufacturers to offer their products to the market with better standards and quality.
The second export center of the northern zone of the country was opened at the Sherkhanpur Customs in the Kunduz province. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that the purpose of establishing this center is to simplify the process of exporting documents and expedite export-related matters. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has announced a 1.5 million donation for China to provide health and sanitation services to children and families in areas affected by natural disaster and outbreak of diarrhea in Afghanistan. The money will be used to provide water purification tablets and hygiene kits for more than 28,000 families, the agency said. A number of Kabul citizens have complained about the lack of regular transportation system and are asking officials to activate the national city bus system in all areas of the city. On the other hand, officials of the state-owned national bus company say that this department is trying to activate all the city buses, and currently 220 buses are active in this city.
The city of New Orleans was impacted by
a number of Kabul residents have complained about the lack of regular transportation system and say during the autumn and winter seasons, people have more problems traveling from one area to another. Nasratullah and Abdul Sabur, two residents of the capital, are waiting at the Afghanan bus station to go home. But they say that the shortage of city buses, especially national buses, has caused them problems. You can practically see the crowd of people. We request the officials of the national bus company to address the problems of the people during the evening because the people are suffering a lot and the drivers are taking advantage of the lack of vehicles and the crowd of passengers and are charging 30 and more Afghanis for the fare of 20, which is injustice. There are a lot of problems, especially when the employees and shopkeepers come from a job. There is a lot of crowding. We're asking the government to make things easier for the people. Meanwhile, officials of the national bus company say that during the past 3 years, they have reactivated 220 of the 186 inactive city buses, which are currently operating in the capital. Emirati National Bus Company currently has 186 buses, of which 220 are active and serving the people. Our repairing process is ongoing, and we are preparing to expand our services to our fellow citizens. This is vital. Citizens currently do not have access to international bus services, not only in Kabul, but also in other provinces of the country.
The reconstruction of the National Archive has begun at a cost of more than 4 million Afghanis from the development budget of the Ministry of Information and Culture. Moulavi Atiqalazi, Deputy of Culture and Arts of the Ministry, says that with the completion of this project, historical documents and repositories will be preserved in the basement of the National Archives. The Martyrs Heirs and Disabled Care Center, in coordination with the HRD charity organization, distributed food items including flour, rice, oil, and other food items to 154 technical and vocational education students in a transparent manner. At the same time, these students were also given 7,000 Afghanis as 2-month transportation fare. The Department of Martyrs and Disabled Affairs of Nangarhar Province, in coordination with the charity organizations, distributed winter aid packages to 800 orphans, widows, disabled people, and needy families. In this program, the Director of the Martyrs and Disabled Affairs of Nangarhar Province called on other relief organizations to provide more assistance to needy people in this province. This was our tonight's news package. Thank you for watching.
We do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today, wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate. This tape is used in order to confront and stabilize Christine. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists.
Good evening. Today is Wednesday, November 27, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Hassan Kazmi Qumi, Iranian President's Special Envoy for Afghanistan and Ambassador to Kabul, held a preliminary meeting with Foreign Minister Mawlavi Amir Khan Muttaqi. The Foreign Minister praised Kazmi Qumi's efforts during his mission and said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to work with the new Iranian ambassador to develop bilateral relations.
We have called in every officer that we have.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate praised the efforts of the special delegation of the President and Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran during their mission. The Foreign Minister also said that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is ready to work with the new Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Iran to expand bilateral relations.
Mawlavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, traveled to Turkey to participate in the 34th regional meeting of the International Union of Railways, UIC. In this meeting, after presenting the annual report of this union, there will be a discussion and exchange of views on improving railway and transportation activities, attracting investment and recent achievements of regional countries. It's worth mentioning that the Islamic Emirate delegation will deliver a speech at this meeting on activities, achievements, ongoing railway projects in Afghanistan, connecting regional lines, progress, and future plans for the railway network in Afghanistan. A meeting was held under the chairmanship of Mawlavi Atiqullah Azizi, the Deputy Minister of Arts and Culture of the Ministry of Information and Culture, to discuss the upcoming seminar on the 20-year occupation of Afghanistan and the near nature of the articles. In this meeting, Mr. Azizi called it necessary to write about the jihad and holy struggles of the Afghans, saying that by holding such seminars, he wants to preserve jihad's values. He added that the sacrifices, courage, and incidents of the Afghans against the occupation, the sacrifices of various groups, will be preserved in a documentary book.
Stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street,
Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, the director of the National Disaster Management Authority, signed an agreement worth $863,521 with Handicap International Organization. During the signing of the agreement, Mr. Torabi welcomed the delegation and thanked them for always cooperating with him in various fields and assured them of all kinds of cooperation. The director of the Handicap organization thanked the National Disaster Management Authority for always cooperating with them. And it's worth mentioning that the agreement includes providing warehouses for humanitarian organizations in all districts of Herat province and in the centers of Badghis, Ghor, and Nimroz provinces.
Until we have more information. That's why we will give you an 11 o'clock.
The International Halal Exhibition 2024 was opened in Istanbul, Turkey, with the presence of officials from about 100 countries for 4 days. Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, was also participating in the opening ceremony of the exhibition, said that in his speech that the purpose of the Afghan delegation's participation is to strengthen trade relations in producing Afghan products to global markets. Let's see more in this report.
The International Halal Exhibition 2024 will be held in Istanbul, Turkey, with the presence of delegations and traders from more than 100 countries. The Afghan delegation, led by Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce of the Islamic Emirate, participated in this exhibition. With the Minister of Industry and Commerce speaking at the opening ceremony ceremony of the exhibition, said that the purpose of Afghan delegation's participation is to strengthen trade relations, introduce Afghan products, and attract investment in the country. Afghanistan and Turkey, as two Muslim and brother countries, have good relations between the two countries in all economic, cultural, and social fields. And Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan undoubtedly wants to strengthen and develop relations through the trade and investment in various sectors and new areas. On the other hand, delegations of a number of companies and exhibitors who have exhibited Afghan products at this international exhibition consider holding such exhibitions important for marketing the country's products.
For the round-the-clock nightlife.
We brought various rags from Afghanistan to this exhibition. Almost 80 countries participated in this exhibition. We would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and Commerce of Afghanistan for their cooperation. The International Hilal Exhibition 2024 has been held for 4 days in Istanbul, Turkey. In this exhibition, Afghan traders and investors representing Afghanistan have displayed their products in more than 30 booths.
Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid met with the tribal elders of the Shia community of the province. At the beginning of the meeting, the tribal elders of the Shia community of Kabul thanked the governor of Kabul and expressed their satisfaction with the open doors of government agencies to them and sought to resolve a number of problems. The governor of Kabul, Mullah Aminullah Obaid, welcomed them and assured them of all kinds of cooperation.
Earlier, just listening to that press conference,
Mullah Muhammad Yunus Akhundzada, the Minister of Rural Rehabilitation and Development, met with Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, and his accompanying delegation. Mr. Haqqani shared his information about the situation of Afghan refugees in neighboring countries and Iran and mentioned their problems. He also spoke about the situation of Afghan prisoners in Iran, adding that all the employees of our embassy are busy reserving their countrymen. The leadership of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment has discussed with Rolf Renard, the German ambassador to Afghanistan, the strengthening of economic and trade relations between the two countries and the creation of facilities for Afghan businessmen. In this meeting, the German ambassador to Afghanistan assured that efforts will be made to improve trade relations between the Afghan private sector and the German government. Let's see more in this report.
The leadership of the Afghanistan Chamber of Commerce and Investment has met with the German ambassador to Afghanistan in Kabul on Tuesday, November 26. In this meeting, both sides discussed the development of trade relations between Afghanistan and Germany, the creation of facilities for Afghan businessmen, and attracting investment in the country. Afghan fruits now have a good market in Germany and all of Europe. We want to see an increase in these exports. The visa problem is that the visa problem must be solved with the European Union, especially Germany. The third issue is that one of our delegation offices in Munir, which has good relations with Afghanistan. We want 2 other delegation offices, which are in Berlin and Bonn, to also start their relations with Afghanistan. The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that it currently has a trade volume of more than $100 million with Germany and hopes to increase the trade volume to $1 billion. In which regard, it has asked the German ambassador to facilitate visa issuance for Afghan businessmen and to start consular services for Afghans in the cities of Bonn and Berlin. We used to have a lot of exports. Then there was a pause. And with a pause, our exports are about 100 million to 150 million. We want to increase this number to about 1 billion. According to the Chamber of Commerce and Investment, in this meeting, the German ambassador to Afghanistan assured that, in addition to facilitating the visa issuance process for Afghan businessmen, efforts will be made to develop trade relations between the Afghan private sector and the German government, support small and medium-sized enterprise in Afghanistan, and continue Germany's assistance to Afghans.
We know that this individual died after
the Customs Department of the Ministry of Finance has launched a project to build archive at Aqina Customs in Faryab province worth 10 million Afghans. The cost of this will be covered by the Ministry of Finance development budget, and its construction will be completed within the next 8 months. With the implementation of this project, many facilities will be created in the field of security of customs documents in Athena Customs. According to the officials from the Ministry of Finance, they are trying to implement development projects in the country's customs and equip it with modern and advanced equipment in order to create more facilities for traders at customs and further develop trade in the country. The United Nations Children's Fund or UNICEF provided winter supplies to mothers of inmates of the Politirhi Central Prison and children of the Children's Correction and Education Center in Kabul. The supplies included winter clothes, jumpers, boots, socks, stockings, and other necessary items, which were distributed to children in the prison and center in the presence of UNICEF representatives. The Department of Prisons Affairs, in addition to thanking UNICEF for this assistance, once again calls on the other domestic and international partner institutions to continue and expand their assistance in cooperation with the department in various aspects.
Later today. In that
the construction of 5 water reservoirs in Jowzjan province worth more than 22 million afghans was completed and put into use with the financial assistance of WHH through the Rural Rehabilitation and Development Department of the province. According to local officials, the project has created jobs for dozens of people, and with its completion, 750 local families will have access to safe drinking water. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Almost, did a little bit earlier today. He spoke to Lee Doddridge, who's a security expert and also former member of the
Good evening. Today is Tuesday, November 26, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Ahul, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, said in a meeting with the Secretary of the Russian National Security Council that Afghanistan is interested in playing an effective role in strengthening the North-South economic corridor and implementing economic connectivity in the region. The Secretary of the Russian National Security Council also assured that Russian investors are ready to invest in Afghanistan. Let's see more in this report.
Meeting of the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia with the economic deputy of the Prime Minister. Afghanistan is interested in playing an effective role in strengthening the North-South economic corridor. Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Ahund, the economic deputy of the Prime Minister, said in a meeting with Russian National Security Council Secretary Sergei Shoigu.
After the return of security and stability to Afghanistan, Afghanistan will become a center of economy, cooperation, trade and transit in the region. And this is not only in the interest of Afghanistan, but also for the entire region.
Russia is ready to implement the promises of cooperation at St. Petersburg Economic Forum in Russia, and Russian investors and state-owned companies are also interested in investing in Afghanistan in the fields of mining, transport and agriculture. The professional deputy minister of economy considers the role of the countries of the region, especially Russia, effective in the economic sectors.
Russian investors can invest in various sectors, including in the infrastructure sector in Afghanistan, and investment can be useful in the economic growth of Afghanistan.
Economists also believe that Russian investors can contribute to the country's economy with their investments.
Russia can play important role in Afghanistan's economy with the development of underwater investment and in the energy sector, as well as Afghanistan's economic connectivity with the region. Russia government, investors in the commercial sector through good relations can connect Afghanistan with the Eastern Europe besides the Central Asia and can get Afghanistan out of transit, economic and transport problems.
During the meeting, the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia met with the Deputy Prime Minister of Economic Affairs, where both sides stressed the need to establish a joint government commission to establish extensive cooperation in the fields of trade, transit and investment.
Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, the Minister of National Defense, met and held talks with high-ranking delegation from Russia in his office. The delegation, which was led by the Secretary General of the Russian Security Council, was also attended by the Deputy Prime Minister Alexei Averchuk, Special Representative of the Russian President for Afghanistan Zamir Kabulov, Ambassador of Russia to Afghanistan Dmitry Zhirnov, and many other members. While welcoming the visiting delegation, Mr. Mujahid praised Russia's efforts to remove the Islamic Emirates' names from the blacklist and strengthen bilateral relations. The Russian delegation praised the efforts of the Islamic Emirate, especially the Ministry of National Defense, in strengthening the security and stability of Afghanistan. During the meeting, both sides emphasized the development of economic and trade cooperation and exchanged views on various issues. Meanwhile, Interior Minister Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani met with the Secretary General of the Security Council of the Russian Federation and his accompanying delegation. The meeting was attended by the Secretary General of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, Sergei Shoigu, Deputy Prime Minister of Russia for Economic Affairs, Alexei Averchuk, a Russian Special Representative for Afghanistan, Zamir Kabulov, Russian Ambassador to Afghanistan, Dmitry Zhirnov, and a number of other officials. During the meeting, the two sides held comprehensive discussions on political, security, and economic issues. Mr. Shoigu assured that the Russian government has reached the final stages of the process of removing the Taliban movement, previously known as the Islamic Emirate, from the list of banned groups. He expressed the hope that his stage will be completed in a short time, which will expand relations between the two countries in various fields. The Minister of Information and Culture met with the directors of the MCCT and MJAM companies and their delegations. During the meeting, Mr. Liu Jing, director of the MCCT company, said that upon his arrival in Afghanistan, he saw the changed appearance of Afghanistan and found the population in situation very positive, which is the result of the good governance of the Islamic Emirate. Mr. Liu Jun praised the professional activities of the Ministry of Information and Culture in the protection of historical heritage and cultural affairs, and thanked the Ministry for its cooperation with the technical delegation sent by China, saying that during the copper extraction process, the joint delegation of the Ministry of Information and Culture and the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum should work closely with them to accelerate the activities during the extraction process. Mr. Khairkhwah said that Afghanistan and China have common cultural similarities, and it is important for both countries to protect historical monuments in the Miss Ainak area. He added that the Ministry of Information and Culture, through its technical team, is carrying out work in the Miss Ainak area in coordination with relevant organizations. A coordination meeting of the district heads of the 14 districts of the province was held at the provincial headquarters under the chairmanship of Mullah Aminullah Obaid, Kabul governor. Mr. Obaid welcomed them and praised their actions and activities and made important recommendations to them in some areas. He said that they should carry out their work with complete honesty and integrity, as always, to treat the people well and address their problems in a timely manner. The Kabul governor added that they should establish healthy coordination in their institutions and assure that they would always cooperate with them in implementing the principles and law. Officials of the Ministry of Justice say that they have recovered over 23 acres of Emirate land in the sanitarium area of 6th district of Kabul province and have freed it from the clutches of the usurpers. The officials add that the land is registered in the cadastre under the name of Emirate Real Estate and plot number 56 and was identified as Emirate during the review, the Technical Committee for the Determination and Assessment of Emirate Grablands of Kabul Province. Let's see more in this report.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Technical Committee for the Determination and Assessment of Emirate Used Lands of Kabul Province has determined the ownership of approximately 24 acres of land in the 6th district of Kabul city and is investigating the remaining grabbed lands.
You were just saying there about
the
Special Court for Handling Cases of the Usurped Emirati Lands has examined 23,798 acres of land in the sanatorium area of the 6th district of the Kabul province and confirmed its ownership. The land is registered in the 56th part of the Cadastre as Emirati Real Estate and was confirmed as Emirati during examination of the Technical Committee after the establishment and assessment of usurped Emirati lands in Kabul province.
Similarly, Mr. Rasuli adds that the Land Usurpation Prevention Commission has returned more than 66,000 acres of Emirate land in different areas of Kabul province over the past 2 years.
The Land Usurpation Prevention and Land Institution Commission has restituted approximately 66,135 acres of Emirati land in Kabul province since its inception until the end of Rabiul 1446. These lands located in various districts of Kabul province.
Furthermore, a number of compatriots welcomed the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan's move to return the usurped lands in the country and urged the Islamic Emirate to deliver the rightful owners.
It is a good action. Alhamdulillah, with the advent of Islamic rule, no one can encroach on it and land has been taken back from the usurpers and work is underway to develop the country. We are happy with Islamic Emirate because they took thousands of acres of land from the usurpers and returned to its owners.
The Ministry of Justice says that the Land Usurpation Prevention Commission is responsible for returning the usurped lands of the Emirati public from the usurpers and power brokers, and this process is continuing rapidly in all provinces of Afghanistan.
Mullah Nuruddin Turabi, head of the National Disaster Management Authority, met with the head of the Reconstruction Development Organization and signed a memorandum of understanding for joint cooperation worth more than $37,000 US. In this meeting, Mr. Turabi, while praising the functions of this organization, called on the other relief organizations to deliver their assistance to the needy individuals in a timely manner. Afghan and Turkmen officials discussed the establishment of a temporary post in the border area of Slim Chashma to transport equipment to Afghanistan. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that Afghan officials at the meeting expressed their full readiness to establish the port.
We're looking at these pictures of Bourbon Street, aren't we, in New Orleans.
Hafiz Omar, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Oman, met with the executive director of the Sultanate charity organization of that country. During the meeting, Mr. Omar appreciated the organization's assistance to Afghanistan and asked for more cooperation with Afghanistan. The press office of the 207th Al-Faruq Army Corps announced the discovery and recovering of some weapons and ammunition and the destruction of a drug factory in Gore province. The Army Corps wrote on its page that the operation was carried out by the consignment and intelligence forces of the 3rd Battalion in the village of Jergak, Taiwan district of the province, as a result of which drug factory was destroyed and some weapons and ammunition were also seized by the security forces. The Takhar Provincial Disaster Management Directorate, in collaboration with the Islamic Relief Organization, distributed essential items to 174 needy families in Chal district. In this assistance, Each family was given a kit containing 15 essential items, including various tools. The assistance was provided transparently in the presence of representatives of the Disaster Management Directorate, the Economy Department, and the District Administration.
A reminder of
That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
New Orleans say that 10 people have been killed and at least 35 injured after a vehicle drove into the mayor of New Orleans has described it as a terrorist attack. Well, after crashing his vehicle, police say the suspect then fired a weapon and injured 2 police officers. And the FBI have also said that improvised explosive devices have been found in the area. The perpetrator is confirmed to have been shot dead during the firefight with police. The White House says that President Joe Biden has been briefed on the situation. In the last few minutes, President-elect Donald Trump has called the attack an act of
Good evening,
pure
everyone.
evil.
Today is Monday, November 25, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash, and you are watching RTN
in the French Quarter of the city.
Yu Xiaoyang, Chinese Special Representative for Afghanistan, met with Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, Foreign Minister of the Islamic Emirate. In this meeting, the two sides discussed bilateral relations between Afghanistan and China, economic cooperation, and regional affairs. The foreign minister considered the relations between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and the People's Republic of China to be positive and praised the progress in the trade between the two countries.
You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in
The
direct
Chinese special
contact
envoy
with
described
the
developments
White
in
House,
bilateral relations
with
between the two
Governor
countries as
Landry,
positive, adding that
and,
his
of course,
country
the
respects
Unified
the
Command who
values
is
and
present
choices of
here.
Afghan people. He also stressed that
What I'm
the Afghan
asking
foreign
at
minister
this
should
time
participate in the
are
meeting of
prayers
foreign ministers
for
of
those
neighboring
who have lost their
countries.
lives.
The Ministry
in
of
the city
Public
of New
Health
Orleans
says that a
due to this
3-day
tragedy.
anti-polio campaign
In
will
addition to
begin
that,
in 11
I'm
provinces
asking
of the
the
country
public
today,
to
November
stay clear
25. According to the
of 8
spokesman for the
blocks
ministry,
around
it is
Bourbon
planned
Street.
to vaccinate
Stay
more
clear
than 5 million
from Bourbon
children
Street,
under the age
8
of
blocks
5
around.
during this campaign.
نوی دوشنبه ورځ د 14 هجري شمسي کال دی.
Today, Monday, the 5th of August 1403, which is similar to 25 of November, the anti-polio vaccination campaign begins in 11 provinces of the country. The 3-day campaign will vaccinate 5.3 million children under the age of 5. We ask the tribal leaders, scholars, and family elders to help our vaccinators in the region so that we can prevent polio through effective implementation of the polio vaccine.
Khalil Rahman Haqqani, the Minister of Refugees and Returnees Affairs, met with Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, and discussed the problems of Afghan refugees living in that country. In this meeting, Khalil Rahman Haqqani said the Islamic Emirate has tried its best to find a solution to the problems of Afghan refugees and intends to hold a meeting with the Iranian government to discuss the resolve these issues. Khalil Rahman Haqqani also stressed that the Islamic Emirate called for the dignified return of Afghan refugees to the country and asked the Iranian government not to confiscate the property of Afghan refugees and refrain from bothering them. Nuruddin Azizi, Minister of Industry and Commerce, met with Cenk Onel, Turkish ambassador to Kabul. The Minister of Industry and Commerce said that during the meeting, Mr. Azizi's visit to Turkey, his participation in the opening ceremony of the Istanbul International Halal 2024 exhibition, and his meetings with Turkish officials were discussed. According to the ministry, Mr. Azizi will participate in the Istanbul Halal 2024 exhibition from November 27 to 30 at the official invitation of Turkey. Sheikh Hamdullah Nomani, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, met with a number of provincial heads in the presence of the Deputy Minister of Urban Affairs of the mentioned ministry. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development says that in this meeting, discussions and exchanges were held on existing urban problems, plans, violations, adjustments, maps, organizations, lack of administrative buildings for some departments, orderly urban growth, and development and other related issues. The Afghan embassy in Islamabad has issued a press release stating that the embassy is closed today, Monday, November 25, due to the current situation in Islamabad. For the past 2 days, protests have been going on in Pakistan by supporters of Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister, demanding his release from prison, with all roads leading to the capital Islamabad closed and internet and telephone services have also been suspended. The Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has appointed Ali Reza Gale as the country's new special envoy to Afghanistan, replacing Hassan Kazmi. According to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Begdil previously served as Deputy Consular Officer of the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum has put out a tender for 10,000 tons of lead and zinc from the Gande Kotal area of Yakaulang district in Bamiyan province. Ministry officials say that 41 companies participated in the tender, of which one private company was declared to be the winner. Let's see more.
In a series of mining tenders by the Minister of Mines and Petroleum, this time an estimated 10,000 tons of lead and zinc from the Gandakotal area of Yakaulang district of Bamiyan province were put up for tender. The Deputy Minister of Finance and Administration of the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum says that the aim of the mining tender is to ensure transparency, attract investment in the mining sector, and create jobs for citizens.
Platform where he said, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, and it turned out to be true.
But
the crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before.
Among the 41 companies participating in this tender, one of the private companies won, which was awarded a contract worth 28,900 Afghanis per ton of lead and zinc.
We conducted today's auction in a very transparent manner. I wanted for 28,995 Afghanis. Inshallah, we'll resume our normal work soon.
This is while the Ministry of Mines and Petroleum recently sold 6,009 carats of emeralds from Panjshir province for $305,000 and $910 after a tender.
A power purchase agreement for 2025 was signed between Dr. Abdul Bari Umar, the Chief Executive Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, and Mr. Muhammad Umar Assazada, the Chief Executive Director of that country. The power purchase agreement with Tajikistan was signed in Turkey between Mr. Umar and Muhammad Umar.
And that investigation, of course, will be continuing.
The European Union has sent its fourth shipment of humanitarian aid to Kabul. According to the European Union, this organization has sent 390 tons of humanitarian aid to Afghanistan during the current
terrorism. As you've said, though, we
the technical team of the Ministry of Energy and Water, together with the Economic Council of the Chinese Embassy, met with Qari Ihsanullah Baryal, the governor of Kapisa, to visit Baghdara Dam. According to the Ministry of Energy and Water, the team also visited Baghdara Dam to enforce the cooperation agreement between the contracting companies and the Ministry of Energy and Water. The ministry added that a cooperation agreement is to be signed between the Ministry of Energy and Water and contractors to begin geotechnical, geophysical, and hydrological studies of the Baghdara Dam in Kapisa
are in a stable condition in hospital,
the National Disaster
but also injuring more than 30 others and killing 10 people as a result of this incident. We understand that the suspect drove a pickup truck at quite a substantial speed into large crowds of people, but we also understand
of the National
that
Disaster
authorities
Preparedness
now
Agency
say that
has
they're investigating
instructed
not only
the
the
Disaster
vehicle,
Management
but whether or
Directorate
not there was
of
the
the
use
mentioned
of this
provinces to
long
reach
gun
the affected
rifle.
families
They
in
say
flood-affected
that they are now
areas sooner
investigating
and
whether
take
a
urgent
rifle
measures
was
for the
used to
victims in
fire
the
into the
cooperation with
crowd as
the
well
Provincial
as
Disaster
driving
Preparedness
into them
Department
at
and
high
partner
speeds. Of course, we
institutions.
know
In this
that
statement,
the
all
suspect
government
had
and
shot
foreign
at two
institutions are
police
invited to
officers.
provide
And
any
we're
kind of
also
assistance
aware
to the
that
victims,
the
either
FBI
on
is
their
also
own
looking
or
into
through the
use
National
of
Disaster
possible
Preparedness
explosive
Department.
devices too. At least one explosive device
That's all for
found at the
tonight.
scene.
Thank you so much for
Authorities
watching.
say
Stay
that
with
they're
us to
working
stay
to find out
updated.
whether this
Have
is
a good night.
viable. Also working to find out whether or not there are any more potential devices that have been left in and around the area. We're looking at pictures now of Gordon Street. This is where police have urged people not to go to this. They're still investigating. You can see there are several cordons in place. There are officers that will be scouring the
Good evening. Today is Sunday, 24 of November 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. The Chinese special representative for Afghanistan met with officials of the Islamic Emirate after his visit to Pakistan and Turkmenistan and discussed various issues. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that the meetings focused on improving relations and understanding between Afghanistan, Pakistan and China. Meanwhile, the Chinese special representative said that his country is working to strengthen the economy, expand relations and increase cooperation with Afghanistan. We have more in this report.
The Chinese special representative for Afghanistan met with Maulavi Abdul Kabir, the political deputy of the Prime Minister. We briefed him on his visit to Pakistan and Turkmenistan and stressed on improving relations and understanding between Afghanistan, Pakistan and China. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate said that during the meeting, the political deputy of the Prime Minister considered economic cooperation with China as developing and said that Afghanistan is working to revive the national economy and develop regional cooperation.
The political deputy to Prime Minister, Honorable Maulavi Abdul Kabir, thanked China for its assistance and said that Afghanistan is expanding its diplomatic and economic relations with China and is striving for regional stability and cooperation. Honorable Maulavi Abdul Kabir noted that the Islamic Emirate has assured the world that no threat will come from Afghanistan and has fulfilled its commitment in the last 3 years.
Meanwhile, the Chinese special representative in Kabul met with Defense Minister Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid to discuss economic cooperation, strengthening bilateral relations, borders and investment.
The acting Minister of the National Defense considered China to be a neighboring country and an important partner for the people of Afghanistan and emphasized the commitments of the Ministry of National Defense and cooperation in common areas.
China's special envoy to Afghanistan said that this country is working to strengthen the economy, expand relations and increase cooperation with Afghanistan.
This is said, which paves the way for the development of relations, so it's beneficial for everyone, whether China or other countries. I hope that the Afghan government, by utilizing the good relations and interactions it has with China, will make maximum use of the country's reconstruction, trade and economy with senior Chinese officials.
Chinese special representative for Afghanistan, Yu Xiaoyang, had earlier visited Pakistan and Turkmenistan to discuss the fifth meeting of foreign ministers of Afghanistan's neighboring countries and other issues.
Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health, met with Maher Al-Shun, General Director of attasck International Organization. The Ministry of Public Health says that during this meeting they discussed discussed the priorities of the health sector in Afghanistan, the treatment of drug addicts and malnourished patients, the standardization of health services, and the provision of health services to remote areas. During this meeting, Mr. Jalali urged the officials of the organization to provide standard health services in remote areas, in addition to paying attention to mother and child health. Mullah Hidayatullah Badri, Minister of Mines and Petroleum, met with tribal leaders and influential people of Yakolang district of Bamiyan province. In this meeting, the head of the public works of that province talked about mineral resources, work and activities of mining contractors, environmental problems, employment of local people in projects, and provision of social services for the people, and called for the implementation of more contracts in this province. On the other hand, the Minister of Mines and Petroleum stated that considering the existing facilities, the implementation of projects in that province and the problems of people will be addressed. 55 containers of commercial goods from China arrived in Haratanpur town after 20 days of transiting through Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. In the ceremony of handing over these commercial goods, which was attended by the Afghan Minister of Industries and Commerce and the diplomatic representatives of Uzbekistan, each emphasized the expansion of trade between Afghanistan and neighboring countries and called the protection of this land corridor a necessity in terms of trade with these countries. Let's see more in this report.
55 containers of national traders arrived to Haratanpur by train. This train moved from China to Afghanistan 20 days ago and reached this country via Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. The country's Minister of Industry and Commerce, Nuruddin Azizi, who came to Balkh province for this purpose, says that the Islamic Emirate is determined to keep this transit corridor active.
The shipment, which arrived in Afghanistan from China, traveled from eastern China and arrived in Afghanistan within 20 days. The largest of the goods in this shipment are the fabric that Afghans always use, as well as electrical appliances, dishes, spare parts, and some other things that we usually import from China.
Also, the Deputy Governor of Balkh province and the General Council of Uzbekistan in Mazar-e-Sharif called this corridor a sign of development in the relations between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan and China, and emphasized the strengthening of these relations.
When the Islamic Emirate came to power in Afghanistan, from the first day until today, they have been cooperating with the Islamic Emirate, and whenever any kind of cooperation was necessary, they were standing with the Islamic Emirate. May Allah reward them. Neighbor has right over neighbor. We are always with you. We are at your service. And that's the beauty of neighborhood. We will always cooperate with you.
On the other hand, the head of the Balkh Chamber of Commerce and Investment considers the use of this route important in increasing trade transactions, adding that this corridor, in addition to increasing exports, also helps in reduction of transportation costs.
In addition, it strengthens our economic position and determines our strategic position and leads to more economic growth and relations and lower costs. And the train that you and I saw, in addition to exporting, can also import such goods.
This transit corridor between Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan and China is considered one of the fastest land import and exports routes, and the transportation of goods between Afghanistan and China through this corridor takes 15 to 20 days.
The Ministry of Refugees and Returnees Affairs says that a meeting was held between Afghan and Pakistani officials in Turkam. According to the ministry, in this meeting, the problems of Afghan refugees were discussed, and the Pakistan side was asked to pay attention to the problems of Afghan refugees and patients. Mufti Abdul Mateen Qane, spokesman of the Ministry of Interior Affairs, says that 120 police officers graduated from the Nangarhar Police Training Center after completing professional and religious training. According to Mr. Qane, these police officers have received training in patrolling, searching, checkpoints, security tactics, and skills.
Clearly drove into
The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 20 people in connection with the sale, transportation and use of drugs in Kabul province. According to the ministry, the suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics forces of the Ministry of Interior Affairs from different parts of Kabul. The ministry added that a quantity of opium, methamphetamine and drug tablets were also recovered from the detainees. According to another report, a man was arrested in connection with the smuggling of nearly 80 kilograms of methamphetamine from Zaranj city of Nimroz province.
Influence a government or a people.
Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, signed a memorandum of understanding worth $6.5 million in a meeting with the representative of the German Health Organization. In this meeting, Mr. Torabi, while appreciating the activities of this organization, added that this agency is trying to provide more facilities for aid organizations in the country. The Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 26 people in connection with robbery, murder, smuggling, gambling, and forgery of documents from different provinces of the country. According to the ministry, 6 of the arrested were from Samangan province, 9 were gamblers in Baghlan, and 3 were from Takhar. 8 others were arrested in connection with smuggling, illegal weapons, and forgery of documents from Herat, Helmand, and Ghazni provinces. The ministry also added that 25,000 tons of wood were also seized from Nangarhar province. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور داد باتورانو کور ساتوی پسروینو داد شهیدانو کور داد باتورانو
Joe Biden, which is against the kind of statement that you so often hear from leaders in these kind of terror events, where he says that his heart goes out to victims, the full force of the government will be behind them.
Good evening. Today is Friday, November 22nd, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulvi Nida Muhammad Nadeem, the Minister of Higher Education, attended the Academic Council of Kandahar University during his official visit to Kandahar province. He listened to the problems and suggestions of the university officials in the Academic Council and assured them of solving the problems. Also, the Minister of Higher Education in separate meetings met with the professors of the Faculty of Islamic Culture and Sharia and asked them to pay attention to the intellectual, religious, and moral education, worship, and character of the students.
Carry out the mission and the investigations.
Kabul Governor Mullah Aminullah Obaid met with several creative youth of technical and vocational education and their teachers at the provincial headquarters. At the beginning of the meeting, these creative youth informed the governor of Kabul about the devices they had made and asked for cooperation of the Islamic Emirate in this regard. Mr. Obaid welcomed them and praised the devices they have made and made some important recommendations in this regard. He added that the Islamic Emirate fully supports those youth who make inventions and devices and technical
groups here in the United States as well in response to the Trump
The Ministry of Finance says that for the first time, the process of licenses, audit bodies and vocational training institutions in the country has begun. The ministry added that by gathering standard licenses to audit bodies, administrative affairs will become more professional. National revenue evasion will be prevented. The revenues of Emirate and private companies will increase. Complete transparency will be established in financial and tax processes, and companies will be further strengthened in the field of system building.
Window. And you can also see a white
Sardar
stick
Ahmad
or
Shakib,
pipe
ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Islamabad, met with Amal Wali Khan, Senate member of Pakistan. The two sides discussed bilateral relations, trade, the opening of the Turkmen border crossing and other gates between Afghanistan and Pakistan to solve the problems of the people on the both sides.
Just return now to
The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that in the past 3 years, dozens of Russian and Chinese companies, as well as joint companies with Afghans, have invested in various sectors in Afghanistan. Economic experts consider foreign investment to be effective in economic growth, infrastructure development, and poverty reduction. We have more details in this report.
Officials of the Chamber of Commerce and Investment say that the level of investment by foreign companies and investors in Afghanistan has increased in the past 3 years. According to these officials, dozens of Russian, Chinese and other foreign investors have invested in Afghanistan together with Afghans.
Practically dozens of companies have already received operating licenses from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce, which are either independent licenses or joint licenses, which have been made between Afghans and Russians or Afghans and Chinese. Many promises have been made in this regard, and Russia have practically invested in oil and other mines in the north of the country.
According to economic experts, foreign investment in Afghanistan is considered effective in economic growth, infrastructure development, job creation, and poverty reduction.
Attracting foreign investors, governments, and traders to invest in Afghanistan can lead to the country's economic self-sufficiency in a very short time. As you can see, the United Arab Emirates, where up to 50% of foreign investors have invested there and have put it on its feet in every section.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has always said that overall security has been ensured in Afghanistan and has called on domestic and foreign investors to invest in various sectors.
A meeting was held with the officials of the Association of Tourism Companies under the chairmanship of Maulavi Qudratullah Jamal, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Finance and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, to create facilities and coordination. During the meeting, the officials of the association shared their problems and suggestions with the officials. Similarly, Mr. Jamal said that they want to develop the tourism industry throughout the country, standardize and digitalize this industry, and create facilities for tourism companies. He added that tourism companies can play an important role in attracting foreign
how difficult
tourists.
is it to prevent attacks
Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate say that since 2024, around 232 incidents have occurred due to unexploded mines, resulting in 465 deaths and injuries. Officials added that since the past year, 156 kilometers of area in a number of provinces of the country have been cleared of unexploded mines. Let's see more in this report.
After severe wars and unrest, the land of Afghanistan is still under the threat of mines. And every year, many citizens lose their lives or become disabled. Officials of the Mine Action and Coordination Directorate of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency say that mines have been in the territory of Afghanistan since past wars and still threaten the lives of Afghans.
Since the beginning of 2024, there have been 232 incidents across Afghanistan, with a total of 465 casualties over the past year. Approximately 146 square kilometers of land in 26 provinces across the country have been cleared of mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to him, as a result of continuous surveys and investigation of this department, since 2022, about 79 kilometers of land has been contaminated with mines.
Since 2022, approximately 65 square kilometers of land have been surveyed, and there are still handmade unexploded ordnance in this area. We have more such areas registered in our database. It might be approximately 79 square kilometers of land that contains handmade mines. Since the beginning of 2024, we have cleared approximately 34 square kilometers of this area.
At the same time, a number of citizens say that the country is currently in a state of complete security and are calling on the officials of the Islamic Emirate to increase efforts to eliminate the remaining mines.
In the past few years, there has been a lot of war in Kunduz city, and there are many mines in our villages and many other areas, which are a threat to the lives of children and others. We want the government to take action in this regard, to clear these areas from mines and unexploded ordnance.
According to officials, most of the remaining mines are located in Maidan Wardak, Ghazni, Zabul, Kandahar, Helmand, Bakhtiar, Khost, Logar, and eastern provinces. And this department is trying to increase its surveys to prevent and neutralize them. And for this purpose, it has great achievements in the field of public awareness in the country.
60 Mujahideen graduated from the Abdullah bin Omar 1st Infantry Brigade of the 201st Khalid bin Walid Corps in a series of ceremonies. The ceremony was attended by the commander of the 5th Battalion, Maulavi Abdul Latif Haqqani, as well as many officials, mujahideen and personnel. While addressing the graduates, the official said, "You are the main defenders and guardians of the Islamic government, and it is necessary for you to try, study, and improve yourselves in various professional fields in addition to the computer and telecommunication fields." Meanwhile, the new graduates assured the officials that they will make good use of the professional education they have received during their duties and will make more rapid efforts in these fields. Several tons of food and non-food items were sent to Nimrod province to provide assistance to potential disaster victims. On the instruction of the director of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, several tons of food and non-food items were sent to Nimrod province to provide assistance and sympathy to potential disaster victims. This assistance includes 450 bags of flour, 450 bags of rice, and 500 bags of winter clothes. It is plain that this assistance will be distributed to the deserving people by the Nimrod's Provincial Disaster Preparedness Agency. And the final one is that 10 people have been arrested in connection with drug trafficking from different provinces of the country. The Deputy Minister of Anti-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs said in a statement that suspects were arrested by the anti-narcotics police from Daikundi, Khost, Paktika, and Parwan provinces. According to the deputy, a quantity of opium, drug tablets, and other narcotic substances were also recovered from the detainees.
In New Orleans, but any previous homes of record.
That's all for tonight. We will be back with more news updates. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
And again, interviews of people who sold them the firearms, the training with them, and illumination of the network. All that's important. If it turns out to be international terrorism, then partnerships with all of our international partners to try to elicit as much as we can on intelligence from our
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming on the program today. It's been great to hear your perspective and get the analysis of
Good evening. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. Maulavi Muhammad Yaqub Mujahid, Minister of National Defense, met with Hassan Kazemi Qawmi, Iranian ambassador to Kabul and his accompanying delegation. The Ministry of National Defense says that in this meeting, the two sides discussed strengthening friendly relations, good neighbor lines, trade, border cooperation, and issues of Afghan refugees, and emphasized the readiness of the two countries to expand bilateral cooperation in various sectors.
Intelligence experts about this, and now we can speak to someone
Sheikh al-Hadith Nur Muhammad Saqib, Minister of Guidance, Hajj and Endowments, met with Maulavi Naqibullah Ahmadi, Ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Malaysia. In this meeting, Mr. Saqib said that the Islamic Emirate has taken effective steps to serve Afghans and wants friendly diplomatic relations with all countries. On the other hand, Maulavi Naqibullah Ahmadi said that the Malaysian government is interested in strengthening bilateral relations, especially religious, cultural and social cooperation with Afghanistan.
What was it like in that evening.
The Minister of Interior Affairs laid the foundation stone of the new police headquarters building in Coast. In a meeting held in this regard, Khalifa Sirajuddin Haqqani, the Minister of Interior Affairs, expressed his satisfaction with the rapid progress of construction and reconstruction work, added that the development of the country is not limited to physical buildings, but also has a fundamental and special value in building the hearts of the people and creating an atmosphere of trust and sincerity among them. According to this ministry, the work of this building will be completed within 15 months at a cost of 71 million Afghanis. Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, met with Nuruddin Azizi, the Minister of Industry and Commerce. The Ministry of Industry and Commerce said that in this meeting, the two sides discussed trade transactions, the activities of the Afghan businessmen in Iran, and various other issues.
Some of the beautiful photos that you took on that night.
The head of the Norwegian Refugee Committee for Afghanistan met with Mullah Muhammad Saqib Inqilabi, the Deputy Governor of Kandahar Province. The Provincial Information and Culture Department posted on its page saying that the two sides discussed addressing the urgent problem of returnees from Pakistan. During the meeting, the representative of the Norwegian Committee also assured of cooperation with the urgent problems of migrants.
It really does bring it all home.
The Chamber of Commerce and Investment says that 80% of Afghan trade through Pakistan's Karachi port has decreased and has been diverted to Bandar Abbas and Central Asian countries instead. However, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 10 months of this year, the trade volume with Pakistan was approximately $2 billion, of which $637 million were exports and the rest were imports. We have more details in this report.
Afghanistan and Pakistan are two neighboring countries that have had bilateral trade for years. But in the last 2 years, the Pakistan government has adopted a policy against Afghan traders that goes against international principles and trade laws and has increased taxes on Afghan goods, which has led to a decline in the trade between the two countries.
They have made some decisions against the international and commercial laws, like taxing our transit and imposing tariffs and imposing regional taxes on our exports, all of which led to decrease the commercial and transit relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan.
At the same time, Afghan traders call Pakistan's recent policy against Afghanistan detrimental to the two countries and say that trade should not be linked to politics and that both sides should work together to promote trade.
In order to strengthen this relationship or this trade, both countries need to hire a special representative and should evaluate this issue step by step. Because our trade is not done without them, and their trade is not done without us. We have a lot of common relations and a long shared border.
Furthermore, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce says that in the first 10 months of 2024, trade between Pakistan and Afghanistan amounted to nearly $2 billion.
Afghanistan's trade with Pakistan until 2024 was $1,938 million, of which $637 million were exports and $1,301 million were imports. The main export items were cotton, coal, raisins, onions, carpets, and others.
This is why the Islamic Emirate has always said that its foreign policy with the region and the world is economy-oriented and seek good economic and political relations with all.
And all over the world, I think people know about
Muhammad Ashraf Haqshanas, the spokesperson of the Ministry of Public Works, says that a bridge on the Kalat-Shinker route in Shinker district of Zabul province, which was damaged by floods, has been reconstructed and put into use at a cost of about 41 million Afghanis. According to Mr. Haqshanas, the bridge, which is 56.15 meters long, connects the Shamalzor, Atghar and Shinker districts of Zabul province with the capital Kalat.
Bringing in 2025. completely unaware of what was going to happen
worth
just a few
more
hours
than
later.
$3
So
million
thank you very much for
have
sharing them
been
with
signed
us.
between the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and a number of national and international organizations. Economic
Well, of
experts
course,
say that
bringing you
signing
the
memorandums of
full
understanding with
news in response
organizations
to
can
the
create
terror incident that
employment
we've
for
seen
thousands
in New
of
Orleans.
people,
At least 10
along with the
people
growth of
killed as
small
a vehicle
businesses.
hit a
Let's see
crowd
more in this report.
New Orleans, just as people
The
were
Ministry of
singing
Industry and
the
Commerce,
new
in a
year.
press release
We
on
know
its
that the
X
FBI
page,
are
said that
investigating it
Nuruddin
as a
Azizi, the Minister
terror
of
incident.
this ministry,
We know
has
that there are
signed
reports
6
of a
contracts with
firearm and
5
also
domestic
of improvised
and 1
explosive devices
international
being found in the
organization.
area too.
According to the ministry,
this
the
is the
value
first
of the
image that we've
signed
seen in the
contracts
last
reaches more
hour
than
or
$3
so
million.
of the white pickup truck that
The
was
purpose of
used
signing these
as a
memorandums
weapon
is to economically empower
in the area
families,
this morning.
develop the business of entrepreneurial
Well, earlier
youth,
in a news
support
conference
small
in New
businesses,
Orleans, the mayor,
and
the
teach the
police
basics of
and the
trade and
FBI
proficiency in
gave
the
us
provinces
this
of
update.
Kabul, Herat, Bal,
First of
Faryab,
all, we do
Nangarhar,
know
Khost, Dakhar,
that
Badakhshan, and Bamyan.
On the other
city of
hand,
New Orleans
economic
was
affairs
impacted
experts
by
say that
a terrorist
signing
attack.
memorandums
It's
of
all still
understanding
under
with organizations can
investigation.
create
You'll
employment
hear more
opportunities for
after
thousands,
me.
along
However,
with the
I
growth
have
of
been
small
in direct
businesses.
contact with the White House,
To support and
with
structure
Governor
Afghanistan's
Landry,
microeconomy,
and
thousands
of
of
course
people
the
can be
unified
trained and
command who was
empowered to
present here.
re-professionalize based on Afghanistan's
What I'm
conditions.
asking at this time
One of the
are
reasons could be
prayers
that,
for
due to the
those who have
opportunities
lost their
provided,
lives
investments,
in the
especially
city
in the
of New
private
Orleans
sector,
due
have
to this
turned to
tragedy.
Afghanistan again.
This is
In
why the
addition to
Ministry
that,
of Industry
I'm
and Commerce
asking
has
the
signed
public
several
to stay
project
clear
cooperation agreements with
of
domestic
blocks
and foreign
around Bourbon
organizations
Street.
this year,
Stay
which have
clear
provided
from
direct and
Bourbon Street,
indirect
8
employment
blocks
opportunities
around.
for a number of
Very
citizens.
active.
Kandahar
And again, a
media
unified
outlets quoted
command
officials
is in
from the
place right
Qatar
now.
Sharifa as
I'm
saying
going
that
to ask
our
Chief
4
Kirkpatrick
foreign
to
tourists
give you an
have
update.
accepted Islam
You're
in the
then
past few
going to
months
hear
in the
from
province
our agent
through
in
invitation.
charge
According
relative
to
to the
officials,
FBI.
2 of
So at
them
this
were
time,
Buddhists
Chief
from Thailand
morning,
and 2 were
everyone.
Christians from
So I'm going to give you
Slovakia
as much
and
of the
Slovenia.
information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update.
And the final one is that the Deputy Minister of Counter Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested a man on suspicion of smuggling more than 70 kilograms of methamphetamine in Nimruz province. According to the deputy, the man who had 79 kilograms of methamphetamine in a car was arrested by the anti-narcotics police of the Ministry of Interior
to run
Affairs.
over as many people as he possibly could.
And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Stay with us to stay updated.
And more
Have a good
serious
night.
based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UNC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Truro, 4 at Oshno Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals.
Good evening.
On the
Today
east
is Wednesday,
side. But we
November
will give
20,
you as many
2024.
correct
I'm
numbers
Suleiman
as
Talash
we
and you are
can
watching
as the
RTA
day
News.
progresses.
Maulavi Nida Muhammad Nadim,
It is a
Minister
very
of Higher
tragic
Education, during a
situation
visit
for
to
me to
Zabul
tell
province,
you
delivered a
that we
speech
know we have
at a
10
large
people
gathering
that
held
this
at the
man
Mirwais Khan
killed
Nika Higher Education Institute
on
in
Bourbon
that
Street.
province.
That
In this
is
meeting, the
why
head of the Mirwais
we
Khan
do
Nika
not
Higher
want
Education
anyone
Institute
on Bourbon
provided
Street
information
today,
about the
wherever you
achievements
see
and
yellow
activities
tape,
of this educational
please do not
institution
violate
and also shared
this
their problems
tape. This
with
is
the
in
minister.
order
On the
to
other hand,
protect and
the Minister of Higher
stabilize
Education
the scene.
spoke about the position of religious
have
and modern
information
sciences
to a
in the
certain
country,
degree of the
adding that the
demographics
leadership of the Islamic
of those who
Emirate
are
has
in the
provided
hospital right
all the
now.
necessary facilities
We
in the
do
higher
not
education
know,
sector
at
for
this
the youth
point
and
how many
spare
could
no
be
efforts
tourists
in this
versus
sector.
locals. But from the information I have right now, it seems
A meeting
the
was held
majority
under
are
the leadership of
locals
Sheikh Abdullah
versus,
Nomani,
tourists.
Minister of Housing and Urban Development, and in
What
the
I
presence
also
of the
can
Minister
tell
of
you is
Agriculture,
that this
Irrigation
man,
and
this
Livestock, the
perpetrator,
Mayor of Kabul,
he
Chief
fired
Justice
on
of the
our
Supreme
officers.
Court, and a number of other
From his
officials
vehicle
regarding
when he
the
crashed his
distribution of
vehicle.
building permit letters. The
2
Ministry
of
of
our
Housing and
officers
Urban
have been
Development
shot.
says that the meeting discussed and reviewed the creation of necessary facilities for citizens, reducing the level of human traffic abroad, creating employment opportunities for the young generation, creating investment opportunities in the country, improving the economic situation, and a number of other important issues.
Appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff.
Cenk Onal, Turkish ambassador in Kabul, in a meeting with the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation, Mullah Hamdullah Akhundzada, said that he is trying to pave the way for land transport activities between Afghanistan and Turkey. The two sides discussed the development of bilateral transit and transport relations, bringing facilities in this regard, strengthening the aviation sector, and a number of other issues.
That we have on the scene, and we have
the ambassador of the Islamic Emirate to Iran, Maulavi Fazl Muhammad Haqqani, met with Maulavi Muhammad Nabi, Deputy Director of Population Registration and the National Statistics and Information Agency in Kabul. The Statistics and Information Agency said that the meeting discussed the establishment of electronic ID card distribution branches for Afghan refugees living in Iran, resolving identity problems and facilitating the process of distributing citizenship ID cards to Afghan students. The Deputy Director of the National Statistics and Information Agency has pledged comprehensive cooperation in this regard.
We'll be taking over the investigative lead.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs provided food assistance worth more than 3 million Afghans to 200 orphans in Kabul. According to officials, the assistance was distributed to deserving orphans with the support of a partner organization that had previously been surveyed. Let's see more.
Specifically from Canal Street to St.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs provided food assistance to 200 orphans in Kabul with support of a partner organization.
In coordination with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, a charity organization is distributing food items, including 6 sacks of flour, 6 bottles of cooking oil, and 50 kilos of rice to 200 deserving orphans.
The spokesperson of the ministry said that although the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs welcomes such assistance from the partner organizations, it calls on international community and donor organizations to increase assistance to deserving people.
Again to everyone in our community. But we
also call on other charity organizations to help and support this community, which is the oppressed and needy segment of society, means the orphans, with the arrival of winter, and to provide them with more assistance.
Meanwhile, the officials of the cooperating organization assured that, in coordination with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs, they want to provide assistance to deserving people of the society in various fields.
This assistance, which includes 6 sacks of flour, 6 bottles of 5 liters of cooking oil, and 50 kilos of rice, which is worth about 3,020,000 Afghans, is being distributed to the orphans today in cooperation with the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs.
On the other hand, the family members of the orphans welcome such assistance and call for its increase.
Well, our correspondent Jamal from Cal joins us now.
We ask the ministry and the charity organization to help us with 7 or 8 more food and non-food items, clothing, winter assistance, and other necessary items.
It's worth mentioning that previously, the mentioned ministry, in cooperation with aid organizations, has provided food and non-food assistance to a number of deserving families during the winter days and nights.
Heavily damaged.
The Ministry of Education says that the building of Abdurrahman Ghafur School in the 8th district of Kabul City has been put into use after being renovated at the cost of 2,582,000 Afghans. The ministry adds that the renovation costs were paid by a person who supports education.
And the 8 blocks surrounding that area, there will be
Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, the General Director of the National Disaster Preparedness Clearance Agency met with the officials of international and domestic mine clearance organizations. Mr. Tarabi said that many mines have been buried during past bloody wars and foreign aggressions, and according to him, now it is the time to clear and collect them. He added that there is a better opportunity than ever for these organizations to accelerate their work and save humans and animals from the potential dangers of these risks as soon as possible. Officials from mine clearance organizations say that they have cleared a large amount of land from mines and are still trying to completely clear the areas covered with mines from unexploded ordnance.
That investigators are trying to find out if the suspect
officials of the support brigade of the chief of staff of the Ministry of National Defense handed over more than 195 ancient artifacts to the National Museum. Officials of the National Museum during the handover of ancient artifacts say that these artifacts are over 100 years
to try and find out more.
We have more details in the report.
The case, and then on the rear of the vehicle that you're looking at now, you can see that, as Shimon was just saying, they've got that white stick or pipe with a black cloth around it on the back, which may be a flag, potentially contain markings, but investigators are really looking at, focusing on trying to determine a motive for
a number of artifacts from the
attack.
former
So that
containers
Texas
that were there
number plate,
were
if
found
that
in the
is
NATO
the case,
camp.
then it would also
Since the
explain,
artifacts belong to the National
of course,
Museum, we transferred them
involvement
to the National Museum.
On the other hand, the officials of the National Museum say that these ancient artifacts, which are more than 100 years old, are made of various objects that belong to the Islamic period.
These historical artifacts belong to the Islamic period. It is more than 100 years old, made of various materials such as stone, wood, and iron, which have now been transferred to the National Museum. There are more than 195 artifacts, of which the majority are textiles. This collection is entirely related to the ethnographic section of the museum and has particular value.
On the other hand, officials of the National Museum say that the current location of the museum is not enough to display ancient artifacts and want to expand the National Museum to display ancient artifacts.
The National Statistics and Information Agency says that the country's exports and imports have increased in the month of Mizan this year compared to the month of Sanbola. According to this agency, the total value of the country's exports in the month of Mizan was $234.9 million and in Sanbola was $173.9 million, which is an increase of $61 million in the country's exports compared to the month of
However, I thought what
Sanbola.
was really interesting listening to your interview with an eyewitness,
Mufti Abdul Mateen Khaneh, spokesman for the Ministry of Interior Affairs, says that 3,842 border police officers from air and land force have graduated from a round of professional training. According to him, these officers have been trained in literacy, faith, computers, healthcare, detection, and crime.
New Orleans is known for. This incident took place
The Ministry of Finance announces the discovery of a number of smuggled items and materials from various coasts of the country. According to the ministry, these items, which include salt, chocolate, medicine, tobacco, some other food items, and 35 motorbikes were discovered and seized by employees of the General Directorate of Customs in the provinces of Farah, Kandahar, Nimrod, Salman, Herat, and Nangarhar.
We know that more than 13
That's all for tonight.
have been
Thank you so much
injured,
for
and
watching.
we are
Have a
hoping
good
to get
night.
more information from this press conference, not only on the suspect, but also on those that have been victims.
The first hours of 2025 in such a vibrant city, and then the horror that unfolded just a couple of hours later, and it does really feel, doesn't it, as if there is an increased focus now on that vehicle. Was there a flag affixed to the back? Is that linked to any
Good
ideology.
evening. Today is
These
Tuesday,
are questions
November
that
19,
we will be hoping
2024.
to hear
I'm
from
Suleiman
in
Talash and you
the
are
press
watching
conference
RTA
that will
News.
be happening,
Maulavi
we
Noor
hope,
Jalal
in the next 10
Jalali,
minutes or
Minister
so.
of Public
But
Health,
that
met with
white
Ms.
vehicle,
Hanan Hassan
the
Al-Balkhi,
focus of so
Director
much of the
General of the
investigation, the white
WHO
vehicle was something that could be a flag on the
Region,
back
UNICEF,
that has a
Eastern Region,
Texas
Bill Gates
license
Foundation
plate.
representatives,
Let's
WHO and
just
UNICEF
have a quick
officials
look now, shall
for
we, at some of the
Afghanistan and a
political
number of
reaction
other
that we have
representatives
seen
of these
coming
organizations in the
as the
field of
investigation
health.
continues. The
During
first
this meeting,
from
discussions
President
were held
Biden,
on
who
the development
has
of
issued a
health
statement
services
to
in
say,
Afghanistan,
"I've been
strengthening
continually
efforts
briefed
related
since
to
early
polio
this morning by
vaccination
federal
and
law
prevention of
enforcement
this
leadership
disease,
and my
construction
Homeland
of health
Security team,
centers
including
along
the Secretary
highways,
of Homeland
treatment
Security,
of
Ali
malnourished
Mayorkas,
patients,
the Deputy
control
Attorney
of
General,
infectious
Lisa
diseases,
Monaco, the
and
White House
attracting
Homeland
international
Security Advisor,
assistance
Liz
in the
Sherwood
field of
Randall,
health.
and the
Mr.
Mayor of New
Jalali
Orleans
called the cooperation of
regarding
the
the
World
horrific
Health
incident that
Organization,
occurred there
UNICEF,
overnight.
and
The
Bill Gates
FBI is
Foundation
taking the lead in
essential
the
for
investigation
strengthening the
and is
Afghan health
investigating
system
this
and
incident
requested the
as an
officials
act
of these
of
organizations
terrorism.
to work
I'm
in
grateful for the
coordination
brave
with
and
the
swift
Ministry of
response
Health
of
in
local law
areas that
enforcement in
are
preventing
our
even
priorities
greater death and injury.
needs.
I've directed my team to ensure every resource is available as
Maulavi
federal,
Said
state
Razam
and local
Osmani,
law
Deputy
enforcement
Minister
work
of Agriculture,
assiduously to
Irrigation
get to
and
the bottom
Livestock,
of what
met
happened
with
as quickly
the
as
head of
possible
the Food and
and to ensure
Agriculture
that there is no
Organization
remaining
of the
threat
United
of any
Nations.
kind.
The
I
Minister
will
of
continue to
Agriculture
receive updates
says
throughout
that
the day,
Maulavi Said
and I
Razam
will have more to
Osmani
say
stressed
as we
that
have
the
further
organization
information to
should
share.
implement
In
development
the meantime,
projects
my heart
in
goes out to the
Afghanistan
victims
alongside
and their
emergency
families
projects.
who were simply
On
trying
the
to
other
celebrate
hand,
the
the
holiday.
head of the
There
UN
is no
Food and
justification for violence
Agriculture
of any
Organization
kind,
said
and we
that
will
the
not
main
tolerate
objective of
any
the
attack
organization in
on
Afghanistan
any of our
is to
nation's
help the country's
communities.
farmers,
That
and the
statement from
organization plans to
President
implement
Biden,
up to
who has travelled by
42%
plane
of
to
development projects
Camp
in
David
Afghanistan
today.
next year.
We've also heard from
Mullah
the
Nuruddin Turabi,
President-elect
head
Donald
of the
Trump
National
on
Disaster
New
Preparedness
Orleans.
Agency,
He has
met with Mia
posted
Park, the
this
new head
statement
of
to
the
the social
International
media
Organization
platform
for
Truth Social. He
Migration,
said,
or
"When I
IOM
said that
for
the criminals
Afghanistan
coming
and
in
her
are far
delegation."
worse than the
In this
criminals we
meeting, Mullah
have in our
Nuruddin
country,
Turabi
that
appreciated
statement was
the
constantly
activities of the
refuted by
organization in
Democrats and the
Afghanistan,
fake news
adding
media,
that the
but it
center
turned
has
out to be
always
true.
provided
The crime
widespread
rate in our
cooperation
country
to
is
the
at a
people of
level that
Afghanistan
nobody
in the
has
field
ever
of
seen before.
humanitarian
Our
and
hearts are
technical
with all of the
assistance.
innocent
He
victims
added that
and their
the
loved
past,
ones,
the
including the
organization's
brave officers
representatives
of the New Orleans
office
Police
and the
Department.
disaster
The Trump
management
administration
department
will fully
was active,
support the
but
city
it is
of New
currently
Orleans
inactive.
as they
And if the
investigate
organization
and recover
intends to
from this
inactivate
act
its
of pure
representation in this
evil. So we've been
department,
hearing
the
there
Disaster
from
Preparedness
both the
Agency is
President
ready
Joe
to
Biden
cooperate
and
fully.
also the President-elect Donald J.
The Ministry of
Trump,
Mines and Petroleum
reacting
signed
to
an
this
agreement
act of
with the
terror
administrative forums
that we have
and
seen
civil
in
services
New Orleans.
authorities
The
to
FBI
implement
investigating
simplified
as an act of
processes.
terror.
The Ministry of
Their
Mines and
focus
Petroleum
on that
says
white
that
vehicle
under
that
this
was used
agreement,
as a
the
weapon with
steps
such
in the
devastating
extraction process of large and
consequence
small
at a
mines
time
have
when
been
people
reduced from 200 to
relaxed, when they were
108 to
celebrating, when
95,
they were
and the
with their
steps
loved
in
ones,
small
with
mines
friends, or
from
perhaps with new friends that they'd met that
178
night,
to 67. The
seeing
General
in
Director of the
2025 with
Overseas
all the
Affairs
hope of
Authority
the new
says
year
that simplifying
ending
processes
in
prevents
tragedy and
corruption,
ending in
pave
horror
the way
with the
for
loss of
transparency.
at least 10
Let's
lives.
see more in the report.
The Ministry of Mines and Petroleum
We've
signed
got
an
your
agreement
Sunday
with
mornings
administrative
covered.
reforms and civil
From
services
the front
authorities
page
to facilitate the extraction process
and
of
the
large and
sounds
small
of the
mines
streets
for investors.
to the voices of the people who make the major calls
Fortunately, as a result
and
of the
big
joint
picture
efforts
politics
of the
beyond
Ministry of Mines and
Westminster.
Petroleum
We'll
and the
put you
Department
at
of
the heart of
Administration
our
and
story.
Civil Services,
You start
large-scale
the
mines
Sundays.
have been reduced from
I'm ready.
228 steps to 95
me,
steps,
Trevor
and
Phillips,
small-scale
Sunday
mines
mornings
from
on Sky
178
News.
steps to
Weeknights
67
on Sky
steps.
News.
Furthermore, the director of the Administrative
Welcome
Reforms and
to
Civil
the
Services
Politics
Authority
Hub.
says
A police
that
force
simplifying the
has
extraction
apologised. If you
process
want
of
to find
large and
out
small
about
mines
Grimsby,
will
you
facilitate
come to the
work
docks.
and will help the
I'm live
country's
in Jerusalem.
economic growth.
Are you not concerned that that could lead to all-out
These are the
war?
basic
Hello there, good
processes
evening.
that
There are
benefit
fears of
the
an upsurge
economy
in
and
violence.
the
What's at
nation.
stake here?
And
You
by
are watching
simplifying
the
them,
press
our
preview,
country
a first
benefits
look at the
and
front
our
pages
economy
as they
gets
arrive.
stronger.
At the same time, the General Director of the Administration says that simplifying the work process is a good step that prevents corruption in institutions and creates transparency.
This is a good work towards transparency, towards standardization, towards increasing trust, and towards providing good services to the people. This is in the interest of the government
in the interest of the nation and in the interest of the employees of the ministry.
This comes at a time when the Administrative Reform and Civil Services Authority says that currently, simplification of administrative process is underway in the ministries, and it's planned to extend this process in the remaining ministries.
The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs seized 62 kilograms of methamphetamine and 41 kilograms of hashish from Helmand province. According to the Deputy Minister, a number of people who were trying to import the drugs from Pakistan were arrested by the police of the Anti-Narcotics Department in Bahram district of the province. The deputy also added that 2 others were arrested from carrying 41 kilograms of hashish in a wheelchair. The Ministry of Interior Affairs announced the graduation of nearly 4,000 officers of the General Directorate of Border Police after a 1-month training. According to the ministry, these officers of the Air and Ground Force of the General Directorate of Border Police graduated from 1-month training in literacy, ideology, computers, first aid, and crime detection and received certificates. Dozens of young people graduated from freelancing program in Herat. Ari Muhammad Yunus Rashid, Deputy Minister of Youth Affairs of the Ministry of Information and Culture, emphasized the development of youth talents in a meeting organized in this regard, saying that the implementation of freelancing programs has provided job opportunities for young people in various provinces. At the same time, Maulavi Hayatullah Mahajir Farahi, Deputy Governor of the province, praised the efforts of the graduates and expressed the need for more investments in the field of online commerce and freelancing. The National Disaster Preparedness Agency says that during the current year, it has signed cooperation agreements worth more than $100 million with domestic and foreign aid organizations. The head of this agency adds that they are trying to attract aid from aid organizations in the coming winter to help
I'm Sophie Ridge.
needy
This is the News
people
Hour.
in
60
the
minutes of
country.
news,
Let's see
analysis
more
and interviews. The top stories.
Mullah
New
Nuruddin
Orleans
Turabi,
attack, 10
head of the
killed and at
National
least
Disaster
35 injured
Preparedness
when a man
Agency
plowed
in
a
the
pickup
program
truck
for
into
distributing
crowds of
aid
New
to
Year's
the
Day
needy
revelers.
people affected by natural
This
disasters
perpetrator
said that
who
they
went
have signed
around our
cooperation
barricades
agreements worth
in order
more than
to
$100
conduct
million
he
with
was
aid
hell-bent
organizations in 14
on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
We have come here with memorandum
The
of understanding
FBI are
worth
investigating
more
it
than
as a
$100
possible
million.
terror attack, as Donald
So,
Trump calls it an
alhamdulillah,
act of
there
pure
are many
evil.
organizations.
On the other
Weather
hand,
warnings,
the head of this
floods cause
department
chaos in
adds
parts of
that
northwest
they are
England, with
trying to
snow on the way
attract
next
aid
for
from
some.
aid organizations to help the needy people
Lives lost, the
affected by
people who
natural
died trying
and
to reach the
unnatural
UK.
disasters.
As new figures reveal, last year was the deadliest for channel crossings.
50% of people are in need and need
Cost of living
assistance.
squeeze as
We
millions
know
face
that
higher
no
energy
matter
costs.
how much we do,
Analysis by
it is
Sky
not
News
enough.
reveals
And we are
household
still
bills
calling
could
on the
rise by
international
nearly
community and
£270
business people or
by
businessmen to help in every aspect, whether it is basic necessities, food, gas, or goods.
Meanwhile, the National Disaster Preparedness
up the new year, we'll
Agency
bring you the best
distributed
of the
food
fireworks
and
from around the
winter
world.
clothing to 500 flood victims and destitute people in Kabul. 22 people have been arrested
Hello,
in
good
connection
evening.
with
The
the sale,
US President-elect
use, and
Donald Trump
transportation
has
of
described
drugs in
it
different
as an act
provinces
of pure
the country.
evil. Today,
The
people in New
Interior
Orleans
Ministry's
in
Deputy
Louisiana woke
Minister
up to
for
news of a
Counter-Narcotics said
horrific
that the
event
suspects
that
were
unfolded
arrested
as
from
revelers
Nimrod,
celebrated
Herat,
the new year
Kapisa,
on the city
Coast,
streets.
Farah,
A
and
pickup
Parwan
truck plowing
provinces
into
during
crowds,
police
killing 10
operations.
and
The
injuring
deputy
dozens
also
more.
added that
The
some
suspect
drugs
dead
such
after
as
opening fire on police,
methamphetamine,
his motive
hashish, and
unknown at
heroin
this
were
stage.
also
The
recovered
FBI
from
are
the
investigating
detainees.
it as a possible terror attack.
Based on the
Well, we're
order of the
expecting to hear
Islamic
an
Emirates
update from
leader,
police in
3
the next
new
few minutes. We'll
30-bed
bring that
hospitals
live when
will
we
be
have
built
it. But
in the
first,
districts of
let's take a look
Aryan,
through how the attack
Kayawal,
unfolded.
and Dara of Panjshir province, which
Well, the
are
attack
facing
happened
the
in the
lack
French
of
quarter
hospitals.
of New
The
Orleans, an
Panjshir
area
Public
known
Health
for
Department
parties
says
for
that these
celebrations.
hospitals will
At
have
around
general
3:15 a.m.,
surgery,
police say a man
general
intentionally
internal
drove a
medicine,
pickup truck into a
pediatrics,
crowd of
eye,
people
and
along
other
Bourbon Street.
wards.
Authorities say he drove round barricades in an area
And
of
the
the
final
city
one is
lined
that
with bars and
quarantine
restaurants,
staff of
killing
the
at least
Zahar
10 people,
Agriculture Department
injuring
have
35.
returned 19
But the
tons
suspect
of
opened
rotten
fire on
garlic
police
imported
after
from
crashing his
Pakistan.
vehicle.
The Ministry of Agriculture,
Officials
Irrigation
have
and Livestock
confirmed
says
suspect
that the Islamic
is dead.
Emirate has recently
An
increased
improvised
control
explosive
over
device was
imported
also
goods to
found
prevent
at
the
the scene.
entry of
We
low-quality
understand that they
goods
are
into
searching the
Afghanistan.
area in case there are more. And people have warned the public to
That's
stay
all for
away
tonight.
from Bourbon
Thank you so
Street,
much for watching. Have a
specifically
good night.
from Canal Street to St Anne Street. Our US correspondent James Matthews has more, a warning. This report does contain a graphic description of the
Bourbon Street, New Orleans, not long after 3 a.m. 2 people are seen lying in the street as armed officers race to the scene. In the heart of the city's French Quarter, a man had driven a pickup truck as the crowd took time to clock in the music.
Good evening, everyone. Today is Monday, November 18, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash, and you are watching RTA News. The meeting was held with the aim of preserving forests under the leadership of Maulavi Ataullah Omari, Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock. According to the ministry, in this meeting, which was attended by a number of officials of this ministry and heads of various departments, the necessary decisions were taken to preserve the forests in the country. Maulavi Muhammad Ishaq Sahibzada, Deputy Minister of Railways of the Ministry of Public Works, met with Jabbar Ali Zakiri, Executive Director of the Iranian Railway Administration, during his visit to Iran. In this meeting, the two sides discussed increasing the transportation of commercial goods through the third section of the Kawaf-Herat Railway, capacity building of technical staff of Afghanistan Railway, and how to invest in the country's railways. Officials of the International Crisis Management Agency met with Maulavi Matiul Haq Khalis, Director of the National Environmental Protection Agency of Afghanistan in Azerbaijan. These officials have promised in this meeting that they will continue their efforts to attract donors to solve the problems of climate change in Afghanistan. On the other hand, Mr. Khalis called climate change a global problem and considered it a threat to all humanity.
Are now empty. Thousands having come to see in
the last 2 years, the Land Grab Prevention Commission has recovered more than 66,000 acres of Emirate land from the usurpers in Kabul. The spokesman of this commission says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to returning the Emirate and non-Emirate lands from the hands of usurpers, and this process is continuing rapidly in all the provinces of the country. Let's see more in this report. Continuation of the series of returning the grab lands from usurpers and power brokers. The Commission for Prevention of Land Grabbing and Recovering of Grab Lands says that since the beginning of this activity, it has returned thousands of acres of land in Kabul from the usurpers.
As he drove.
As at the
end of the Rabi Thani 1446, approximately 66,135 acres of Emirati land have been reclaimed in Kabul province, which is located in various areas of Kabul city.
The spokesperson of the Commission says that the Islamic Emirate does not allow anyone to grab land, adding that the process of returning the grab Emirate land and non-Emirate lands is going on rapidly.
This commission is responsible for returning Emirate and usurped land from usurpers and powerful people, and this process is underway rapidly in all provinces of the country.
At the same time, the citizens praise the efforts of the Islamic Emirate in this regard and say that this work has increased the confidence of the people in the Islamic Emirate.
Previous governments were full of authoritarianism. There was administrative and financial corruption in the offices, and as a result, rights did not reach to the rightful beneficiaries. We are very happy with Islamic Emirate returning the land seized by usurpers. This this is really a good job, and to these works, proper attention should be paid.
The Commission for the Prevention of Land Grabbing has specialized corps in 4 zones of the country and a technical delegation for the evaluation and determination of grabbed land in each province, and currently about 80,000 acres of emerald lands in 31 provinces are under investigation. Mullah Nuruddin Torabi, head of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency, met with the program manager of the International Concern Institute and signed a memorandum of understanding on joint cooperation. In this meeting, Mullah Nuruddin Torabi said that the institutions can survey and provide assistance in any province, and this department fully cooperates with them within the framework of the principles and rules of the Islamic Emirate. Sheikh Shahabuddin Delavar, head of the Afghan Red Crescent Society, met with Anna Maria, the head of the Bill Gates Foundation for Asia, and the accompanying delegation. The Afghan Red Crescent Society says that Mr. Delavar has asked for an increase in the assistance of the Bill Gates Foundation by sharing information about the activities of the Afghan Red Crescent Society in this meeting. At the same time, the officials of Bill Gates organization has promised to increase its assistance to this organization by appreciating the actions of the Afghan Red Crescent Society.
But that has been delayed.
The heads and central and provincial employees of the National Disaster Preparedness Agency traveled to Turkey to receive a workshop on disaster and earthquake management. According to this agency, these employees are supposed to participate in a several-day training course hosted by Turkey. The anti-narcotics deputy of the Ministry of Interior Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan in Kabul provided food and non-food items to 200 deserving beggars worth more than 100,000 Afghans in Kabul. More details in this report.
The officials of the Anti-Narcotics Deputy of the Ministry of Interior Affairs distributed food and non-food items to more than 200 deserving beggars in Kabul, and according to officials, each family were given cooking oil, flour, a sack of rice, some sugar, and green tea.
Bourbon Street, the iconic Bourbon Street, still packed with popular
Today, 200 families received 5 items of goods, and this chain will continue up to 1,000 families. And in the future, those beggars who are real beggars will be helped. More distribution will continue.
Some of the recipients of these distribution requested more assistance from the donor institutions.
We are disabled people, no works, and even if there is work, we are not able to do it. We are happy with these contributions. We want the Islamic Emirate to help us more, and since we are disabled, we are very happy with these donations.
Before this, the officials of the Ministry of Interior Affairs and the Narcotic Control Deputy have provided food and non-food items to poor people in Kabul.
The Deputy Minister of Counter-Narcotics of the Ministry of Interior Affairs seized a large amount of chemicals and arrested a man in connection with the sale of drugs, pills in Coast Province. According to the deputy, the chemicals, which include more than 5,000 liters of acetone, 4,000 liters of toluene, and 200 liters of ammonium chloride, were seized by the police of the Anti-Narcotics Department at the customs of the province.
After a month of rain in just 2 days,
the Ministry of Interior Affairs has arrested 3 people in connection with the murder of a young man in Herat province. Mufti Abdulmateen Khaneh, spokesman of the ministry, said that the men were arrested in an operation by Herat police headquarters. According to him, these people were also involved in robbery, and 2 rickshaws were also seized from them, which were handed over to their original owners. Mr. Khaneh added that the case of the detainees would be handed over to the judicial authorities after investigation. And the Department of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock of Panjshir province says that this year it has created 100 hectares of new forest in this province. Qari Fazlullah Diuban, the head of agriculture of the province, said that Russian beet, oak, walnut, almond, pomegranate, and other fruit and non-fruit trees were planted in this forest.
Dr. Diuban added that the forest smuggling and cutting is prohibited in Panjshir, and conservation societies have been established in the center and districts for implementation. He called the country's natural forests the biggest part of the national wealth and assured serious measures to protect them. Thanks for watching. Stay updated about the breaking news and top stories with RTA News. Have a good night.
ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوی پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Saturday, November 16th, 2024. This is Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTA News. In a meeting with the head of the World Health Organization in Saudi Arabia, the Minister of Public Health discussed efforts to build new health centers in the remote areas of the country and eradicate polio in Afghanistan. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali has also asked for help from the international community in order to improve the standard health services. Let's see more in the report.
The Fourth International Ministerial Conference on Antimicrobial Resistance in Saudi Arabia. On the sidelines of this meeting, Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health of the Islamic Emirate, met with the head of the World Health Organization and discussed the construction of new health centers in remote areas of Afghanistan and the delivery of health services.
Minister of Public Health, Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, has spoken about the construction of new health centers for remote areas of Afghanistan, as well as the access of people in remote areas to health services to fight against infectious disease and the eradication of polio in Afghanistan.
The Minister of Public Health also said that the Islamic Emirate is trying to increase and strengthen the financing of health system from its internal sources and gradually move the health sector towards self-sufficiency.
In his speech, the Minister of Public Health said that we are trying to increase people's access to primary health services, and for this purpose, inshallah, we will build district-level health centers from our internal budget. In addition, he requested that the international community should provide continuous support to the Afghan health system so that we can further standardize health services.
Resistance to antimicrobial drugs in the Fourth International Conference of Ministers, the reduction of resistance to antimicrobial drugs, effective use, and together to overcome this challenge were discussed.
Maulavi Sadr Azam Osmani, Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock, met with Maulavi Abdul Ghaffar Bahar, Afghan ambassador to Uzbekistan, to discuss facilitating the export of Afghan products, setting up exhibitions in Uzbekistan, capacity building of the country's agricultural sector workers, and importing improved seeds. During the meeting, Mr. Osmani asked the Afghan ambassador to Uzbekistan to provide the ground for export of the country's products and ensure their quality, and talks with Uzbek officials. Fazl Muhammad Saber, the Charge d'Affaires of the Afghan Embassy in Ashgabat, attended the International Telecommunications, Information Technology and Digital Economy exhibition held in Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. The Afghan Embassy in Ashgabat says that the representatives of 40 different countries, including Afghanistan, attended the exhibition and showcased their latest achievements in the fields of technology, telecommunications, and information. Dr. Abdul Bari Omar, the General Director of Afghanistan Electricity Company, along with Maulavi Ahmad Jan Bilal, the General Director of Emirates Company, met with the head of UNAMA's Development Division for Afghanistan. In this meeting, the head of the Emirate companies, while appreciating the activities of this organization in the country, asked for more cooperation of this organization with the company. On the other hand, Mr. Omar shared his suggestions and requests with the head of UNAMA Development Section on upgrading of the electricity sector. In response, the head of UNAMA's Afghanistan Development Office assured that he would share the proposals with the donor countries. The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs says that they have distributed more than 10 billion Afghanis to people with disabilities, orphans and widows through the banking system in the past 5 months. The ministry spokesman said that a total of 653,000 people with disabilities, orphans and widows were registered with the ministry, saying that the process of providing assistance to them is in continue. Let's see more in the report.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs says that they have distributed 10,409,000,000 Afghans to people with disabilities, orphans and widows through the banking system in the past 5 months.
The Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs distributed 10,409,000,000 Afghanis aid to orphans, widows and disabled people through a banking system since last 5 months, and this process is still going on.
The ministry spokesman added that a total of 653,000 people with disabilities, orphans and widows are registered with the ministry, stressing that the process of providing assistance to them continues.
Now the aid distribution for the second period through a banking system is going on transparently all over the country, including the capital, Kabul.
Officials of the Ministry of Mothers and Disabled Affairs also say that all people with disabilities, orphans and widows will receive assistance through the banking system before winter arrives.
The High Commission for Refugees and Returnees Affairs announces the return of nearly 500 families from Iran and Pakistan. According to the information of this commission, these families have returned to the country through Islam Kala, Spin Boldak, Torkam and Silk Route. The High Commission for Refugees and Returnees Affairs added that besides providing services in the fields of health and transportation, it costs about 1.5 million Afghanis, and the Financial Committee of the Commission has also provided cash assistance to the returnees. The Ministry of Energy and Water announces the start of a dam at a cost of more than 4 million Afghanis in Helmand province. According to this ministry, this dam, which is 95 meters long and 5 meters high, will have the storage capacity of 8,500 cubic meters of water, which will be completed in more than 1 month. The Ministry of Education says that in the first 6 months of this year, 125 new schools and 30 madrasas worth 1,224 million Afghanis were built across the country. According to this ministry, in addition, a number of other repair and construction projects worth 200 million Afghanis have also been completed. And the final one is that the National Statistics and Information Office reported the distribution of nearly 20,000 electronic and paper ID cards are in the first 6 months of this year. According to the department, the ID cards, which include 13,445 electronic and 6,268 paper, were distributed by the Statistics and Information Department of the province, including the center, to all districts of the provinces. And that's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور دا د باتورانو کور ساتوي پسرو وینو دا د شهیدانو کور دا
Good evening. Today is Friday, November 15, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash and you are watching RTN News. Maulavi Amir Khan Muttaqi, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, met with the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Mr. Dr. Asghar Jalalian, and his delegation in his office. In this meeting, bilateral relations, refugees and prisoners in Iran, economic and commercial cooperation, and regional political cooperation were discussed. In addition to being grateful for hosting refugees for 4 decades, the foreign minister called for good interaction and courage of the Iranian government with Afghan refugees in Iran. He also stated that the Islamic Emirate is committed to working together with the Islamic Republic of Iran in relation to the return of Afghan prisoners and cooperate fully in the transportation. Mr. Jalalian said, "We are happy with the recent developments and stability of Afghanistan. We have held many meetings with various institutions," and added that the Islamic Republic of Iran will continue its cooperation and release Afghan prisoners from Iran based on the agreements reached in the near future. Maulavi Nur Jalal Jalali, the Minister of Public Health of the Islamic Emirate, arrived in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia to participate in the 4th ministerial meeting under the title of Antimicrobial Resistance. During this visit, the minister will participate in the 4th meeting of the ministries related to the antimicrobial medicine, during which he will discuss the reduction of resistance to antimicrobial medicine, their effective use, and together to overcome this challenge. The Ministry of Public Health is trying to provide standard, useful, and fair health services to all the people of the country. For this purpose, along with research and scientific opinions, it has accelerated the efforts to standardize health services at the international level. Mullah Bakhtaur Rahman Sharafat, the Deputy of Financial and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Public Health, met with Dr. Murdif Al-Qashuti, the Chargé d'Affaires of Qatar for Afghanistan. In this meeting, the capacity building of the health workers, the acquisition of medical equipment for the improvement of health services, and the construction of a 400-bed hospital in Kandahar were discussed. The deputy considered the all-round cooperation of Qatar with Afghanistan's health system necessary and thanked for the actions taken in this regard. He expressed the commitment of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan for the health system of the country, and according to him, efforts are being made to improve in this section. As well as Mullah Bakhtaur Rahman Sharafat, Deputy Director of Financial and Administrative Affairs of the Ministry of Public Health, thanked for the provided medical equipment and 4 ambulances to the Ministry of Public Health from the country of Qatar. Among the mentioned equipment, there are 4 fully equipped ambulances, various modern equipment of internal and surgery departments, and laparoscopic surgery equipment, which were handed over to the Ministry of Public Health. Kabul municipality says that by the end of this year, 89 road construction projects will be completed in different areas of Kabul city. Meanwhile, a number of residents of the capital welcome the construction of roads by Kabul municipality and request the completion of these projects before the arrival of winter. Let's see more in the report.
Construction of a number of roads in different areas of the capital is underway by the Kabul municipality. Officials say that they're trying to complete 165 projects, 89 of which are connecting and development roads in different areas by the end of this year. The total value of these projects is 6.4 billion Afghanis, which is provided from the government budget. From Kodisangi to Demazang, Khairkhana Kudal Road, Gulbagh Road and many other roads are included in these projects.
A development budget of around $6.4 billion has been considered, due to which 165 projects are implemented in the city of Kabul, 89 of which are road construction projects. Now the main important and major roads in the other parts of Kabul, which are city corridors, include Kote Sangi and Demazang Road, the first part of which has been completed, the second part is under construction, and the third part is being procured.
On the other hand, a number of residents of the capital welcome the construction of roads in different areas by the Kabul municipality and want officials to complete these projects before the winter arrives.
The works that the municipality has started are the best works. At every point of the city, they build these roads. They make them standard. As we are witnessing now, the Dimazang Road is being built up to Kote Sangi. If so, this is the best way to do it. We have not seen anything like this in our 40 years of living in Kabul. Thank you for serving of Kabul municipality. May Allah reward them.
In addition to the implementation of a road construction project, other projects are also being carried out in various areas. Among them, the work of stone paving of running roads in Kabul with a length of more than 1,300 meters are also in the progress.
With the non-saffron festival held in Herat, it is said that China is the main buyer of Afghanistan's saffron. The head of the Saffron Farmers Union insists that the saffron companies should be registered in Chinese customs to sell this production in Chinese markets. In this festival, where more than 40 saffron plants are exhibited, the local authorities of the Islamic Emirate in Herat insist on creating the necessary facilities for the cultivation, processing, and sale of saffron. After the Islamic Emirate came to power for the second time, overall security has been ensured in the country and people can safely move to different areas of the city. Meanwhile, officials of the Ministry of Information and Culture also informed the country of the increase in domestic and foreign tourists. Let's see more in the report.
This is the heart of Kabul city, which is full of people in traffic until late night. People come from different regions to this area, which shows safe security and colorful moments. People say that now they are walking late night due to good security.
We have come here to Kabul city with our friends. We are now in the city and it is very peaceful here. We are happy for security. You can see the crowd here. All people come for sightseeing, so I also come for sightseeing. I drank juice with my friends.
Businessmen and sellers are also happy with the current situation, saying that people are in the crowd until late.
Our work is going well, and we are in a safe environment. Before, people could not come here due to the bad security. We work here 24 hours, day and night. We are satisfied with the current security in our work.
At the same time, the Ministry of Information and Culture reports an increase in domestic and foreign tourists, adding that they are trying to promote this industry by building a safe environment and amusement parks.
With the second reign of the Islamic Emirate, incredibly security has come. This good security has led people to visit Afghanistan and discovered historical, recreational, natural and religious attractions.
The overall security in the country and especially in Kabul has led to the fact that once again the night of Kabul has found a place in the hearts of the youth who came and the colorful moments remain in their heart.
Wheelchairs were distributed to 34 disabled people in Laghman. According to the information of the Refugees Affairs Department of the province, these grants were distributed to the internally displaced and special needy and the deserving people of different areas by the building organization. With their cooperation and their problems will be solved. And the final one is that the construction of a 30-kilometer road has started in Nuristan province. Construction of a 30-kilometer road has been started in Chinarkhor area of Kamdesh district by the Department of Rural Development and Reconstruction of Nuristan province with the financial assistance of the World Food Program. During the construction of the road, dozens of workers will be provided with work, and after its completion, the transportation problems of the residents of the area will be solved. That's all for tonight. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.
Law enforcement, counter-terrorism officials will be trying to find out as much information as possible
about the
the investigation, trying to find as much information as possible about this person. Who was he? Why did he commit this attack? Was he connected to any other individuals? Was this a lone wolf attack? To use that sort of phrase, or is this part of a broader plot or a bigger network? That seems to be an open question
Thursday, November 14,
as well. But at least with the identity of this particular attacker,
the spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the Islamic Emirate is committed to the freedom and activity of the media within the framework of the Islamic principles, understanding the importance of the media in the current era. Zabihullah Mujahid, in a meeting with the officials of some media and media support institutions, emphasized on increasing cooperation between government institutions and the media, adding that the Islamic Emirate is trying to provide better platform for media activities in the country. Let's see more.
It probably took a while to figure out who this person was. They may or may not have had any identification on them, like a driver's license or anything else. And through whatever means the FBI and other law enforcement agencies use to determine that this person is who's been named.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is aware of the importance of the media in today's era and is fully committed to freedom of expression and media activities within the framework of the Islamic principles. We are trying to provide cooperation and coordination between the media and government institutions.
In this meeting, media officials shared the problems in the field of accessing information with a spokesman of the Islamic Emirate and demanded to solve these problems.
2 weapons, 2 guns found.
There was an exchange of opinions on various media problems like accessing information and economic
explosive devices that the
At the same time, the Ministry of Information and Culture's broadcasting officer said in an interview with national television that the news of blocking TV broadcasts in the country is a
deliberate, methodical, whether this person
Islamic Emirates policies and resources are clear. If there is an issue, we all will know it. The decrees and orders of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah are all clear. Rumors are rumors.
Just at first glance, driving around downtown New Orleans to just ram into people. There was a level of planning that went into this attack, and it could have actually been worse than it was. And I don't.
Maulavi Muhammad Zahid Ahmadzai, Deputy of Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, during his official working visit to Coast Province, met with the governor of this province, Maulavi Abdul Qayyum Rouhani. In this meeting, both sides discussed the implementation of community projects in Coast Province, the implementation of youth employment, technical and vocational training programs, the provision of services to coast residents in the province. The Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation says that in November 23rd, the Khmer Airlines started flying from Coast International Airport to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. According to this ministry, after this, there will be a flight from this airport to Jeddah once a week.
To be true at this time.
The Ministry of Agriculture, Irrigation and Livestock says that according to the order of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, the construction of a town worth 12.5 million Afghanis has been started in the Amman district of Kandahar for 791 refugee families. According to this ministry, this town is being built on 860 acres of land with the cooperation of the Departments of Agriculture, Home and City of this province.
This kind of terrorism where whatever weapon or implement
the Ministry of Public Health has announced the delivery of medical equipment worth 20 million Afghanis to Coast Provincial Hospital. According to this ministry, these equipment include 2 echocardiography devices, oxygen delivery devices, television examination devices, wheelchairs, and a number of other devices.
And then we had one in the United States in October of
a delegation headed by the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice of Iran has come to Kabul to discuss the exchange of prisoners. The deputy spokesman of the Islamic Emirate says that the delegation will discuss the exchange of prisoners with some officials of the Islamic Emirate, adding that the Afghan prisoners will spend the rest imprisonment in their country.
Ramming attacks, but this person went even further. They had two different firearms on them. They had improvised explosive devices, and again, they probably had the capability to do even more
arrived in Kabul
damage
and met
before
with
they
the
were
administrative
shot and killed
deputy
by
of the
law
Supreme
enforcement.
Court of the Islamic
You
Emirates. Officials
referenced
of the two
there
sides and
the
countries will
previous
discuss
time
the
that you
creation
were
of
in
the
the White
necessary
House and when Donald
facilities
Trump was
for
there.
the
And I just wondered if
transfer
we
of
could
Afghan
reflect on the very
prisoners.
different responses we've seen from the current president, Joe Biden, who gave exactly the kind of statement that you would expect world leaders to give, that we see all over the world after tragedies like this, saying that his heart goes out to the victims, all the resources will be made available. And the one that we've seen posted by Donald Trump, which is very different in tone, he said, when I said that the criminals coming in are far worse than the criminals we have in our country, that statement was constantly refuted by Democrats and the fake news media, but it turned out to be true. The crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has ever seen before. Do you think we're going to see a very different response to these incidents in the new year with the new president?
Well, I mean, Donald Trump, because he's not president,
the efforts of the Islamic Emirate is starting or has started today to transfer these prisoners to Afghanistan, creates hopes in the hearts of the people of
once he comes back into the
With
White
this,
House,
they will understand
at least
that
some
we are
aspect of the
important.
messaging will be a little more controlled.
This has
because
positive
when
effects in the
me
region
and
in terms
others on
of
my
security.
NSC
Here
National
it
Security Council
indicates
policy
a
team were in the White
decrease
House,
in
we
crimes
would
or
help sort
the
of
protection
craft
of criminal
the
life.
official
We hope
statements
that the Islamic Emirate will
President
reach
Trump and
positive
other senior
results
officials would make in the
with
aftermath
Iran
of these terrible
and other
attacks that were
countries.
happening both in
It's
Europe
worth
in that
mentioning
time
that
and then
the Iranian media
in the United
reported a
States.
statement
But
of Askar
as a
Jalalian,
president,
the head of the
you can
delegation of the
also
Ministry of
say what
Justice
you want.
of this
So
country,
we'll see
that
if
thousands
the
of Afghan
tone
prisoners will be
and the
handed over
words
to
change
Afghanistan
from
by the next 2
President-elect Trump
months.
to President
With the
Trump. But
efforts
there
of
is-
Labor and
there is a
Social
part
Affairs
of
Department of Paktia
the
Province,
machinery in the
clothes,
White House that
cleaning
does try
materials,
to
and
put
toys
out,
were distributed to 100
more of these
orphans of
official
this province.
statements.
During the distribution of
But
these
then
items,
again,
the
what the
representatives
president
of the
themselves
orphanage
can do on
expressed
top of
their
that,
gratitude
there's
to the
not much
cooperating
the National
organization
Security Council
and
staff can
requested
do
for the
to,
continuation of
to sort of
such
change that
assistance in
message.
the
So it'll be
future.
interesting to see
Meanwhile,
if,
further
how much of what we're
assistance
seeing
and
now sort of
cooperation
carries
with
over
the
when he comes
children
back
of
in
training
office.
center was
that's interesting
assured
to hear
by
that
the
you, I guess,
EPDO
kind of did have some
co-institutional
influence over
officials.
what Donald Trump, when he was president the first time, would put out in
Officials of
the
Zabul
wake of these kind
Kalat
of incidents.
municipality
Did he
informed
kind of
about the
respect that
collection
kind of
and
intervention
burning
at
of
the time?
12 tons of expired
Well,
food
what I
items in the
remember
city.
is
The
that
manager of
we
urban
would,
government
sort of
of Kalat
craft these
municipality
official
said that
statements
these
that he would then
outdated and low
use,
quality food items were collected from the
and-
shops
but
of the
that's
city
like
in the
the
last
official
2
statement.
months
Then
with the
what he
help of
would
the municipality
do
and a joint
to follow up
committee
from that,
and were
that's not
burned in the
something
presence
on
of the relevant
National Security Council
officials.
staff or the White House staff that we really had influence over.
The
So,
World Food
we
Programme
tried
said
to,
that the French
put out
government is
statements,
donating
or
3
deliver
million
statements,
euros
you know,
to
based on the facts
implement the
that we knew at the
organization's
time.
program in Afghanistan.
Then
According
again,
to
as
the
the
World
President
Food
of the United
Programme,
States,
this
they
assistance
can
will
say
be
what they
used to
want,
strengthen
and
the
when certainly
maternal
it's,
and child
in a-
nutrition
like a live
program in
press
Afghanistan.
conference or on a
With the
television
financial
interview, there's
support of
nothing the
WFP,
staff can
food
do
aid
in
was
terms of
distributed
sort
to
of,
700
shaping the
needy
narrative or
families in
controlling the
Batpakh district of Laghman province.
Can I also ask you,
This
we've been
aid
talking
included
about
50
the political
kilos of
response, we've also
flour,
talked about
5 liters
the
of cooking oil,
suspects and the
6.25
preliminary name that we
kilograms
have
of
and the investigation
lentils,
that will follow there.
1.5
Can I
kilograms
just
of
finally ask
nutrition
you whether
sweet
there are
paste,
questions
and
that
3
need to be
kg
asked
of
about
nutrition
the
flour.
Security around New Orleans at the time? Look, this is a busy area.
Thanks for
It's an
watching.
area
Stay
that
updated
they would
about
have
breaking
known that
news
people would be
and top
congregating in,
stories with
and yet
RTA
someone was
News.
allowed to
Have a
drive
good
a
night.
vehicle around it, murdering people in this way. Is there a question to be asked about security value there?
No, it's difficult for me to kind of know specifically what the security protocols were for last night on New Year's Eve or into New Year's celebration. But this is the challenge of counterterrorism. You're never going to have 100% security in every possible site or location that's even got a small degree of vulnerability. And if you're a committed extremist, whatever your motivation is, and you're behind the wheel of a car and you've got weapons on you.
Good evening.
think
It's Wednesday, November 13, 2024. I'm Suleiman Talash, and you are watching RTA News. In sports stadium of Paktia province, a murderer named Muhammad Ayaz was sentenced to retaliation punishment or qisas, who had killed a person with a gun. The case was examined very precisely and repeatedly by tribal military courts of Islamic Emirate in different ways. As a result, the order of retaliation
retaliation or qisas trust was issued
will that
and
game
approved.
still
This case
proceed
was
as
represented
planned?
to the Amir
Can
al-Mu'minin
FBI
Hafazahullah, the
and
leader
New
of the
Orleans Police
Islamic
Department and other law
Emirate,
enforcement
for
in
its
New Orleans,
approval.
Louisiana,
An
sort of
extraordinary
guarantee the safety
investigation
of that
was
game? And
also
it was already
conducted
going
by
to be
Amir
heavily
al-Mu'minin
protected
Hafazahullah,
anyways because
who
it's
issued the
one of
final
these college
order
football
for
playoff games. But
implementation.
how much
The victim's
more
family was given the
security will
option
have to very
of
quickly be
forgiveness
put into
and
place, both on the physical
reconciliation.
side and any other kind
However,
of
after the
screening measures
refusal,
that
the religious
remains to be
qisas
seen. But I would
ruling
have to
was
think
ordered
for
to be
folks in
applied
New Orleans
to
right
the
now, that's
murderer. The
another
Supreme
immediate
Court was
priority is
received directions to
protecting
execute
the
this
game, because
qisas
we
ruling
don't know
today
how many
in the
other people
presence
may
of the
be
public.
out there that could have been associated
The
with
economic
this
deputy of the Islamic Emirate has informed about the regular meeting of the Technical Committee of Economic Commission. In this meeting, officials, while discussing the self-sufficiency plan in the poultry sector in the country, said that with the implementation of this plan, Afghanistan has reached the complete self-sufficiency in this area, and employment will be provided to about 700,000 citizens of the country directly and indirectly.
From New Orleans, where the FBI are investigating
Mullah Hidayatullah
an
Badri,
incident that
the
they
Minister
are
of Mines and
describing as a
Petroleum, met with Qazi Zainul Abidin, the governor of Nuristan. In this meeting, the purpose of better management of the mineral resources of the province, especially precious and semi-precious stones, to create more coordination between the two sides, to start mining projects for the purpose of economic growth and development. And they discussed and talked about raising the level of revenue and creating jobs for the local people and financing construction projects through mining revenue in the mentioned province.
White pickup truck with a pole on the back that there has
During
been
his
some
visit to Orizgan province, Education Minister Maulavi Habibullah met with the governor and a number of local officials of Orizgan province and discussed improving the educational situation and construction of schools in the province. According to the Ministry of Education, local officials in Orizgan welcomed the ministry's efforts to improve the education situation in the country. Meanwhile, the Minister of Education assured that development projects would be established in the province. A meeting was held under the leadership of Mullah Ubaid, the governor of Kabul, and the presence of civil and military officials of the province regarding the new decree of the leader of the Islamic Emirate for the restoration and maintenance of governmental property.
Be honest with people.
In this meeting, Mr. Ubaid asked all the officials and mujahideen of Kabul province to implement the new decree of Amir al-Mu'minin Hafazahullah, like his other previous decrees, in order well as obedience in this meeting, and adding that the survival of the government depends on the obedience of the leaders from the people and officials. Mullah Abdul Latif Mansour, the Minister of Energy and Water, says that the underground water level is decreasing day by day. According to the minister, the efforts for water management have been expanded. Currently, 4 large water dams and dozens of small dams have been built across the country, and the rest of the works will start soon. Let's see more in the report.
During the research seminar on ways to make the most of the country's water resources,